take me back. Just take me back. Just take me back. Ooh, you take me back, right back. One more time, we put it all on. Stuck here under this crust forever, searching the mystery. When I was gone, show me the faintest clue to see this new worldview. The curiosity can discover something deeper out there. The unrevealed's been hidden, it's calling for me to see. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness. I'm trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here. It's just another night, and I'm wondering what's behind that wall, beyond my imagination. Curiosity can discover something deeper out there. The unrevealed's been hidden, it's calling for me to see. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness. I'm trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness. I'm trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness. I'm trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets
信仰之于部落，就如同灵魂之于人，而巫女理应是这份信仰的守护者。但再虔诚的守护者也会感到迷茫，尤其是当那位探险家出现在丛林之后。对于葵来说，比起密林的宝藏，更令他着迷的是这里掩藏着的真相。而另一边， 新任巫女在成年之夜选择了与前任艰险疑问接踵而至，探寻的道路仿佛是命运的一场玩笑。不知是巧合还是早已注定，真相远比想象的要离奇。毕竟，背弃神明的人，总是要付出代价的。
从极北之地直插欧洲，这是本世纪伟大的创举。
下一站即将抵达斯摩棱斯克。
然而，大公的死，却让整列车厢的人都被贴上了嫌犯的标签。警长先生需要在这趟穿越风雪的旅程结束前，找出真相。对于我们这些人而言，越亲密的人越危险。你说对吗，索菲亚小姐？啊，不对，应该称呼您为大公夫人了。
索菲亚疑点重重，毕竟与王权相关的人都不那么简单。
这列车里藏着太多秘密与恶意，小心，陛下的恶犬可不怀好意。
大公夫人是无辜的，说到宜兄，不该先去问问那些尊贵的特使们吗？
大公夫妇之间的恩怨人尽皆知，真相其实早就清晰。
真相真的那么重要吗？血祭之时，我们所有的秘密与爱恨，都会像身后的故国一样遥不可及，不是？
下一站即将抵达斯摩棱斯克。下一站即将抵达布列斯特。下一站即将抵达布拉迪斯拉发。下一站即将抵达维恩。
说来可笑，我曾相信过那些愚蠢的幻影，但那一切却随着这些世俗的喧嚣支离破碎。放弃浮华的表象，我选择重生，去探索那些 真正帮助过我的小生命们，到密林去，或进入那些荒野，真正的智慧隐匿其中，而我将成为他们的主宰。
Lo and behold, a fascinating combination of greed, pride, lust. Oh, and wannabes. My dearest leading man brandishes himself like a lowly bourgeoisie. The affectionate gaze and a flirtatious chuckle. Seems like my supporting actress has found her better role. The elegy of a shadow sings the unattainable wonders and gloom reality. I hope this bedtime story doesn't end in a hurry. The swinging steps and the lively melodies, the meticulous portrayals and the fame-seeking parodies, all of which converge below the spotlight and belongs to me.
幻想是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。雕像被刻刀塑造成像，它却被刻刀一次次地划伤。当无畏试探时，却发现自己普通的不能再普通。当你展现出才华，却又深秋隆重。只能放弃交流，沉浸于虚无之中。直到那冰冷的杰作变得炙热。
从我成为守墓人的那一天起，便知道，拉兹这座圣殿，我没有资格在此长眠。善者葬于圣殿，恶魔葬于殿外。谎言，但这是个让人兴奋的谎言。这肮脏的金钱，竟成了我通往圣殿的阶梯。但为了拉兹，这一切都值得。这该死的光，我察觉到了这些肮脏灵魂的恐惧。怪物，是我，还是他们？可笑！我只知道，我的信仰在那里召唤我。
这份卑微的工作也不记得做了多久，我好像什么都不记得了，除了关于那件发明的模糊记忆。初次相见就已经确定，除了它，我再也不会喜欢别的事物了。要知道，拥有自己的发明，那种感觉真是太美好了。可他为什么总觉得我的想法是错的？直到电流直击大脑，我仍然没有找到这个答案。他死了，但谁又能保证下一个不会是我呢？后来，有人帮我脱了罪，但侥幸逃生或许更糟糕。那伟大的发明依旧无法完成，直到那封信的出现。我相信，它会让一切继续。
他生来就背负无尽的才华，却从未全心接纳。但当来到巅峰，身处末路时，只需要轻轻点拨，他就会将自己完全出卖。你将看到整个世界的律动，也将被无处不在的琴弦所控制。尽情享受这份契约吧，让恶魔的弦音在整个世界奏响，直到终曲。终于来了吗？这庸俗人间的谄媚之音。误入歧途的孩子，就该再度接受我们的洗礼。不，这可不是最好的方式。地狱来客的高雅，不容沾染人间的野蛮。对于音乐家而言，乐理才是真正的武器。舞台已经拉开，来自地狱的交响乐已经响起。若说这美人，老夫这平生只见过一人，不信，您且看。这是个缔造了时代的女人。当然，一个时代的缔造者，总会有那么一副巧言善辩的喉舌。以及一把没有感情的兵器。哎，可说到底，蜡烛的火焰下，不也是柔弱的东西吗？而火焰后面未曾被照亮的地方，足以倾覆时代的阴谋，正悄然涌现。
Stuck here
信仰之于部落，就如同灵魂之于人，而巫女理应是这份信仰的守护者。但再虔诚的守护者也会感到迷茫，尤其是当那位探险家出现在丛林之后。对于葵来说，比起密林的宝藏，更令他着迷的是这里掩藏着的真相。而另一边，新任巫女在成年之夜选择了与前任相同的命运，艰险疑问接踵而至，探寻的道路仿佛是命运的一场玩笑。不知是巧合还是早已注定，真相远比想象的要离奇。毕竟，背弃神明的人，总是要付出代价的。
从极北之地直插欧洲，这是本世纪伟大的创举。
下一站即将抵达斯摩棱斯克。
然而，大公的死，却让整列车厢的人都被贴上了嫌犯的标签。警长先生需要在这趟穿越风雪的旅程结束前，找出真相。
对于我们这些人而言，越亲密的人越危险，你说对吗，索菲亚小姐？啊，不对，应该称呼您为大公夫人了。
索菲亚疑点重重，毕竟与王权相关的人都不那么简单。
这列车里藏着太多秘密与恶意，小心，陛下的恶犬可不怀好意。
大公夫人是无辜的，说到宜兄，不该先去问问那些尊贵的特使们吗？
大公夫妇之间的恩怨人尽皆知，真相其实早就清晰。
真相真的那么重要？血迹之时，我们所有的秘密与爱恨，都会像身后的故国一样遥不可及，不是？
下一站即将抵达斯摩棱斯克，下一站即将抵达布列斯特，下一站即将抵达布拉迪斯拉发，下一站即将抵达维恩。
Dream alive, living
说来可笑，我曾相信过那些愚蠢的幻影，但那一切却随着这些世俗的喧嚣支离破碎。放弃浮华的表象，我选择重生，去探索那些真正帮助过我的小生命们。到密林去，或进入那些荒野。真正的智慧，隐秘。
Quite a long time. I mean, for me, it feels like quite a long time because the last time we've seen Southeast Asian teams take the stage, at least in terms of what we've managed to cast here on the English broadcast, is well, the COA. So
Right.
ever since for those of you that were able to tune into COA, we did mention during Siler's amazing announcements that IVC was coming. They didn't specify which reasons, but I kind of had my fingers crossed that they would include Southeast Asia because there's so much love for Identity 5 in Southeast Asia. I mean, Philippines, Thailand, lots of peeps from Vietnam as well in the chat from when I last saw before we went into this. It's all because of you that we finally get this platform for the best of the best to converge right here at our own IVC for C.
Yeah, and not just shout outs to the people in Southeast Asia. I mean, if anyone's watching in any other region, big shout outs to you guys. Keep the fire burning in Identity 5. And shout outs also to the NAE region because, we did a little homework with them. They really helped us out in terms of prepping for this cast. And I'm so excited to, it's a new season and I'm excited to see what these teams have to bring to the table.
Absolutely. And you know what? Let's go ahead and give our audience a bit of a preview as to what they should be expecting going into the IVC. Now, we actually started the process like quite a number of weeks ago. We started with 96 teams and we managed to whittle it down to 8 of the biggest and baddest in the Southeast Asian region. Now, what exactly are they fighting for? Of course, if you guys were able to catch the
Welcome to the
little bit of a
Identity 5
spiel that we've
Southeast
had.
Asia Championship Tournament
Actually, there we
2020.
go.
Identity 5 is one of the top tier esports in both the Asia Pacific region and the North America Europe region, especially in Japan and Southeast Asia. There are 3 stages of the tournament: the preliminary rounds, the group stage, and the playoffs. First, 96 top ranked teams will register in-game to qualify online. In preliminary rounds, teams will be separated into 6 groups. Each group will contain 16 teams. Each team will compete against each other in a form of best-of-3 single elimination. The top team from each group will pass to the next stage. In the second stage, which is our group stage, top 6 teams will join with 2 invited teams from Call of the Abyss 3 to make for a total of 8 teams. The 8 teams will be separated into 2 groups of 4 teams. Each team will compete against each other in a best-of-3 round-robin format, with the top 2 teams from each group moving on to the playoff rounds. Finally, in the playoff round, each team will be placed against each other by seeding, and will compete in a best-of-3 double elimination format, with a final round to be played in a best-of-5 format. Group stages and playoffs will be live broadcast on the Identity 5 official social media channels. The loser finals and finals will be an offline event. October 25th will mark the big day to find our champion in the IVC 2020 Southeast Asia. Now, let's move on to the tournament rules. First, teams will compete in Legendary Mode. wherein players are not allowed to use the same character in the same match. Each map will be separated into 2 halves. For the first half, survivors from Team A will compete with a hunter from Team B. Come the second half, the teams will switch sides. The survivors from Team B will compete with a hunter from Team A. A total of 7 maps are in this selection: Arms Factory, the Red Church, Sacred Art Hospital, Lakeside Village, Moonlit River Park, Leo's Memory, and our new addition to the competitive scene, Ever Sleeping Town. For the best of 3 round, first round starts with the hunter able to ban 1 survivor, while survivors are left with no bans for hunter. After that, an increment of 1 character ban will be added per round. That said, for the second round, there will be 1 hunter and 2 survivors banned, while the third round will have 2 hunters and 3 survivors banned. In the event of an extra round, we'll be sticking with 2 hunters and 3 survivors banned like round 3. Now, for the best of 5. The first 3 rounds will follow the same banning pattern as the best of 3. However, for rounds 4 and 5, there will be a maximum ban of 3 hunters from the survivor side and 4 survivors from the hunter side. In case extra rounds are needed, we will use the same number of bans like round 5. Now let's talk about the scoring system. Each survivor escape counts as 1 point each, with another 1 bonus point awarded if all of them escape. On the flip side, hunters will get 1 point for each survivor sent back to the manor. If the hunter gets all of the survivors back to the manor, another bonus point will be awarded. The winner of the match will be determined based on the total score from both halves. For this example, in the first half, none of the survivors from Team A managed to escape, which means the hunter from Team B is awarded 5 points. Now, come the second half, let's say Team A manages to escape with 3 survivors getting 3 points, with the hunter from Team B getting 1 point. The total score of Team B are still higher than Team A, which means the winner of the match will be Team B. The tournament prize pool is a whopping 1 million Thai baht. Hope you all join us and catch the Identity 5 Southeast Asia Championship 2020. See you there.
And there you have it. Just a little bit of a preview.
Well explained, Articuno. I love that voice. I wonder who that person
Really?
is. He sounds
not recognize
very
that guy at all.
informative and well dressed. What a great
Nope.
person. So here are the team groupings, ladies and gentlemen. You can see in Group A and Group B. Over here, Group A, we have 7H, VX, GK, and MP. And moving to Group B, you have OSM, NR, IVS, and DT. And Articuno, that's a lot of top tier teams. And I can't wait for this entire month to roll out. And I know it's going to be as fast as blinking an eye, but we're here to witness some Identity 5 greatness.
Yeah, it's great to see that for this particular tournament, you have quite a number of familiar teams, and you also have a mix of fresher team names that might be a bit foreign to some of the regular viewers of Identity 5 Esports. But let's check out today's match here. For our first match in our best of 3, it's going to be GK versus Mad Penguins taking the stage. And of course, later on, it'll be NR versus IVS. So definitely an explosive start to this IVC for Southeast Asia, that's for sure.
And as you're saying, one of the mainstays in competitive Identity 5 is GK. They're going to be starting things off with a bang, and Mad Penguins have a big, arduous task ahead of them because GK, being a juggernaut, seeing the international stage, and now they're going to be able to showcase their skill to start things out. So I'm really excited for this match, but not to also discredit the next match because IVS has also seen KOA greatness and the qualifying stage. So that is also something to look out for as they go up against NR.
Yes, sirree. And be sure to continue to tune in, guys, because it's quite the long process that we have for this group stage. As you guys saw in the rules, we have 2 groups going on right now. Each team will get to face their opposition at least once in order to determine who ultimately proceeds to our playoffs. Now, another thing is that with, of course, more games means we have a lot more broadcast days for IVC. So if you think about it, Poch, we have a full month of Identity 5. Your weekends are pretty much going to be preoccupied for the next ones, in which case. And it'll be us along with
Mm-hmm.
another MC that'll bring you all the action. Hope you continue to join us within those weekends as we determine who will ultimately take the crown here at the IVC.
Yeah, and I'm so excited because, as you mentioned, in group stages, this is like the anime tournament arc. These players will actually build their own stories and build some rivalries, and we'll be here to witness everything. So it's really important for each and every one of you to stay tuned and also support your favorite teams as they go in this process to see who is the best of the best. Now, I want to take things to the match that we're about to witness now: GK versus MP. GK being a very favored team. Do you have any thoughts coming into this? Well, how can we build this up for the people that are watching at home?
I mean, that's the interesting thing here, Poch. Number one, obviously for Southeast Asia, we haven't really had as many region-specific tournaments. We have
Mm-hmm.
we had these very subtle qualifiers for COA, but we finally have this standalone tournament of its own where we get to build those narratives. Now, of course, as we mentioned earlier, we're not necessarily going into this blind with a whole set of new teams. Obviously, we
Right.
have direct invites going in, which is our two teams that participated at the COA. So that in itself is something worth noting, especially since GK is taking the stage. Mad Penguins, a little bit more newer to the ear for a lot of our viewers, but at the end of the day, you know what? Let's go ahead and review the roster straight up so that we can get a little bit more intel. GK, of course, will consist of 72S, Skyfall for you, Sloth Top, and V8.
Mm-hmm. And 72S, that is a very feared hunter in this scene. Like he streams a lot, and now you can see here just a snapshot of their characters. There's going to be a Bonbon in the mix. These are their preferred characters: a mercenary, a perfumer, a seer, as well as a forward. Now, interesting thing to know about 72S, ladies and gentlemen, he did come new to GK. He came from VX, another formidable team. So just seeing him here, just seeing that GK saw the potential, really wants to just get this really talented hunter and see how it can shine in the GK banner.
Exactly. And just looking at the stats here, just to inform our audience, these stats are pretty much what the organizers got from each player's progress within the actual game.
Mm-hmm.
So it's interesting to see whether or not these stats will hold true and translate to actual success going into this tournament, because there is that factor where some teams aren't necessarily able to translate their prowess from in-game into an actual
Mm-hmm.
competitive environment. But you know what? Before we dig into that further, let's go ahead and review our next player here, which is Skyfall, rocking the mercenary as his top pick. As you can see, sitting at a respectable rate of 51.3%. Now, a lot of people might wonder, like, why would I say it's at a respectable 51.3? When you're playing as Survivor, especially in a game like Identity 5, like the half mark is already a huge accomplishment in itself, considering how
Yes.
competitive the ladders get. So our next Survivor here, of course, will be for you.
Yeah, for you, we were talking about this off stream. For you being a prodigy of some sorts, really looking forward to see how for you will be able to rock that mechanic. Moving on, there is going to be a seer in the mix with Sloth Top. Again, as Artiguna mentioned, the win rate alone, 50% is good, but 56 is, it's pretty incredible. And GK having a mix of new players coming in like 72S, as well as the old guard of GK being Skyfall, the captain. So let's see if the captain can rally the troops together and make this team work out.
Yes, sir. And really looking forward to seeing in which case as to whether or not the favored picks that we're seeing from the survivors will actually see the light of day.
Mm-hmm.
Here we have V8 with a favored forward sitting at a comfortable 51.4%. And yeah, let's talk about that average hunter stun. 1.22 is it's a pretty significant stat, since we are talking about the forward, who ideally you want to use as a form of crowd control to deter hunters during the game. But yeah, talking about these favored picks a bit more, because we've seen favored picks even at COA in terms of the stats, but as far as whether or not they were fielded, that was a different story. Like Guard 26, before the start of COA 3, People are expecting, oh, we're going to be seeing a lot of guard, but there wasn't much guard to work with during that tournament. So I'm wondering this time around as to whether or not the meta actually leans towards finally seeing some guard play, not just guard 26 obviously, but some of the other picks, because there have been shifts within the months that we've had between COA leading up to IVC.
Yeah, I mean, having the guard 26 being in the conversation alone is enough to get people that love Bonbon, really excited about it. And that's what's great about this type of tournament. It's a region-specific tournament, and now we get to build that narrative and build, I guess, the region meta and build like these storylines where these players are able to use certain characters, and hopefully other characters will be able to shine.
Definitely. And I'm really raring to get into the picks in which case. But speaking of picks, let's go ahead and check out what MP will be bringing to the table. You know what? I did GK last time. I'll give you the honors this time, Punch.
Yep, MP, Mad Penguins. We have Shi, LC, Exler, Mochi, Laudi, and Shuni. And now they're rocking a very interesting lineup, Articuno. They have a Disciple, a Prospector, a Merc, a Forward, shades of what the preferences of GK, and a Priestess. So I'm really interested to see what MP has to bring to the table.
Also, I want to highlight, I mentioned earlier during DK that anything at 50 and above is already respectable on a competitive level, but 61.3% is something you do not want to discount. Now, a little bit more trickier here. LC, of course, even though it's at 42.7%, the rest of the stats are looking pretty good with a prospector. It does seem like MP, so far at least, aside from what we're seeing here on your screen, just based on the stats that we were able to look into behind the scenes, is one of those teams that isn't afraid to bring comfort picks to the table. And sometimes we've seen these instances, especially in Southeast Asia, where comfort picks actually do the trick for these teams. And this is why I'm not as surprised that we're seeing MT as one of those teams that have made it to the top 8. Now, looking at Exler Mochi here, Rockin' the Mercenary, again, very respectable stats that we're looking at. Rank 7, in fact. You got to take note of those rankings towards the top side, guys. Just imagine how broad the Southeast Asian region is. We're talking about a multitude of countries that encompass that region. To reach like anything within a top 10 for a particular character is a huge thing.
Yeah, I want to echo what you said in terms of these MP rocking the well, not really the top tier meta picks, but their preferred picks, and it has worked out in the future. And I'm really interested to see like the prospector come into play as well as the priestess. And I know the priestess has been seeing a lot of tournament viability, but the prospector is very interesting as well as a disciple, Articuno.
Yeah, the Disciple is one of those picks that I'm really, really excited for. Now, looking further into the stats here, I think one thing that has been a bit more consistent, probably with the exception, lots of slipping on my word there, sitting at a 54.9%. So one of the few that did go above 50%. That said, I think what we're really going to look at here is for GK, I think just by the stats, they have some pretty good survivors. But you also want to look back at MP's Hunter, who was within that 60 plus percent win rate, which is quite hefty if you think about it. And it has been a common thing in Identity 5 tournaments where like there's this tug of war between teams. Like for one team, let's say, the players that would kind of pick up the slack in order to bring up the points is the survivors. And then the other side, the survivors don't really hold the same weight as the opposition does, but heavily make up for it for the hunters. So it could really go any way in this case. And I think that might be something that we're looking to be a possibility going into this GK versus MP match.
Yeah, exactly. And we could talk about the match any way we want, but we actually want to give our predictions, ladies and gentlemen. This is very rough. Let's just put a caveat right then and there. We're basing this off of the stats that were given, and we believe that the top favored pick to win this matchup would be GK. They're seasoned veterans. They're very known to the scene. The numbers speak for themselves, and they slightly edge out MP. So that's just our crystal ball prediction.
I would love to see MP just bring the shock value to this tournament, though. First game, just defying the odds. By the way, guys, we did these predictions prior to the start of the broadcast. Like, our team here would ask what our predictions are with the games that we have today. And as Potch said, we don't really have much to refer to aside from the statistics. Probably later on, when we see each team play, that's where we'll have a better feel of how these teams might actually progress further into these tournament. Are there any teams that all of a sudden are just stronger than what their stats reflect? That's probably one of the bigger stories that we'd love to see happen here at the IVC. But honestly, time will tell. Time will tell at the end of the day.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see if our prediction holds true, or I actually want to get shocked. I want to see MP pull out like an upset, if you would, because I think it's safe to say that GK are the favored to come in because they're the ones that were invited. They're the ones that saw an international stage. But looking at the matchup, let's try to compare like the Merc matchup. Skyfall, the captain, 51% win rate versus 47. It's really a matter of inches here when it comes to the statistic, as well as their forward matchup, 51% win rate versus 47.2% for V8 versus Laudi. So really, MP has all to gain in this matchup.
A lot to be honest. And you can't really discount the experience that they bring to the table. It really goes both ways when it comes to these tournaments. On one side, you could say, well, GK has all the experience in the world. They're proven and tested. They could even kind of compete with even some of the top regions. COA 3, we would have loved to have seen them gone further, obviously. But then again, with how Identity 5 has been evolving, I remember the discussion that we had last night. Shout, by the way, to 1-800 Date Me as well as to Cats 007. They were talking about how there were so many young players in the community. And that said, with the years that passed for Identity 5, once they kind of reach that age threshold where they're legally allowed to compete in these tournaments, that's when we have fresh faces coming in. And it has been a recurring theme within the esports for Identity 5 that there's a lot of fresh talent that all of a sudden makes a huge splash come these tournaments. So now that we have a tournament where we get to see that for Southeast Asia, I'm really hoping to see that this is a platform where we not only find the best, but we also discover those fresh faces, the next big thing in Identity 5.
So I'm really excited. Let's head over to the picks and bans versus GK and MP. So GK on the survivor side, Articuno, we might be headed for a treat now because MP has hunter preference. We're going to Leo's Memory, one of the biggest maps on Identity 5. So are we going to see a disciple? Or is MP going to get their preferred pick? Banning the mech right away.
Oh man, mechanic, in which case, so let's go ahead and see how GK will be responding to this. It does seem like they have their eyes straight on the priestess as well as this year. Okay, no surprises so far yet, Potch.
And here we are. No surprise with this. All their preferred Skyfall and Slothrope with their preferred picks. But wow, we're seeing a Dream Witch right off the bat. Shades of Koa 3 just creeping up and making sure that it's known that, hey, I'm still a big bad hunter here. And we're going to see that match start up right away. Leo's Memory, MP versus GK.
Yes, we are not going to dilly-dally any further. Straight into the action we go. Zero already trying to sniff out the positioning of these hunters. I'm loving the transition so far. Already having a forethought of where these survivors might have spawned, and looks like we'll go straight to making sure that he keeps Sloth Top within vision. And here we go. Looks like the leech is on and the chase will commence.
Yep, the Dream Witch, a very scary hunter. Oh, the owl is going to be spent right away, and Excellent discipline there on MP Suri's side. Just, you know what, doesn't want to waste the hit. Just makes just baits out the owl so that the seer will have less resources to work with. So excellent stuff there. He is running patroller, ladies and gentlemen, but we have to take note that Suri might be having trump cards, so expect that to change. And having a patroller Dream Witch is such a deadly combo. I love how she just went outside to block the seer from vaulting, and he gets the first hit.
Oh man, that is really interesting. Okay, looks like they are going to try to get that chomp onto one of these survivors, but doesn't really seem like there's anybody to get the bite. Okay, there you go. Tries to descend straight down to the ground, but looks like target will be locked down on.
That was an excellent awareness from the seer over there. Knowing that the patroller is going to be there, was able to vault over that window. So the patroller did have a hard time getting there. So now Suri, realizing that, you know what, the chase is still on, trying to shift targets, and now we're seeing the priestess getting chased.
Oh man. So far though, GK just looking to feel out how they're going to be playing out these ciphers. Looks like Chase will try to commence once again for you. Is the visible target here, but Siru still trying to do the eeny, meeny, miny, mo with who he's actually going to commit to.
Yep. So far, the seer is the only one that is hit. He is trying to get that leech off. He did get that leech off him. Now it's just the priestess. Mercenary and seer have the resources to take off leeches, and Suri's still on the hunt. Sees Skyfall. Let's see. The follower is trying to go for the hit. Gets the mercenary hit, but then the delayed effect will be in effect. And now the chase is still on. 3 ciphers left, Articuno.
GK is doing a great job, in which case not only have they been able to evade anyone from going onto rocket share, but Cypher Progress has been very, very respectable with how they've been playing around this map. Who, of course, is trying to continue to read out the situation here. Hasn't really been able to establish ground just yet, but he's definitely very persistent and on the case from what we've been seeing. Top will be spotted out again. Let's see.
Oh, the patroller is going to be put into effect again. Slotharp realizing he needs to leave that cipher. All right, now it's chomping down at his ankle, and now Slotharp really has to time his vaults well, but no, he will get hit by his leech, and now the hunt is still on. Suri is on the back foot right now, really wanting to get some survivors on the chair.
Oh man, that is quite the effort here coming in from Siru. Slowly getting that close in onto Sloth Top, but Sloth Top doing a great job at working around this terrain here just to buy some time for the team. And it's definitely a tall order here for Siru, in which case, because definitely not the location you want to be playing the chase of cat and mouse.
Blake! Well sniped out. If you guys noticed the sound cue there, he did swap his patroller for the blink, and now that is what's so deadly about the Dream Witch. Switching it late game, 2 ciphers left. It's still a battle for Suri, but you know what? These survivors have been really rotating well, really getting away from ciphers that he has been patrolling. But now this is what's so scary about the Dream Witch. He's gonna leech that survivor, and he's still gonna have amazing map presence throughout this entire Leo's memory.
Yes, Suri, and those ciphers still need a bit of time, so I'm really wondering just how GK is going to be responding to Skyfall. Will be going for the rescue, and looks like they will be bolting away, but that won't be preventing Seeker from just going straight for Slot Top. Last effort will be popped up, in which case, excellent job here by the Hunter.
Lower left part of the screen sees the Priestess almost priming that cipher, and now Suri, realizing that, leeches another survivor just so she can control some of these ciphers from popping. Skyfall, the Merc here, half-life, and has already been leeched. It's going to be tough. The Seer is already down, but I believe it wasn't half-life just yet. And now Slothrop just trying to heal up, but you know what? Suri was ready, and now Suri is going to find a share.
Yes, Suri, and kudos to Zero, in which case, seems like he's finally gotten his groove. Was taking his time a bit during the earlier minutes, but it does seem that with the less ciphers to worry about, it's much more easier to manage, in which case.
Yeah, it's I think Persuable said it best. Like, it doesn't matter how well your early and mid is. It's really the late game that really counts. But excellent stuff. Excellent popped Cypher. This could actually be really good on the side of GK. Now, Suri on the back foot. Let's see how he's going to hunt. Detention is now a factor for all the followers. We have one leeched mercenary, the Seer. Oh, wow. Excellent hit on the mercenary. The time is ticking before he falls. Let's see how Suri will be able to manage this situation.
Looks like already making sure that one of the gates is, well, pressured, in which case, but GK, of course, already making good work all the way on the other side of this map. So it really is going to be up to Zero to at least, I think, in a perfect world, would want to get one of these survivors because there's just so much leeway for GK at this point to get heftier numbers out of that game.
The Dream Witch is trying to chase down, gets the hit, but look at that 4-man out Articuno. Siru really had a tough battle ahead, but you know what? It was a great matchup through and through. So excellent stuff on both sides of the team.
Yeah, in all fairness to the Hunter, like, it was a great build-up that we were seeing there. As the game went on, we can clearly see that survivors did kind of have to play a bit more responsively because Siru was starting to find the pressure that he needed. But on a heftier note, the survivors were able to just poise where they needed those ciphers to be in terms of progress. And with the right timing, popped it. Everybody had all the space to work with. And like I said, it could have been at least a one survivor out. That was already the best case scenario. Unfortunately, for MP, GK was able to get all four out. But for GK, of course, that's a really good way to start the tournament.
Yeah, it was. They were well coordinated, because we're only seeing the hunter's perspective. At the background, the teams are rotating around Cypher, is really giving a lot of information for Siru to worry about, and really just had the Dream Witch's attention all divided. So that was the plan of GK, and they played it perfectly. If you could see the stats here, decoding progress was throughout with the priestess forward and the mercenary, because we did see an early chase with that seer. The seer buying a lot of time for his team for GK to get the 4-man out. So it went all for GK. It was really good coordination with the four of them.
Yeah, I gotta say, kudos to GK, especially during the start. I like the forethought of, you know what? I think it would be okay to just pop the owl earlier on because Sloth Top was already in a position where he could transition to the area of factory, and that really bought a lot of time for GK at the end of the day.
But not to discredit MP's Siru here, because he did play the Dream Witch to the Dream Witch's strength, carrying Patroller, switching to Blink, really baiting out that Seer, because that Seer was really just a slippery target. So it was just a well coordinated team, and they were able to impose their game plan more in that matchup. So not the last we'll see of MP just yet. So it's still an unraveling tale, ladies and gentlemen. We still have match number 2, and then there's still a first half and second half. But now we're gonna do the old switcheroo, and now it's going to be GK that's gonna be hunting.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a best of 3. We're just kind of stretching the phalanges here, trying to get a feel of the competition. That's the beauty, of course, with this top 8. It's pretty much every team will get to face each other. So it just gives more leeway where it's going to be a long road, I guess. That's the best way to put it. It's a long road for these teams. This single round will definitely not be the defining factor for a lot of these guys moving forward. Well, depends, of course, with how Destiny plays out with the results. But, I mean, you got to maintain that mindset where you're in the game, of course.
Yeah, we want to find the best of the best here. So they have to shake off the cobwebs, shake off the the tournament high jitters in terms of the high stakes that are on the line. And also for us casters, we're still warming up because this is the first of many casts that we'll be having for this type of tournament. So I'm very excited to see what GK is going to bring to the table, especially 72S. Now it's still gonna be in Leo's memory. We're still gonna have one banned survivor, but all hunters are on the table, Articuno.
Yes, sirree. And I am wondering if we're going to be seeing another Dream Witch, because behind the scenes we have been talking about how Dream Witch is the flavor for this tournament as far as the highly likely priority. Now let's go ahead and, while we're waiting for the next game, let's go ahead and talk about
Mm-hmm.
um, differences, I guess,
Mm-hmm.
from COA Southeast Asia going into IVC Southeast Asia. If you guys recall, there was a hell lot of Bloody Queen prioritized during
Yes.
those times. Between that, though, we have seen some very interesting nerfs,
Mm-hmm.
wherein we might see some Bloody Queen still. But of course, it isn't going to be as heavily emphasized going into IVC. And with that kind of out of the way, I'm looking forward to seeing what teams are willing to bring forward as not necessarily as an alternative, but as priorities
Mm.
in hunter picks moving forward.
Yeah, I know that it was the season of witches and queens in Call of the Abyss 3. Now we're at the IVC Championship. I mean, we're part of this tournament, right? The IVC. And now I think it makes way since the queen kind of just stepped down just a little bit, might give room for more character choices here. We saw that, even though we've seen 72S Hunt, he did bring out the Bloody Queen, he did bring out the Dream Witch. We know that he's really proficient with these characters, and now he's character preference is the guard 26. With a big map like Leo's, he might not pick it just yet, but it's still at his back pocket. So I'm really interested to see the choices that are going to be made in this next round.
Speaking of choices, Potch, we've been talking about picks. Now, obviously, there's a lot of new, not a lot, but there are newer survivors and hunters out there that
Mm-hmm.
Identity 5 has released since the last time we did a broadcast for Southeast Asia. Now, if you may, let's go ahead and talk about the picks that are on the live servers but aren't allowed for choosing in the tournament. Just so that
Ooh,
our audience has a picture of what can't be chosen.
right. So the sculptor cannot be chosen, ladies and gentlemen. I know the sculptor has been terrorizing casual and rank matches, but she won't make her presence felt just yet. It's a very viable. Well, as of how people are playing it in rank and casuals, she is problematic. I'm interested to see how she's played in really high level, but she won't be seeing the light of day here. We will be seeing some violinist. I know is on the card for this for the picks now, so we might be seeing that. I believe also the entomologist can be played now. So that could be a popular pick. I'm not quite sure if we're going to be seeing her as of yet because the meta now is very centered towards rescuing and seeing how long survivors can last. So it's a very interesting time to be an Identity 5 fan.
Oh yeah, that is for sure. And I mean, just going over the stats for all of these teams, it is just within heavy expectation that Dream Witch will be a recurring thing in this tournament.
Hmm.
Um, let's see here.
Yeah,
Okay,
Dream
but
Witch
there are,
again.
yeah.
She's such a very dangerous hunter. Especially the thing with her is that she's very high execution. So you see how Siru was shifting cameras here and there. Like I always tell Articuno and the other casters that Dream Witch matches are very dizzying to cast, and I'm pretty sure that the person piloting that Dream Witch is firing on all cylinders with brain power because he or she has to keep note of which survivor she's leech, which how many ciphers are left, how many survivors were leached, and whatnot. So In the very right hands, it can be such a terror to deal with, and that's why in a lot of communities she's still regarded as the S tier hunter, and that's why we saw MP choose the Dream Witch. But with Leo's memory being such a big map, it's her presence isn't as scary, but it is still felt.
Right. Agreed. Agreed. And okay, we talked about potential character picks. Now, let's go ahead and talk about maps. Now, maps isn't normally a topic I would bring up unless we're actually in the character selection, because that's
Mm-hmm.
what we can talk about. Um, the particular map the players are going to, what survivors, what hunters would be ideal going into that. But heading into IVC, Identity 5 made the conscious effort of adding another map to our pool to at least, I guess, add some spice, add some variety.
Uh-huh.
Ever since I started casting Identity 5, it's been the same 6 maps within the rotation. Now we have Ever Sleeping Town. Now, big question, I guess, going into this is whether or not Ever Sleeping Town will be a. Let's see, how do I say this? Whether or not it will actually see the light of day going into this tournament. Because just by remembering Ever Sleeping Town when it came out, even with the adjustments, it does
Mm-hmm.
feel a bit tricky to work around with if you're a competitive player.
True. It's a even though it changed, it's a big map, a lot of real estate to work with. It's I would say it kind of favors a hunter if the hunter is very homey there. But let's talk about that as the matches go along, because we are going to see some picks and bans. Now we see GK on the hunter side.
Oh, there we go. Okay, picks are being thrown in right now. Okay, okay.
Hmm.
Interesting. We're actually going to be seeing some Bloody Queen as a priority going into this first game for
Wow,
GK,
so
the Hunter. Okay.
GK making quick work, already sniping out the Seer. The chase is on Articuno. This Bloody Queen has already got the first hit in. Nice owl on the Seer's part, extending the life. And now 72S still on the hunt, and that was an excellent snipe out there for 72S.
Yeah, 72S really getting the ball rolling this early on, and I'm very impressed, to be honest. Of course, the ideal scenario for MP would have been able to buy, what, maybe like 15, 20, max 30 seconds more time in that chase, but like 72S ain't playing for in the earlier seconds, that's for sure. And of course, with 5 ciphers still remaining, that it will be forcing MP to need to put a response to this early on.
MP though having a 2 rescue lineup. You saw it early on there. Real quick though that the Merc was banned. So people are saying that the Merc is actually a very top tier ban now. So 72S making that happen for him. So 72S putting out the mirror, and this is the character we're talking about. The Bloody Queen, still very dangerous, even though the changes to her mirror have been made, also to her walk speed. So he's really guarding the Seer, and the Seer is so close to being sent back to the manor. And 72S just flexing why the Bloody Queen is still a viable hunter in high level.
Oof. Man, oh man. This is unfortunate for MP, but you know what? You don't want to discount them just yet. They still have 3 survivors remaining. It will seem like LC will be on contingency duty to make sure that 72S
Yes.
is kept preoccupied. He definitely does not want to suffer the same fate as his comrade.
Wow, beautifully placed blink by 72S. LC still putting in the work, still buying the time for his teammates. The forward here still has a rugby ball to work with, you know, and 72S changing his target just a little bit. And now let's see what happens. Still on the hunt, and now the mirror is going to be used to try to cut corners here and try to snipe out the forward that LC is using.
Oh man. This is 72S once again able to close the gap between himself as LC. LC just trying to do what he can, working around these walls here, going over the window. and 72S trying to get a feel, trying to get a read of what LC's direction is going to be. Pops the mirror though. Will he find the hit that he's looking for? LC, he's trying to duck and weave and dodge, tries to go for that survive, and closing in. The pincer unfortunately seals the deal as 72S manages to down yet another survivor. Let's go ahead and see MP. With only 2 people that can go for the save, this is going to heavily slow them down a bit with the ciphers, but I'm looking forward to see how MP is going to solve this.
Yeah, a great job on LC's side, able to really buy time for his teammates. And now the Gravekeeper here, if you see in the lower left part of the screen, ladies and gentlemen, is trying to approach, trying to make the save, and trying to extend the life of the forward. But 72S, seeing them right away, snipes him out of that burrow.
Ooh, this is good for MP. The distance that Gravekeeper had was just enough to make sure that he wasn't going for a risky save on that rocket. Now, 72S, of course, will continue to commit to LC here. All we need is one site. Now, question is whether or not LC can make it out here, but unfortunately, that won't be the case. It looks like 72S will bring him back to the rocket ship.
Quite unfortunate, and still, it's still an ongoing game, even though the forward has been shared for the second time. Gravekeeper, I believe, is in the vicinity, while Shuni over here is trying to pop some of those ciphers. Moving away, very wise move. And now I believe the Gravekeeper is almost there, but then 72S is already, just making her presence felt from far away. Can the Gravekeeper make that rescue to extend the forward's life just a little bit longer? Oh, and 72S gets a perfect hit. Let's see how long LC is going to buy time for his teammates. Excellent juke there. LC still, able to be in this hunt.
Yeah, oh man, that is fun. Where the 72S was just able to pit LC into a corner, and since he is on a third strike, he'll be sent back to the manor with 2 ciphers remaining. This is somewhat doable for MP, but at this point, there's definitely not going to be as much room for a mistake from here on out.
Yeah, two ciphers left, 2 survivors left, and one of them is actually in half life. So 72S still playing very focused, doesn't want to let go of the steering wheel just yet, and he still wants to keep the pressure on and gain more points for his team.
Oh, man.
Lower left side of the screen shows the priestess trying to find some. I believe she's in the vicinity of the dungeon already, but still, at 70, they want to survive as much as possible. Laudi here trying to hide. 72S picks up the scent. I don't know if she sees him though.
Oh my goodness! Even though MP has knowledge of where this dungeon is, there's definitely still going to be this window that 72S will get to work with in order to at least make sure that he downs both members of MP before they can even consider the possibility of going for a dungeon. That's definitely a possible win condition here for MP so that they at least get a point, but it's definitely going to be a risk that they're playing that with. And that should be a last resort. They still want to at least try to get these 2 ciphers. It's a possibility,
sure.
but I will be the first to admit that there's definitely a lot more advantage that 72S is playing to here at this point.
For sure. 72S does hold the pace of this match, really patrolling all these ciphers, really making sure that none of them wiggle. Shuni over here just touching the cipher just so she doesn't get any crows, and now moving away. Really trying to buy times, and now the team's trying to communicate with each other and see where the hunter is at, and now 72S seeing, I believe, spots the seer, the priestess. Now uses the holy key just to get it away, and now the hunt is on for the priestess.
Yeah, tries to go for the initial right, but just read out in order to make the switcheroo so that he closes the gap further onto this priestess. But interesting times being brought out here in which case. But oh my goodness, well played there coming in. The time is being bought, and they are not going down without a fight. Pallet drop will come in. 72S just going to go straight and ring around the Rosie around this structure here. But how much of this can this Gravekeeper keep up? Unfortunately, finds himself in that corner. I think he was trying to work around that pallet. Unfortunately, 72S this time around. Okay, enough dilly-dallying. Just makes the teleport. Wants to make sure that he downs both.
Yeah, Priestess, well aware of that, trying to hide from the presence of this Bloody Queen, this very terrifying Bloody Queen. Articuno, we've been stuck at 2 ciphers for a while. 72S is doing a great job just stifling any objectives from being popped. Gravekeeper is down, and now 72S realizing, also knowing that the dungeon is right there, wants to patrol it, just leaves the Gravekeeper alone and wants to go after that Priestess. 72S is out for points.
Definitely. I mean, especially in these scenarios, you want to make every point count. And it does seem like 72 has managed to get all the right cards in this game so far. In all fairness to MP, they've been putting up such a great fight against this. But at the end of the day, this Bloody Queen has been wreaking havoc at Leo's memory. And 72S just trying to sniff out his target. And there you go, with a pallet drop, the chase will start once again.
Wow, that was excellently timed by Shuni. And look at this, the Gravekeeper is coming up, and let's see how long Shuni can buy time for the Gravekeeper. Excellent portal through the factory, and really giving a hard time for 72S, but he's going to use the teleport. And look at this, he finds the Gravekeeper, and the Gravekeeper has the elbow pads, able to extend this chase even longer. And now Laudi is really giving this Bloody Queen a run for her money.
Now, looks like Gravekeeper trying to maximize the best cosplay of Mercenary that he can, but this time around the pincer is coming in once again. Another one, in which case, which us successfully lands to the T. Just go straight to, you know what? Let's go back to the factory and sniff out that Priestess.
Yeah, 72S is very focused. You can see his discipline in not rushing any of the chairs, and now he would really set his sight on the Priestess. Going to the second floor of factory, trying to snipe her out. Picks up her scent, uses the mirror to close out that distance.
Yep, so there you go. The first contact comes in between this Bloody Queen as well as the Priestess. It's only a matter of time to what can Shuni do to try to make something of this. Because this Gravekeeper still has a long way to go before expiration. That's a lot of time that this Priestess needs to buy if she at least wants to make for the dungeon. But I don't know, man. It's coming down to the wire.
Yeah, it really is. 72S is putting a stronghold, and he snipes out the Priestess. GG. Dominant performance by 72S, ladies and gentlemen. That is a 4-person down. That's another 5 points for GK.
And they're starting off strong in this group stage. And wow, let's just talk about that game there, because 72S was on fire, I would say, as just right out the gates, able to land a survivor super early on. In all fairness, MP did their best to try to work around that. They were able to execute the right rescues. It's just that 72S had such a precision with making sure that, okay, if a survivor is salvaged, then I am going to make sure that I put myself in a position where I don't have to worry about prolonged chases. Manages to corner these survivors in the most efficient way. Mirror images were just so on point. There were multiple instances where we saw 72S get the pincer, which is the ideal scenario you want to happen when you're using a Bloody Queen, pinning these survivors into corners that they can't really have a plan B on, pretty much.
Mm-hmm. And we were talking about how the changes to the Bloody Queen didn't make her viable. 72S shut that down, and he was really able to rock that Bloody Queen to perfection. Chef Kisses goes out to 72S for being so dominant with that Hunter. And MP, again, really trying to buy as much time, really trying to stick to the plan, even though at the end, when it was a very dominant showing of the Bloody Queen, they still weren't going down without a fight. The Priestess was trying to kite as long as possible and waiting for that Gravekeeper to get back up when he get that pallet hit. So it's, MP is down, but you know what? They're still learning from this. We're still yet to
Yes.
see a fully warmed up MP as we go along. But this is what we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. GK being one of the most formidable teams in this roster just shows that they came here to play and they want to go for that gold.
After that game one, I guess what I would say, sorry, not game one, rather, for the first set at least,
Mm-hmm.
it really comes up to expectation with what performance we saw out of GK today. Now, the biggest thing here is it's not game over just yet for MP. We've seen teams where they needed this first set to gauge the competition and then make
Yes.
the necessary adjustments accordingly going into the next sets that are to come. Now, the big question, of course, is whether or not MP will be able to look for those adjustments necessary or execute the necessary adjustments that they need to make. I mean, they have that extra band to work with right now. And we have to also take note that GK did prefer to go with the Blake Queen's game one. There is still that big question as to whether or not Dream Witch is high up in priority here for them as well. We have seen some teams just favor their preferred picks all the more just because they are confident that they would be able to reap better results with comfort. But you know what? This is all speculation that we can make at the end of the day. It really comes down to how the second set will play out. GK, though,
Mm-hmm.
looking pretty good, looking pretty strong towards the start of this tournament.
Yeah, I want to see how the second sets can play out. I'm really interested to see the map as well because I think the mindset of choosing that Bloody Queen was really to be able to find the chase, to really shorten the chase between the survivors, and 72S played that to perfection. Now, if we say go to a smaller map, let's say Red Church, I'm pretty sure they're going to change that up. Now, let's review the match data. 72S, 2 ciphers remaining, 6 pallets destroyed, 13 attacks hit, and my goodness, it was just complete dominance on 72S's side. MP, though, not going down without a fight. They really tried their best. Look at the kiting times that these guys had. They had a lot of one-on-one time with this Bloody Queen, and they were able to just hang out as long as possible for their team to push those objectives and find an escape in Leo's memory.
I'm so glad that you pointed out the containment times, by the way, Poch, because
Mm-hmm.
it does reflect that MP is within a respectable capacity to
Yes.
keep 72S preoccupied pretty much. The
Mm-hmm.
thing, I guess, that they want to look at is to give 72S a harder time
Mm-hmm.
as far as not only landing survivors. I mean, of course, that's the obvious, but what I'm trying to get at here is they want to make sure that they don't lose out on their numbers earlier on, because I think that was the big thing that deterred them as the minutes went by in that game. Had they not lost out on the survivor earlier, I really think that we would have seen bigger things out of MP during that first set. And that makes me so excited to see
Mm-hmm.
with the adjustments that we're hoping for, maybe they could pull off some points going into round two.
Yeah, and best performance so far is 72S played the Bloody Queen to bloody perfection here. 2 ciphers remaining, 6 pallets destroyed, 13 hits, 7 knockdowns, and average eliminations of 4. Last time I checked, Articuno, there are only 4 survivors in this game. This man's average score is crazy. It's off the charts.
Absolutely. And I am just looking forward to seeing more of 72S in this tournament. And that we shall, along with all your favorite hunters, all your favorite survivors, in case any of you in the audience are rooting for some players that you might know from your community. Of course, that's what this is all about. So that not only can we showcase what Southeast Asia is capable of as a region, but also feature the abundance of talent that we have that could emerge as our future representatives going into COA. We've have two teams, of course, as direct invites from COA 3, but the big challenge here is whether or not we'll see even fresher faces, fresher team brands going into COA 4. Of course, this is a good platform to see if that's a potential possibility, Punch.
Yeah, I think this is a building platform to showcase character and make character as well. As we said before, diamonds are made under pressure, and I know MP is feeling a lot of pressure right now. So I want to see them rise to the occasion and take the fight to GK, one of the standout teams in this competition. And like you said, that this is there are some young and upcoming players here, and this is a great platform for you to showcase your Identity 5 skill with your teammates, as well as if you're hunting. This is the time to be. This is a great time to be Identity 5 fan, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm so excited to go to match number 2. We're gonna see a map switch, and I think we're gonna see definitely a lot more character variety. My question on my mind is which hunter are they going to ban now?
Oh man, it's a really good question, Potch. Whether or not the bands that will translate will just straight up be what they picked in round one. Maybe they have more
Mm-hmm.
intel on the teams, or they just want to keep something off the board for as much as they can possibly put that into effect. We'll see. We'll see. And
Mm-hmm.
bigger questions, of course, is whether or not we'll finally see some of the picks that weren't necessarily a favorite in prior months going into IVC as actual favorites or preferences, because that's a
Mm-hmm.
huge thing if you think of how the meta has kind of shaped up over the past months.
Mm-hmm. I mean, starting off at Leo's Memory, that's not really a map that we start out a competitive scene. You usually see the
True.
arms, you see the red churches. So seeing Leo's Memory and seeing shades of, the Koa 3 hunters, it's like a love letter of the new meta and old meta, just a big amalgamation of how far we've come. And now, as we go along, ladies and gentlemen, that's why we're so excited, because we want to see what these hunters and what these teams and what these survivors bring to the table in terms of how they're going to push competitive Identity 5, and how we're going to witness that and showcase like a highlight reel of what Southeast Asia has to offer.
Exactly. And you have to take note, guys. These teams competing for a chunk of our 1 million Thai baht prize pool and a direct trip into COA 4. I think that's the bigger thing here, because imagine not needing to go through any of those qualifiers in the future. Like, imagine just getting that direct, and straight away the next few months that you have, you're not needing to worry about preparing to topple the same teams within region. You can just focus straightforward into preparing for what's ahead, especially the bigger teams which hail from the China region.
Exactly. I think that's already a load off your shoulders in terms of brain capacity. You can really just focus your efforts in terms of studying the competition away from your region, and also, yeah, just being fresh, and also even helping out your region in some way. So that's, I mean, those two prizes are really good, and that fast pass to go straight into the next Koa is another, icing. It's the icing on top of the entire cake that is the prize that is for IVC.
Yes, sir, Vee. I'd have to agree with you. You put it in the best way possible, Poch. Now we're just waiting for our players to get ready for round two. Basically, in between these rounds, it's the perfect time for these teams not only to set up for the next lobby, of course, but it's
Mm-hmm.
also a good time to stock strategy as well. We
Mm-hmm.
were mentioning how this is something that they would want to maximize, particularly looking at MP. I think the good thing about these scenarios, Potch, is you have to take
Mm-hmm.
note. Even though you're going up against teams that have the pedigree of competing on the international stage, such as COA, you also leave
Mm-hmm.
yourself in a position where there's a lot more intel publicly that's out in public domain, basically,
Right.
for everybody to check out. And I think we are seeing, I wouldn't say habits, but
Mm-hmm.
the fact that we're seeing
Trend.
teams like GK
Mm-hmm.
where they're playing up to expectation, you already know
Mm-hmm.
where the bar is. You just
Right.
ultimately need to get your mechanics down, your read of the map, read of habits in place and try to just go a little over that bar where GK is right
Right.
now.
Easier said than done because GK did set the bar
True.
pretty high, especially with how they performed. So I'm the pressure is on MP side, but I'm pretty sure that the fan support and everyone watching is also giving their love and support to the Mad Penguins. And as we were saying, like as this evolves, we're gonna find out what the metas are and what's gonna happen. So let's talk about picks and bans since we don't know the
Sure.
map yet. So MP opted to ban for the mechanic when MP was on the hunter side. I can see why because as we've reviewed the tape, we did see some preferences on mechanic, and mechanic is still pretty viable for that cipher rush. Now, the question is, who is their next ban if they'll still prioritize the mechanic ban?
That is actually an interesting question. I mean, Mechanic as is was a very smart choice. Then again, it's pretty much still within meta as why you would want to ban a Mechanic. I think, especially for a team like MP, something like a Mechanic, they would have heavily been able to benefit from, especially if they were able to poise a Mechanic in a position where it's not scouted out right away, then imagine how big a difference that would have made towards the cipher progress that we were making during round one. So
Mm-hmm.
moving forward, I think it's of possibility that maybe Azir,
Mm-hmm.
particularly if I'm looking at what MP might want to take off the board from GK survivors, only because of how crucial that seer was during round one for GK, where that again the timing of that owl
It bought
transitioning
time. It
into
bought time.
it bought time. It allowed time for the seer himself to transition to a place where he would want to keep the hunter preoccupied on the map, which was the factory. Just
Mm-hmm.
overall well executed, and I think that's definitely something that MP wants to keep on their minds going into this next banning phase.
For sure. I agree with you there, and I also see. I also see them
Yeah,
also opting for the mercenary because we saw also that they did ban mercenary. GK 72S did ban mercenary on the side of MP, and that was a great ban because the control that 72S presented to the table. Maybe that's something that MP also wants to entail because Mercenary has been shooting up in the ranks lately. Mercenary lasts very long, great saver. The Iron Dash can break hunters' ankles just for the kiting time. So maybe they might opt for that. But I do see the Seer in terms of being priority because of how much time it burned and how it divided the attention of the hunter, and the hunter being a dream witch not even bothering, like, all right, you have your owl, you have that time to burn, all right, I'll just let you use up the owl, I won't even bother. So really
agreed.
interesting to see what they're going to bring to the table. But also another ban that we have to talk about is there's going to be a hunter ban.
Absolutely. And the question, I guess, yeah, I did mention this earlier, where my question is ultimately where we'll just straight up see them ban what the choices were in round one,
Mm-hmm.
or maybe they would just opt for sticking with the same hunter, because you could look at this in two different ways. Either if you just straight up had trouble with the hunter in round one and you don't want to deal with that again, you would feel more confident just going against any other hunter except that, ban it
Right.
straight away. On the other
Mm-hmm.
side, you're also working with a circumstance where you might want to keep it open because you realize what your mistake was in round one. So you feel like, you know what, we just need to adjust to the mistake that we made, and that would maybe make the biggest difference going
True.
into round two. And let's just ban this instead.
Mm-hmm.
It really depends on these teams.
Yeah, I guess you see two sides to a coin here. I'm pretty sure 72S made MP respect the Bloody Queen, so there it might be a respect ban. On GK side as well, if they can handle the Dream Witch presented by MP Siru, then maybe they'd opt for the Disciple because that is the hunter preference of choice for him. So it's very interesting to see how this next match is going to play out, ladies and gentlemen, as we wait for it, because it's going to tell the mindset of the team, and we could just speculate from here on in. But there's I could just tell you this, Articuno, there's a lot for them to consider, especially on the MP side.
I have to agree with you, Koch. Oh man, I'm just raring to get into this, and I know our audience for sure is raring to get into it. And you know what? I'm not going to delay you guys any further from waiting. Thank you for your patience because it's time for Pick and Ban Potch, MP on
All
the
right.
Survivor side with Jiggy Hunter.
So we are going to see a Dream Witch ban because we are an Arms Factory, and we know that Arms Factory is the Dream Witch's playground. And interesting bans, we're going to see a Seer ban as well as a Forward on the side of GK's Hunter. Interesting. Yeah, this is one of the small compact maps, so this is a very viable ban on MP side. Now, getting rid of the Seer does and the Forward gives room for the survivors to go for the Mercenary, another Rescuer pick with Laudi's Gravekeeper, who's going to be the last one. Oh, a Barmaid! This is going to be very interesting stuff, Articuno.
Okay. We're seeing some barmaid from MP. Looks like they're bringing some. Okay.
Oh!
You thought barmaid was a surprise. We're seeing some violinists in round
My
2.
gosh. And this is what's very... I was looking forward to this type of match because I want to see some top tier violinists play. GK72S came out to hunt. If you guys follow him stream, he's been using this character a lot. And in Arms Factory, he can set up a lot of traps with his notes. So a very interesting matchup we have. We have 2 rescuers and 2 kiters in theory. We have a barmaid and a perfumer, a gravekeeper and a mercenary in one of the smallest maps. I'm so excited for this match, Articuno.
I am gonna have to echo the same sentiments, Potch. Violinist on Arms Factory 72S is gonna bring it. Now let's go ahead and talk about the survivors though. On the flip side, I do like that MP has picks such as the perfumer, such as the mercenary, because at the end of the day, you want to also look out for skill shots that 72S is going to be shooting out like there's no tomorrow. That said, when you have picks like these survivors, you at least have tools where you can kind of weave, dodge around these skill shots, which could make or break you in this game.
Yeah, and over here he spots the barmaid over at Sandbags. Excellent, excellent kiting so far on Shuri's side, but this is what we're so scared of. Once he set up those notes, and if he corners you, he finds one, gets... No, he wasn't able to get a hit. That was perfect timing on Shuni's side. But then he's very close, and now 72S is trying to corner, finds the hit. Now the barmaid is at half-life, and he's able to get that drink going on, so he's able to heal. Now the chase is on, because if he's able to heal, then it's reset all over again for 72S on downing that barmaid.
Absolutely. Now let's go ahead and see. 72S still has a whiff of shooting here, in which case the chase will continue. LC is in the vicinity working on this Cypher, tries to land these skill shots here, already trying to poison for a potential lockdown onto Shuni, and manages to succeed. Whack on, and the barber. Good job for 72S.
I like the mindset on Shuni trying to go for the factory, because that's one of the safe havens of these survivors, but 72S cutting the corners there, putting that note there just so he won't enter that factory, able to put him down, and now the barmaid is put on the chair. Now, there is a Cypher that was placed there, and if we look at the Cyphers already popped, we need 4 more Cyphers left, so the rescue is on the side of MP.
Oh, man. Here we go. Rescue will come in for MP, but the setup coming in from 72S. Luckily, just enough of a window here to get Shuni off of that chair, but the question is, how much time can Shuni buy once again with the second life that he has in this moment?
MP really bring the hunt to... Oh, wow! I was going to say MP really bring the fight to GK. But then 72S finds a good hit in there. And that barmaid will be going down. And still, this violinist putting pressure on that Cypher inside the factory. Second time for the barmaid to go on the rocket chair.
What I will say, though, is this is a huge step up from MP regardless. this barmaid was able to buy such a respectable amount of time for MP. It's definitely a different accelerated pace that we're seeing from the missteps that we saw in round one. I would say
Mhm.
it's just so much better here. I am so happy to see this from MP. But of course, even with a better number of ciphers remaining at this point in the game, we're still not at the end point here. 72S is still making some good work here. It does seem like this barmaid's time might not be that long anymore
Mhm.
because one last rocket share strap would seal the deal in which case, but still, a lot of
Right.
ground here for MP. Just better performance.
Yeah, and just to talk about that rescue, the Gravekeeper was really able to time that well, but 72S very patient, waiting for his target to just get off the chair, and he was really able to get that last effort. And now he is going to put some pressure on those ciphers, Articuno. And he did use trump card and switch to teleport, so that is another factor that that MP has to worry about. I believe one cipher is remaining.
Yes, sir. And let's talk about the win condition here, Watch. At the end of the day, 72S would ideally want to put GK in a position where they dominate the second round, just so that they don't have to worry about a third round. So far, one barmaid down. He's on the right track towards that, but he definitely wants to get more out of this. And
Yeah,
with
for
the
sure.
position that MP is in, there's just so much leeway for them to potentially get three survivors out of this game. It's still very much
Mhm.
doable.
That is the best case scenario for MP, but you know what? GK is guarding that cipher with his life because he wants to get those survivors into those rocket chairs and send them back to the manor. That cipher looks like it's about to pop. Lower left, right of this lower left side of the screen sees the perfumer, I believe, at the shack area, almost about to pop in, really redirecting the attention of 72S to try to guard that cipher. And now we see another member of MP on that cipher, really primed and well to go. 72S is still on the hunt. So these MP really doing a lot of rotations here to keep this violinist preoccupied.
Oh man, MP buying quite a bit of time here. This cipher is already in a good place for MP. All it comes down to at this point is proper timing of when they want to pop it. This is the ideal scenario that MP wants at this point. They might have lost out on a barmaid, but there's just a lot of stars aligning for them should they connect the dots correctly.
MP practicing a lot of discipline, waiting for his shot, really wanting to get like a down perfumer because the perfumer does have two lives, just waiting for it. 72S trying to bait him for something, but look at the lower left part of the screen, ladies and gentlemen. The Gravekeeper is ready with that exit gate. What is the end game plan of 72S? Trying to find his shot. Oh, get the top already!
Yeah, looks like they're not going to wait any further, but 72S is a man on a mission, and he wants it on. But oh, wait a minute! Actually, decides to just transition straight from the gate to deter any potential openings that MP was hoping to force.
That's one of the things about the Gravekeeper. Sniping out that hit, the tension is still a factor, but Gravekeeper is able to eat it with that burrow. And now the attention is shifted to Loudly as the hunter here sends some notes out. Lower left side of the screen shows the survivors trying to make their way to the exit, and well-placed hit there on the side of 72S.
Yeah, 72S going to bring him straight to the rocket chair. Now, question is, will MP make the safer call to just content themselves with two survivors out of the gate? Considering the circumstances of round one, I think they would definitely want to take this. They don't want to play the risk of trying to get a
Mhm.
save on this Gravekeeper.
There you go, Articuno. You called it. They didn't want to take too much of a risk. They got two people out, and they want to, just pick up the pieces from there. So excellent stuff on MP's side. As you said, a step up or an improvement. They're able to adjust. I think they got the timing down, and they're definitely more comfy with this map. And even though the violinist is a terror in this map, they're really able to cut the corners and really just cut off the survivors to get to their safe havens. They were able to, get a two-person out. So that's formidable.
Absolutely. And let's talk about win conditions here at this point because it's very, very crucial, especially for the sake of MP if they still want to have a shot at turning things around in this best of three. Now,
Hmm.
since it ended in a tie, for the side of um, for the side of GX here, all they or GK rather, all they need to do is get a minimum of three survivors out of the gate.
Hmm.
Three survivors out of the gate is an automatic win for them in this best of three because they win by the virtue of winning both rounds. Now, the win condition for MP's Hunter on the flip side is literally the opposite. At least a half
Hmm.
would get them a transition into making up for lost ground heading into round three. Now, it's
Right.
an unfortunate circumstance that they're working with, but um, that's just how the cookie crumbles in this tournament. I can't
Yes.
believe I used that particular
No,
metaphor,
that's a
but
very apt term because when it comes down to it, it's that's the bottom line. I'm just rephrasing what you said because we want to find the best of the best. GK off to a tremendous start, really pushing the pace, pushing MP to their limit. So now, like you said, they just really do they want to see that third round? They have to pull out all the stops. Now let's revisit the match data now. Excellent stuff on the side of MP. You see the decoding progress by the Perfumer, 275%, the Mercenary, 160%, Gravekeeper, 181, and the Barmaid, sadly, was the first one that was hunted. But you could see that in the containment times. The Barmaid was able to contain this very scary violinist for the longest, and they were able to get that two-person out. You know what? They're going to take an inch from this, and they're going to turn it into a mile. So I want to see how MP is going to perform as the hunter now.
Resserie. Oh man, I am getting chills right now for MP. But you know what? I am keeping up the optimism here. MP has at least shown that they can adjust. They can adapt to the circumstances of
Hmm.
figuring out what went wrong in round one, what we can do to improve on getting better points in round two. It really comes down to their hunter at this
That's
point.
true. And just to break down a little bit of the picks and bans, since we were talking about that. Oh, before that, actually. Oh, we're gonna see a hunter switch. Okay, so the hunter, she is coming in, right, replacing Siru. So if I look at my notes real quick, Siru, might see a potential disciple because she is the one that is rocking that disciple. So Articuno, I mean, just a little hint of what we're about to see. We're seeing a replacement, a fresher player to the mix. What can you say about that?
You know what, Putch? I love it when these swaparoos happen because I am heading straight for the stats here. I
Hmm.
mean, she has a fairly respectable track record as well from
Hmm.
what I'm seeing here. Also, I'd also bring emphasis to the fact that she is one of the few on our cheat sheet here of players that does lean towards the disciple as a favorite. Now, the
Hmm.
big question is whether or not a disciple is thought out to be of essence to be
Hmm.
brought to this game. That's a different story altogether. Do they want to stick to something that's maybe a bit more meta? Because Disciple in Arms Factory, that is actually a question on my mind. If that
Well,
were a potential option
mhm.
for she.
If let's try to play out the scenario and talk about it. Let's talk about the disciples toolkits. She has those cats, she has the cross. Her camping game is pretty strong, and in the right hands can be very formidable. So as we mentioned before, MP may be the type of team to just surprise us with an off meta pick because we are going to see a ban. I don't know if GK is going to go for the disciple ban. They might actually want to respect Xi's disciple that much. If they don't, though, I think that MP has a plan up their sleeve, going for the switch. Arms Factory, I believe Disciple shines there because of how small and compact it is, and the chase of the Disciple can actually hamper, especially with the cats that are roaming around the Arms Factory. They can definitely catch some survivors for some early downs. So I'm really interested to see how that fares out, and also interested to see what would happen if GK goes for the respect ban and knows that she has the Disciple in her back pocket. uh, what what hunter would she use then? I'm pretty sure she's she. I'm pretty sure she is also very adept with the meta as of now.
Absolutely. And you know what? Now that you frame it that way, Poch, I am super interested to see. I mean, you know what would be sad is us discussing this, and all of a sudden she doesn't bring a signature disciple pick
Whoops!
to the
Look at
table,
us
and I'll
talking
be
up a
like,
storm here.
darn it. You don't want to like. I honestly hope so, but I
Mhm.
learning from previous tournaments when I'd hope for a signature pick from a player and then all of a sudden they bring something different. I've learned to not get my hopes up
Right.
until pick and ban actually hits.
That's a good
Fingers
point.
crossed.
That's a good point. Let's discuss the other side of a coin.
Sure.
Let's say they ban disciple, or she doesn't opt to pick the disciple. She just goes for someone else. Who would be the viable picks here? We saw how effective. I mean, we always seen how effective Dream Witch is in the equation. We also seen how effective Bloody Queen is in the equation. And Vio was used by 72S and not the Bonbon. I have a feeling though that if the Dream Witch is a respect band, they might, if they're gonna go for top tiers, the Bloody Queen we might see her presence in this matchup. If we're not gonna see the Disciple and the Dream Witch is banned, that's a very that's a very conditional statement I just made because I don't want to
lots
make myself a hole here.
lots of condition, lots
Yes.
of speculation, Poch. I'm just so raring to get in on this. But by the way, for the audience that has just tuned in, we'd like to welcome you all once again to the Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia 2020. Finally, a big tournament for our region. We are so happy to bring you all the action as your Southeast Asian representative MCs, Articuno and Poch Place, at your service as we see these 8 teams from an initial 96 teams, whittled down to these 8 right here that want a huge chunk of that 1 million Thai baht prize pool and the chance to get a direct into COA4, which is the bigger picture here, than apex of what any Identity 5 player wants to reach in their competitive career.
And just to set the stage for those of you just tuning in now, MP just had a tied game. But before that, in match number 1, GK went off on a ferocious start, getting 5-man down, 5 points in both rounds, first half and second half. So now pressure is on MP's side for them to turn things around. They really need to tie to extend things, or they need to get 3, or they just want to put as much pressure or alleviate the pressure that GK put on them. And we were just discussing in terms of Hunter, because we saw on the lower left part of the screen that they opted to switch Hunter from Siru. And I apologize if I was mispronouncing that name at the first onset. Jitters is now being replaced with She, and that's one of the advantages of having a replacement Hunter. Maybe the matchup is different, and maybe that the off meta matchup would favor them even more because she does rock the disciple.
Absolutely. And I just really want to see that pick, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Disciple up in the air as a preferred pick. If we're going to talk about what picks would suit Arms Factory in particular, Dream Witch, of course, up in the air. Whether or not
Mm-hmm.
it'll go through, that's another question. You have alternatives such as Violinist, as we saw used to max efficiency in that
Mm-hmm.
in our first half of round 2. You also have Guard 26 up in the air as well. I think works pretty well in Arms Factory, just so that you don't
Mm-hmm.
have to worry about those annoying places where these survivors can cut if they're able to make that transition.
So I
So you
can't
know
wait
what?
any longer. It's gonna We're done with the realm
Yes.
of speculation. Let's check out what we got here. Whoa, okay. GK banning the Joseph. Very interesting ban. We didn't That wasn't even in our conversation. Yeah, lost for words, right? But
Okay,
we are
okay.
seeing some top tier survivor bands being the Mechanic and Seer.
Yes, sir. Okay, the mechanic in C at least is heavily up to expectation. Now,
Hmm.
looking at the survivor picks here, though, we have the perfumer, forward mercenary, as well as a boy from the grave. Now,
Mm.
wow, we have
Okay, I know that we've
erased
been talking
everything that we've
about.
said.
Yeah, I know that we've been talking about Disciple, but Axe Boy is top. I mean, like he's received like very significant changes. That being the corrupted areas that really help him with his chase and really help terrorize the survivors and being next to those peaceful pines. So this is a very good pick on She's side, and I'm really interested to see how he's gonna hunt with this Axe Boy. Even though GK went for a very rescue heavy pick, let's see how this Axe Boy will hunt in Arms Factory.
I am not opposed to this Axe Boy pick the least bit. I am actually kind of mad at myself right now that we didn't put Axe Boy
Same,
into
it
the
wasn't in the
equation.
equation. Okay, but now just we know in IVC this is what to expect, Articuno. Just these crazy and really that these really formidable picks.
Absolutely. And you know what? Speaking of picks, it does seem like she has found who he wants to be his first potential pick in the form of Skyfall. Here, of course, Skyfall going to make for the ground just to
Mhm.
buy a bit more time here. Not a bad way to go. Gonna try to work around these pallets here. She, of course, just right on his tail, though. Not gonna get the turret that easily, my friends.
Wow, yeah, Skyfall really burrowing at the right possible time, but she is still hot on the tail, trying to swipe at the Gravekeeper, and look at that, tries to go for the fireball there, hits the Gravekeeper out of the burrow the burrow state, and now still in the factory, a very formidable place to kite for survivors.
Yeah, good effort here coming in from the Hunter of MP. But man, oh man, Skyfall is buying so much time for the team here. Got a feel for this Axe Boy in which case, but I love the fact that it's been the full commitment thus far. I'm just wondering at this point as to how much more time can Skyfall buy with the resources that he's been expending in which case. But it's a lot of time to be honest. I can't emphasize
It
that enough.
is, Articuno. It's an insane amount of time. But now, now the question is, there's no more shovels. So now Skyfall is buying some time, but you know what? I don't know how long he can keep doing this because he is going to get that hit. The Axe Boy is going to get fed, and now let's see how long till this Gravekeeper will fall. Because again,
Yeah,
she is so determined to really bring down this Gravekeeper.
this is the point in time where hopefully we'll see this Axe Boy's patience come into fruition for him. He was, like you mentioned, Poch, he was able to expend all of Skyfall's resources, which made him such a hard target in the first place. But unfortunately, without that, he's just an ordinary survivor in this game. Skyfall will be, well, no pun intended, the first to fall, but still, there was just so much value with what he did at the end of the day.
Yeah, and put in a very obtuse spot here, in right outside of the factory, because this is a hard place to save. And now you're going to feel the presence of Axeboy because he will try to stop that cipher rush from happening. I believe over there at the factory exit there is a cipher that is being moved. Now the mercenary making his way for the rescue. Skyfall is ready to go. Has no resources to work with. An excellent hit there, but the mercenary was able to eat that hit.
Yeah, luckily that body block proved to be a good thing for JK2 ciphers remaining, in which case not going to be turning no deterrence still from this hunter. Just decides to laser focus Skyfall. Makes a lot of sense. Again, we can't emphasize enough. Without those tools, Skyfall is just like every other survivor out there in this dark world. This, well, Arms Factory, I guess, to be specific.
Yeah, I just want to highlight how he was able to bring down the Gravekeeper. Excellently placed Fireball there on the side of Shi. Putting a peaceful pine there just so, and he'll add some extra camping elements for these survivors to worry about. One Cypher left, almost halfway done. Oh, wow, the forward was able to snipe out that hit, and now the Mercenary's time is running out. Gravekeeper does have Tide Turners, so this is going to be a chase, Articuno.
Yes, sir, Ree. And with only one cipher remaining, it does look like GK will be committing a lot of hefty numbers here in order to not only preoccupy She, but also put up a level of confusion as well when you're chasing this many people. Mercenary is already down. Slothtop as well, trying to work with ground control. There you go. And it's these bits and pieces. Switch has been popped though! This is it for GK.
Yeah, GK able to bait out that hit for the forward to eat it, and then he was able to pop it just so that the Gravekeeper can get up. And now he's at full health. Skyfall now is the one buying time for his teammates. Let's see how long, because he does change the teleport, and now still using those restful road to during. And oh wow, excellently placed juke there on the side of Chi, really baiting out the Gravekeeper to jump that window for him to be able to get that hit.
One thing we have to take note of here, though, Punch, is that is one victory. Okay, here we go.
Oh wow, the teleport, excellent stuff. Was able to snipe out the Perfumer, and Articuno, that's a tie. That's a tie.
MP has kept the dream alive in this best of three. The dream of which is they want to start this tournament on a positive note. And that said, by forcing yet another tie, mission accomplished for both sides, both factions of MP here. Hunter, Survivor, they did what they needed to do. We're heading into a round three, guys.
I was getting really nervous with how long she was spending time with that Gravekeeper, but it just goes to show that she played a calm, cool, collected game. Really waited for the even though the ciphers were all popped and the exit gates were being primed to open, he was still able to collect his thoughts. Really focused on Skyfall because Skyfall was the one to be sent back to the manor, and the teleport was put into great use, really cutting off the Perfumer before the Perfumer had any chance of trying to get out there. So excellent stuff. As you mentioned, the dream is still alive for MP.
Yes, sir, Ricky. And let's I don't even know. There's so many things I want to talk about right now. You know what? Let's start off with straight up
Mm-hmm.
what this means. Earlier, the condition that I was looking for MP was going into round two, whether or not they can learn from round one, think quick on their feet to make the adjustments going into round two. It's not necessarily turning the tables because it was a tie that they forced, but that in itself shows promise, I guess. Um, at the end of the day, though, it's one thing to prolong the series. It's another where they could just fully turn the tables because if we're now that we're going by points going into round three, they need to pull off perfect scores for each half. That's still kind of a big question on my mind right now because it's already a feat in itself to get halves against a team like GK.
Mm-hmm.
Getting
So
a sweep is another.
yeah, that's true. Let's recall the match data before we try to really break down what MP has ahead of him. Check out the decoding progress of these guys. Skyfall again, really punching a date with the Axe Boy, not really able to touch any ciphers, but he was able to buy so much time. Look at that, 134 seconds contained. But if you look at the attack hits on the other side of She, though, 10 attacks, so he was able to have that calculated aggression for him to be able to get that tie. Also, decoding progress. The most decoding came from GK4U, 266%. Even though she was the person that was also sent back to the manor, she was able to do a lot of decoding to really push those objectives and really seal the deal in terms of getting them that tie. So excellent stuff on both sides of these teams. I'm really excited for this third upcoming match, because that's when more picks and bans are going to happen. Now, these are the match results, ladies and gentlemen. A ferocious start for GK, getting 10 at the first round. Second round, though, dead even with these two teams. And now, big question mark on round number 3.
Yes, sir. It's just one battle won for MP, but in order for them to win the full war, that is this game number 1 on day 1 of the IVC group stage. It's 10 points or nothing.
Mm-hmm.
That's something,
That's a
Potch. It's something.
I can't say it's a hill to climb. It's more like a mountain, but it's still doable, Articuno. We can't say
For
that
sure.
we can't say things are set in stone in this type of format in this type of game because anything can happen. Especially now that choices are going to be more limited on both sides. It's still up in the air for both these teams.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about GK circumstances going into round 3, it's a known fact that they have a wide pool to work with. But look at this MVP. We have to
Mm-hmm.
emphasize that this was a Hunter swap out in round 2.
Yes.
And she delivered. In all fairness,
Mm-hmm.
she delivered on this Axe Boy.
Yeah, you can see here 10 survivor hits, 3 pallets destroyed, 4 knockdowns, and 2 average eliminations for them to extend their tournament life here. As we mentioned, it was a great job, but it's not over just yet. MP still has to pull off a perfect run against one of the most formidable teams here. A very big task, but it's not impossible.
Definitely not impossible, Potch. And oh gosh, I am really wondering whether or not we'll see MP climb that mountain. Um, oh gosh, this is gonna make me wonder at the same time what map are we looking at next, because there's just so much more to work with at
Mm-hmm.
this point. Like, the thing you want to put into consideration when you're trying to figure out a map going into round 3 is what you can potentially eliminate off the board in terms of maps. And there's a lot of math going on here right now. I'm not necessarily
Yeah.
talking about numbers, but it's like simulations of possibilities that you can play out in your mind going into a round 3. And
Yes.
it's definitely my hope that both GK and MP have already prepared scenarios as opposed to
Mm-hmm.
just trying to figure things out on the fly. But you know what? Then again, I've seen players work under pressure where they do just fine figuring things out on the
Mm-hmm.
fly,
Yep, they
regardless of
really
what.
have to hold that time stone and look at all the realities and pick which one is the best outcome for them. Because again, you can play a lot of scenarios in your head. You can go your favorite map with your favorite hunter, but what if that gets banned? What if, these survivors are picked and you have to adjust on the fly? What if you find the mercenary at the first onstart of the match? That's how that's how we determine which is the best of the best here in the Southeast Asia region, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you so much for joining us, Botch Spice and Articuno, IVC Southeast Asia 2020. I'm so excited to be calling this match, and to say that GK and MP was going to be an amazing match is an understatement because you know what, MP is so far surviving, and now I think this is when they're going to turn things up and bring out the fight in GK because they came here to stay and they really are showing everyone what they're made out of. And really going up against one of the top teams here in Southeast Asia is really no understatement.
Not an understatement at all, Poch. So, with that said, round 3 almost underway. Just waiting for the
Hmm.
players once again to settle in the lobby. I
Yes.
think our. Oh,
Hmm.
yeah, go for it, Poch.
Oh, I wanted to ask now. It's a lot more math we're going to do because I want to bring up picks and bans. Now, I found it very interesting that GK went for a photographer ban in Arms Factory. They probably know something that she has that, it doesn't want to deal with photographer and Arms Factory, that very compact mat. Now, the the question's still out there, will they respect the Axe Boy now and really ban the Axe Boy, or they still want to go for they have two hunters to ban now. They might ban a Joseph and the disciple because that was a conversation. I'm not letting go of that. I want to see a disciple if she chooses to bring it out. Same goes for
Exactly.
GK. the Bonbon, the preferred pick of 72S, hasn't showed his final form yet. So I'm very interested to see if he'll be making an attendance in this third round.
One thing I'd also like to highlight, Potch, is you guys have to remember, in case you're forgetting, we're heading into a round 3 with legendary rules in play. So this is a true test of how deep these pools can go for these players, whether or not they can play a survivor on demand, especially for the survivors particularly. For hunters, I think it's not as much of a it's not a problem, I think,
Hmm.
but for survivors for sure, because you have to have a little bit more flexibility with what you
Yes.
can bring on demand, because you're not only accounting for what could be banned off here, but if it comes to a point where you have to be a little bit more creative with these picks, with things that are
Hmm.
unavailable to you, plus factoring in, even though a survivor might be meta, what if you end up with a map that doesn't necessarily spell beautiful things for a particular survivor? There's a lot. It's a lot,
To
really.
to add to that a lot, you also have to consider your teammates as well and how the rotations are going to play out, and also uh, really wanting to be able to save your teammates in terms of their preferred characters. Because I believe that Skyfall was able to use the mercenary early on, so now he was able to use the Gravekeeper, and we saw him use it to perfection. Now, which is the character he's going to bring to the table? And also, if we like take a page out of Call of the Abyss 3 bans now, I'm pretty sure it's not impossible for me to say that they're gonna ban the Mechanic, Merc, and Seer in this third round.
Definitely Poch. I'm wondering though, if we end up with, well, I guess it really depends on the map, to be honest. Like
Hmm.
sometimes even with meta pick, I mean that's, I guess, the the how do I put it? The holy trinity of
Okay.
bans for Identity
Hmm.
5 if you reach that round 3. That's like kind of like a go-to. But we've
Yes.
also seen, depending on the map, we've also seen that broken circumstantially,
Mm, true.
wherein a certain map may call for a survivor that suddenly has a huge advantage because of the kit that they have. Let's say something, I think if I recall correctly, we've seen some, oh, what's the word I'm looking for? Deviations from that holy
Hmm.
trinity,
Yes.
favoring something like a priestess, for example, just
Exactly.
because
Yes.
of not wanting access to being able to traverse these wide lengths of terrain.
Hmm. Actually, that is also a very interesting thing that you brought up, because MP does have a preferred pick of that priestess, and
Mm.
I'm pretty sure they know they put priestess in their rotations. So if a map like Moonlit or Ever Sleeping Town is picked, we you could you yeah you could bet that the priestess will be banned, because the hunter does not want to kite a priestess with that much mobility in that map. So also, the deviations from the Holy Trinity, if we would call it that, if let's say they're very known to pick like a back in GK side, they're very known to pick a lot of rescue heavy characters. Who's to say that MP wants to ban the Gravekeeper, because the Gravekeeper gave a lot of trouble for MP in terms of hunting and buying the survivors a lot of time. Really depends on the map, and we're at the realm of that possibility, and we're doing all the equations for you guys as we prep for this next match. But you know what? Do you have any more thoughts on this in this topic, Articuno?
As far as survive, how pick and ban can play out for survivors, I mean, there's so honestly so much more, but
Hmm.
it's it's just a long string of speculation at this point, which could honestly reflect even in future games that we'll have. It's definitely going to be a recurring topic that we'll be having here at the IVC.
What I do want
Hunter
to point
bans.
out too is
Oh,
is
yeah.
also that, as you mentioned, as this goes along, we'll have more information to work with, ladies and gentlemen. Because right now, as you mentioned before, GK is setting the bar with how well they performed in IVC. So they set the bar really high, and this is what we can refer to, and this is what other teams can refer to as well. And this is, as you mentioned, like those resources they can look back to. Again, GK being the most formidable team in this match actually put a big target on their back, because I think they're one of the teams with the most exposure, meaning that a lot of the teams can get a lot of resources in knowing what they're going to pull out. And now I think it would really benefit the other team, especially as the rounds goes on, if you have more information on your opponent.
Right. I'd have to agree with you. And information that they kind of got now that we've had 2 rounds passed for these two teams. Man, it's so hard though. Again, I keep on going back to what MP's working with in terms of points. Like 2 perfects and 2 stops. To be fair, we've seen it before. We've actually seen it before, where there's this miracle reverse sweep that a team can pull off. Um, MP, like, if especially if you're an MP fan, that's like the hope and the prayer you would want. But you know what, Poch, I am tired of the speculation. Let's finally put the speculation to rest as we see it unfold before our eyes. Pick and ban, guys.
Okay,
Let's go.
Moonlit. Okay, so we may see a priestess being banned here because of how big the terrain is and how much real estate there is to work with. We're going to see a mechanic, a seer, and a priestess. You hit the nail right in the head, Articuno.
Oh my gosh! But you know what? I wasn't quite prepared for is these picks that were suddenly. Okay, the last two, sure, but finally some more prisoner action as well. Okay, and this
Here we
as well.
go.
I'm sorry. I need a moment to process all of this. Let's talk about
Yeah,
this.
it's a lot. It's a lot. But prisoner, that is another thing I'm mad at myself for not bringing up prisoner, because prisoner is a viable pick if you guys want to go for that cipher rush and mechanic is out of the equation. So we're gonna see a prisoner acrobatic, and as you mentioned, you know what, some oldies but goodies, a forward and a mercenary. But on Shi's side, we're gonna see a disciple.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Disciple spawn towards its 2-story, looking for the first target, knowing very well where to transition for you is kind of a glimpse away, in which case slowly veering towards that, and it's only a matter of time here.
That's true. For you being the first survivor being chased here at last stop is a pretty good target for Shi, because again, he was able to I don't know if he was able to connect those ciphers, but then if you're able to just stuff the prisoner, then you're really able to control that cipher rush, because forward and mercenary is one of the slowest decoders in this game. So excellent stuff on Shi, focusing on downing this prisoner.
Yes, sirree. It does look like for you gonna utilize all the pallets that you can in this area straight off the bat, just playing around this working carousel here. Oh man, but there you go. First hit will come into fruition for Shi right away.
Articuno, those are 2 cats, and For You is going to have a hard time here, early down here for the Disciple. Excellent stuff, and that's what we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. The cats can really hamper, it can really put the chase in the Disciple's favor. Excellent stuff on the side of MP's Shi.
Gotta feel for you there, in which case. That is just so much resource coming in from Disciple, but hey, you know what? Led to fruition for him. Get the early takedown, sorry, but the early rocket share strap for you. That's a huge win in this game. 5 seconds, still up to go. Skyfall needing to early commit for the rescue, and looks like they're back at it.
Now For You trying to play this chase game once again, really trying to bait Shi into going in one direction, but oh my god, the cat is going to be a factor here. Tide Turner is still in effect, there we go, the lead, and unfortunately there gets the last effort. For You still trying to create so much space between him and the Disciple, just so it'll take her a longer time for her to put this prisoner back in the rocket chair.
I will say though, with the win condition being 5 points perfect that she needs to pull off for this first half, I will say I'm impressed. pretty much on the right track here. Looks like GK already trading information on how these ciphers are working out at a respectable pace. But I will say, with the information that we have, it is all the more perfect for She.
That is very true. She still camping, still wanting to secure these survivors. 4 ciphers left. Really wants to get rid of that decoder and see spots someone at tent. Uses the cat to try to hamper them. Uses the leap because it's almost done for the prisoner. And now we're entering the tent, ladies and gentlemen, as the prisoner goes back to the mansion, and the chase is still on for She.
Yes, sir. He's trying to sniff out a target here. Now, this is probably one of the advantages that GK can at least have a breather with because of how wide of a terrain they're working on. It will take a bit of a sniffer for She to figure out his next target.
True. Accelerated decoding has been activated already. And mind you, ladies and gentlemen, this disciple is carrying teleport. So it's still in favor of Sheep, but then you know what? GK is still not going down without a fight. Now, I believe it is the acrobat that is being chased now. So this is also one of his playgrounds, if you're able to get those jump spots right.
Yes, sir. Sloth Top, though, just working all around. The chase is on, though. That is going to be a bit of a death for Sloth Top. Tries to close distance out here, G, and guacamole. There we go.
Yeah, She able to really make the really able to corner the acrobat for him to use the cat. Now he's going to use another one, but look at that excellently placed jump on the side of GK. Now the leap is going to be a factor. Still pulling for the acrobat. Tries to swing at him, nowhere to run, and She gets a down. Sloth Top was able to really buy so much time, Articuno, because 2 ciphers remain.
If there's a consolation that I could give to GK at this point, Sloth Top did buy a fairly decent amount of time, I would say. 2 ciphers remaining for GK, but they're not off the hook just yet. There's a lot of work to do here. We're seeing the progress towards the lower left portion of the screen, ladies and gents. That's another cipher that's almost up and ready. I'm still kind of curious, though, what the other ciphers look like, how significant the progress has been made, because at this point, there's only one person that would really commit towards these ciphers, while the other one is on rescue.
Yeah, big save there on V8, using that forward tackle for him to get that save. But then, as we were talking, he was able to snipe out the acrobat once again for the acrobat to fall for the second time on the chair. But that is another thing that She has to worry about, is that forward. You know, trying to snipe him out for that rush. Oh, wow, goes to the leap and just swats away the forward. We're going to see a popped cipher, and now we see the detention in factor.
Oh my goodness, Potch. This is it. Make or break for She. Can she go for the 3 survivors? It's a possibility, but at the same time, when you're playing on this particular map, imagine the amount of ground that you have to cover. Let's say, even if he does manage to get this acrobat, what of the other 2? I would love to see how She responds to this. Meanwhile, GK stars are aligning as far as the 2-man. Yeah, like at least 1 escape. That's all they need.
Mind you, he does teleport, trying to snipe it out, but then leaves the acrobat at half health, and now goes for another hit on the mercenary. The mercenary still trying to open that exit gate, but She is still determined to down this mercenary. Acrobat will be saved, though, in exchange of the mercenary. And now, lower left part of the screen sees the forward get that rescue on that acrobat in exchange of the mercenary. So, you know, She has a lot of ground to cover if he wants to be able to go back into that side of the map.
Yes, and look at how fast that gate is going. She trying to make his way as fast as possible, but I think it's going to be a good done deal here for GK Potch. They've managed to open up that gate. They're just going straight for the exit. That's all they need. Just 1. They managed to make it out with 2. Doesn't matter. That will be the finish. Congratulations. GK will be taking this best of 3.
Yeah, excellent stuff on the side of both teams, because Disciple on Moonlit is, you saw how she was very compact in playing those cats, really able to snipe out where the hunter was, where the survivors were kiting to. And also just kudos to GK, still being very formidable, still being very sneaky with the rescues, and that prisoner really did buy a lot of time for GK.
Yeah, I mean, I was a bit worried at first because it did seem like she had quite the right idea, in all fairness. Deciding to commit towards the prisoner. Prisoner, in all fairness, like, that was a tough feat. On the flip side, the fact that he was able to buy enough time, because this disciple was just so hell-bent and intent on wanting to take down that prisoner earlier. Had it been much more earlier, I think that would have made for a lot of relief for she. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. I will give kudos though, because it was really at full throttle the whole time, 100%. It really there really could have been possibilities where I think the 5 points were feasible.
Hmm.
At the end of the day, though, just very well played out. I like the idea of the switcheroo, wherein there was debate towards Skyfall towards the other gate, while the other one was already making his way towards the save forward Sloth Top. And
Hmm.
yeah, just like a lot of things at play here. The
Yeah.
gears were just kind of turning, and at the end of the day, GK proved to be the better well-oiled machine at the end of it.
Yep. Just look at these match statistics, these match data. The acrobat getting 80 seconds, and the prisoner doing a lot of the kiting, and really just getting the attention of the disciple with 49 seconds. But look at the aggression on the side of MPC: 11 attacks, 7 pallets destroyed, 6 knockdowns. That's a lot of destruction for this disciple. For a nun, a very peaceful woman, she came out to hunt, and that was MPC's disciple. I'm just glad that she was able to bring it out and showcase that even in a big map, she was still able to really push GK to the limit, even going for that tie.
Yes, sir. And with that, we have our first official victory in this tournament. But we can't emphasize enough, this does not put MP out of the running whatsoever. We are playing
Hmm.
with a group stage, guys, where each and every one of these teams will get to face their opposition within their particular group. So MP has a lot of space to catch up. In which case, this is just one minor setback that they could easily bounce off from. And with the way that they played these games so far, I'm seeing a lot of promise, Poch. Whether or not
Hmm.
that promise actually transitions to, what's the word I'm looking for?
Hmm.
Results as winners of their group,
Right.
that is something
Hmm.
I'm looking forward to seeing. And it's a long number of weekends for us to determine. So I'm looking forward to that IDP action.
Yeah, same here. And you know what? This is just the first match of many. And you could see that MP has the potential to adjust, and is able to really adjust to the opponents ahead of them, and still going for their character preferences, as you saw there with She's Disciple. So I'm just it's a good sign with the things to come, because again, this is the first match. They set the bar, so we're going to see these players and these teams improve more and more as we head into more of the matches for IVC. And ultimately, we're going to find out the best of the best in this region.
Yes, sir. You know what? Let's put in some final thoughts towards that last game. I guess I think what eventually became a tricky thing for she was just pretty much the amount of terrain that you had to work with. I think if it were for the side of GK, that particular map was just perfect for them. Just
Yes.
because with a wider map, you're not
Hmm.
even looking for having a hefty escape of these survivors. You just want to work with that vast amount of terrain where you keep the hunter at one side whilst everyone else doing God's work to get out of there.
Yeah.
And it's a good done deal.
Hmm. Yeah. The map really the survivors did shine on this map and how spread out they were, and really gave the hunter a run for its money, or her money, being the disciple. And you saw how even the forward was able to hamper the chaired acrobat in that save, and how spread out they were. Just if you divide the attention of the hunter to go to the other side, then you don't see that they're backdooring it and they're able to get a two-person out. And knowing that GK knows that they only need a couple more points to get out, just didn't want to just go. They didn't want to extend themselves too much, and just wanted to get enough just for them to get that win and just secure their spot here in IVC. So excellent stuff, but still kudos to MP She and the whole MP team for really, showing us that even though that they are going up against seasoned veterans, they can rise to the occasion.
Absolutely. And I am really looking forward to seeing just how MP progresses further in this tournament. But I don't know, man. MP is one of the other. Well, there's 4 teams per group, so we get to see how the other 2 will perform in a while.
Mhm.
But I'm excited. I'm excited for this particular group. A lot of like on paper, we already expected a lot of strong contenders for Group A, and I'm glad to see that they're living up somewhat to the expectations based on the stats that we had initially going into this.
Yeah, and with the map like Moonlit, the right, if we're gonna take it back to how the match played out at the start, banning the priestess right off the bat, even though that they were lacking in mobility, they really made up for it in terms of rotations and in terms of just map awareness, because GK was spread out. So that just shows how their survivors are able to really adapt, even though they don't have their favorite characters. But then again, ladies and gentlemen, we have to play another match, even though that MP was able, GK was able to secure themselves that 2-2. We still have to keep playing. So I'm very interested to see what GK is going to bring to the table as we head into the second half.
Yeah, I mean, this is really good practice here for MP, I would say. Again, I love the fact that they were able to adjust. And I think this is a good time to, just make this a learning experience even further.
Yes.
I know that these teams, like being able to compete in tournaments like this, tournaments are not common, obviously.
Hmm.
These are very rare opportunities that we get within the year. So best make good use of it. We have the roster. Let's go ahead and talk about what we have in Pixpotch.
Yeah, we have a prospector, coordinator, gravekeeper, and priestess. Very interesting choice that GK did not opt to go for the priestess ban. Instead, they banned the merc, seer, and the forward. And now we're going to see the violinist in play, because the survivors did ban the top picks of Koa 3. Now we're going to see 72S once again with the violinist. We'll see how this is going to pan out, because I see 2 stunners in the survivor side. Let's see if MP will like rise to the occasion and last against this violinist. Like you said, it's a learning experience, and them uh, getting a solid 4-man out would definitely make a statement and show that they came here to play.
Yes, sir. 72S already on the prowl. LC is likely the target to be sniffed out here. Already gets a glimpse of that silhouette and will just
Yes.
go straight for the chase here.
Yep. Right behind the tent, LC will be sniped out here. The prospect though with those magnets now throws down that pallet. Oh, gets the hit by the note. Excellently placed note by 72S. Now over at last stop. Let's see what the prospect will do. Still has the magnets work. 72S will not allow that. Unfortunate for the prospector, but 72S is still very sharp as a hunter.
Yeah, I like that LC realized earlier on that he would need to utilize those magnets straight away in order to deter 72S. But even just good on 72S to make sure that he didn't want to spend too long focusing on his first target, especially on a map this wide. This definitely allows him much more room and actually getting a hit right off the bat on this coordinator as she goes for the same on top. Looks like shots fired, as I would say. But
Shots
just
were definitely fired. Articuno, and that's going to buy a lot of time for this prospector to gain a lot of space. But the Priestess will get hit. Oh my goodness. And yes, the long portal is out of there. And that's one of the benefits of having a Priestess in this map. Really able to escape with those long portals, really able to back alley it. LC, though, still not away from the sight of the Violet.
Oh man, this is really interesting. 17PS is not pulling any of his punches, and we're already seeing 3 survivors injured in which case. So I think even this is definitely what you want to accomplish as a hunter when you're playing around maps like Moon River Park. You definitely don't want to put yourself in a position where you're allowing yourself to get in a slow pace. You want to put the pedal to the metal as much as possible, just so that you don't have to worry about constantly needing to chase and transition to these different far places of the map and waste time by just taking down survivors. This is definitely the check that he's looking for.
So now, as we see here, the Prospector is almost about to head back into the manor. And now we see some survivors healing themselves up, but not if 72S can help it. He's going to try to disrupt that. Coordinator still is in half-life, but oh my goodness, was able to hit him as the Holy Key is there. Prospector is out, and the Coordinator will be seeing that chair.
Yes, sir. Looks like Rocket Chair Judy will be out for Coordinator. 3 ciphers remaining. This is going to be tricky, though. I just realized with 3 ciphers remaining, this is going to significantly slow down the progress of MP. Only 1 survivor can work on the ciphers at this point, whilst another has to commit to rescue. So
yeah, you painted the picture right. 3 ciphers left is not that good for the side of MP, with 3 survivors and 1 is chaired already.
Oh man, that's already a hit. But nonetheless, the objective was to make sure that they got the Coordinator out of the chair. Mission accomplished. Big question is, can the Coordinator buy a bit more time here for MP to work with as they try to maximize these moments to work on the ciphers? Because, okay, Coordinator put himself all the way towards the point. So, few second spot, respectable in itself, but 72S clearly no indications of slowing down so far. There was not a single moment that was dull for this guy. Always constantly on the chase, always constantly making sure that his survivors kept in check when strapped to a rocket chair. This is definitely 72S playing to knowing what his win conditions are, all factors considered.
You said it best, that he has to put he's putting the pedal to the metal and really wanting to secure a lot of points, and that is what this violinist is doing. Even though that this map is huge, with those notes to really slow down the survivors, that's still something to consider when you're trying to pop these ciphers. Now he spots Lao D here, trying to create as much space as he can, goes to the first stop here, gets hit while he was able to do that. Oh wow, is he being chased? That was such a close call there with that shockwave of notes.
Now, question is, how far is this roller coaster going? But you know what? That said, this is a good line for MP to work with. Traverse all the way towards the end of that terrain. One thing to note, though, is this does put both Shuni as well as Law D on the same side of this map. So that kind of is a breath of relief for 72S, not needing to traverse towards yet another half of the map just to reach survivors.
Yeah, they did have some room to breathe, but still 2 ciphers remain, so they have to really prioritize those objectives. While you have a hurt Gravedigger, while Shuni is being hunted by these notes. Excellent portal to get inside that tent, and 72S realizing that, tries to move and tries to keep the chase going. Goes through the Holy Key so none of the other survivors could use it. While on the lower left side of the screen, we are on the Gravekeeper's side. He is trying to heal himself up. He was able to open up a toolbox for him to extend his life just a little bit longer, but these 2 survivors still haven't seen the rocket chair just yet.
Oh man, here we go. Shuni has been spotted out. Those ciphers, though, that's a huge concern for MPN. As we can see as a notification from Laudi informing Shuni that we're only 11% into one of these ciphers. We have a long way to go. It's going to be a long night should MP be able to continue to muster all the power that they have to kite and keep 72S preoccupied for the longest time.
Oh, wow. Excellent movement there from Shuni. But 72S, though, using the teleport to try to get the back at the Gravekeeper, just keeping the Priestess at half life and now shifting targets. This is what we talked about when 72S hunts. He's really able to focus on one target. Even though you think that he's shifting targets, he's just baiting you to a false sense of security just so you leave yourself a little bit extended. And that's what he used there with that teleport.
Yes. In which case, really interesting tactic coming in from MP, maximizing the roller coaster when they can to continue to buy these seconds. Make 72S take the long way of needing to walk constantly, but really, MP, they're gonna really need to stretch it if they want to make this work. Because again, I can't emphasize enough. There's a long way to still go for these ciphers, and I can't blame MP because it's a huge detriment that they recommend. Oh, unfortunately, Law D will fall, and this will Shuni to make a run for it, as he'll know that 72S is right on his tail the instant
This
that
is
he took down the creep.
Yes, and this is 72S's calling card. He'd leave that survivor down just to buy time because he knows when that survivor gets sent back to the manor, he has to play catch up in terms of finding the other survivor and making sure that survivor doesn't find the dungeon. Now, Laudi is going to get ballooned. 72S trying to, going for the chair. Interesting stuff. So I guess that he is going to just make sure that there's going to be a timer on the clock for this priestess to try and go for the save or trying to see if she'll go for that dungeon.
Oh man, this is so tricky. Okay, I mean, it is a bit of a breather, I guess, that Gravekeeper was committed to a rocket chair because a win condition at this point for Shuni is either you risk going for a save or you just constantly try to kite enough time until Laudi skyrockets out of there and you just go for the kite. But again, the problem here at the end of the day is the constant need to buy time.
Yes. And now he's trying to buy as much time as possible. Gravekeeper is past the half, and you saw there that green blip. That is sanctuary for this priestess. 72S not allowing it though. Still trying to kite and still trying to just stuff this priestess as much as he can. But this priestess is gaining a lot of terrain. Excellent stuff. But oh my gosh, now it's a standoff, Articuno.
Oh gosh. 72S. I see that. I see the dungeon. I don't even need to go for the chases anymore. I just need to guard this, make sure that Shuni doesn't get the opening to jump in. But the question is 72S does have two choices. Shuni also has the option of maybe, just maybe, going for that. But the easier solution out of this is, of course, the dungeon. Temptation is lingering for Shuni to go for that dungeon. Shuni wants in on that.
He does. Shuni still being patient. I know that the dungeon does have a cooldown time and it's going to relocate. So it's interesting to note that Shuni does have the high ground, but I think 72S has the advantage being near the dungeon. So Shuni, let's see how he's going to commit to try to approach the dungeon. It is a nail biter, ladies and gentlemen. How will Shuni try to approach this fully fed violinist?
Oh my goodness. Shuni is taking his time, in which case, taking all the breather that he needs to try to linger slowly. But I think 72S already has a whiff of the trail Shuni has made
Wait,
after transition structure. But
he's able to do it! Wow! Shuni able to do a backdoor exit there, really being able to practice a lot of patience. My gosh, that was an intense moment there. 72S just stalking this prey, but then Shuni, you know what? Hats off to you. I mean, I know 72S did secure that victory, but that dungeon escape, worthy of a highlight.
way to go out with style. Patient. That is like quintessential of the quote. Patience is a virtue, and that virtue led you straight out of a dungeon open.
Hmm. Excellent stuff. We saw how crazy that 72S was playing there. He was really putting the pedal to the metal. As I mentioned before, he lures you to that false sense of security, and then he has that teleport. He was going after the Gravekeeper, changed his sights to someone else, went for the Priestess, make sure to hit that Priestess, and went back at the Gravekeeper. So that's something that all these players or all these teams have to note when they go up against 72S. A very scary violinist, even in a huge map like Moonlit River Park.
Absolutely, Poch. I am just. That was quite a game, to be honest. Again, I got to commend MP, just because, sure, they might have had a hard time trying to work around just how proactive um, GK's Hunter was in all these chases. In fact, leading up to the point where they had to work with, if I recall correctly, three ciphers with only two survivors up to bat. But
Hmm.
the beauty of the situation was when it did reach that second half, the time that they bought throughout that second half is so commendable. In a lot of the previous games that we've seen in other tournaments, that second half is usually quicker considering how the first half's pace was. But they really milked the moment for what it was. That was great. Sure, they might have lost the match, but that was like just great prep for what's ahead. If they could fine tune what kind of went wrong in this first match that they've had in the group stage and just clean up all those mistakes going into the next ones, I think MP has some promise to bounce back in all of this. I have high hopes for them.
This just shows that MP has fight in them. They have that never say die attitude. It was shown there with Shuni. Even even though they wanted to, they knew that they were down in points. They just wanted to get that dungeon escape. Just they want to go out in style. So having that fight in them is a very scary trait to have if you're going up against them because they will keep fighting till the very end, and that's what they showcased here. And as you mentioned, I'm also a fan of MP now. I can't wait to see how they progress from this because as they face GK, I'm sure they're leveling up, fine tuning their strategies, moving forward in these group stages before we hit the playoffs.
Yes, sir. You know what though? We have to call it as it is. Congratulations once again to GK for not only living up to the expectations of the region, but also, man, the Thai fans are absolutely supportive as well. So, like, gotta be happy about that. Getting that first victory for their tournament, their group stage run here at the IVC. But that's just a taste of what is up ahead. Now, you know what? Let's go ahead and pry over this match data punch.
Yeah, let's dissect this. Look at the time that the Gravekeeper bought. He was like he really that kept the hunter preoccupied with this entire match. Even though the aggression on GK72S was so formidable, he was able to down those three survivors. But Shuni, I have to say, was the highlight of this entire match. Being able to get that backdoor exit in that dungeon. Even he was even able to have above 60 seconds in terms of kiting. Now, the Prospector did fall first, but then it was close to that 60-second mark. So the Prospector really did his job in terms of buying enough time for the teammates for them to pop, I think, at least two ciphers or one to two ciphers in that early onset. But then we mentioned that stalemate of three survivors to three ciphers, and one was chaired. That was, I think, a very turning point in the match. And here is the summary of the entire match result between GK and MP. Started out very ferocious on the side of GK, and then MP just pulling the brakes there, evening things out. But in the end, GK was able to, get out the victory on Moonlit River with 5-3.
Respectable for what we've seen from both GK and MP. Later on, though, that is going to be more action. But let's go ahead and give props here to 72S as our MVP for the third round. I mean, he had his work cut out for him. The chases were absolutely long. He did not falter at the end of it. And could have actually even escaped with a perfect score, but sneaky plays coming in at the end of the day from MP, which will deny him just that. But you know what? Fortitude was there. Wall earned 72S.
Can I just say also, he won 2-time MVP of this match because his Bloody Queen did a lot of work, and now I think a target is on his back, and people do have to prepare because 72S came to play, ladies and gentlemen, and he is no hunter to look past. He is one of the deadliest hunters in this region, and he is flexing that right now as we speak with his very deadly violinist and Bloody Queen. We have yet to see his Bonbon, Articuno.
Actually, oh my gosh. Like,
can I just point out like what popped up below? Check that out. Ooh.
Predictions are checkeroni right there. Actually, no. Sorry, not even a check. Like, they're just like a
circle.
Nice positive enforcement of a circle on
positive enforcement of a circle. Oh gosh, I wonder if we get the prediction wrong, what's going to happen. But so far, prediction's been okay for both of us. We're 1 for 1.
Good start for us as well, I guess. We're on the same page as GK. Hopefully we prove to be the prophets of this tournament. I don't know, Poch. Hopefully.
We'll see. Again, we're just based it off paper. That was just the speculation, but you know what? The math did prove right in terms of the trend that GK presented. Congratulations to GK. But then again, you know what? The X factor that MP brings to that table, that never say die attitude, is something to commend and something that teams have to watch out for, because when they have their game plan rolling, they'll be a very formidable foe, whoever goes up against them.
Yes, I am actually wondering if we can go for a. No, sorry, I worded that wrong. I want to check out is how do I put this? Like, I want more information on these teams at this point, and seeing how MP performed today, I would love to find out more about that. Like, literally, once we get the opportunity to go on break, I'm gonna like open all my social media, check out if there's any page I can like, any videos I can look out for on YouTube, any of these guys, content creators. I want more because obviously we only have so much we can do in this game. We only broadcast for what, in this case, maybe 3 hours maximum for today. So after this, it's like I'm left wanting more. So. I don't know about you, man.
I know that in terms of content creator, I know Skyfall does have a page, a YouTube channel actually, but it is all in Thai. Unfortunately, I don't really speak the language. I really wish I did, because I would want to know how to really survive as much as he does with a mercenary and Skyfall. But I think this, as you're mentioning, is a big platform for all these players, for them to be able to showcase their skills. And I don't know, man. MP made a fan out of me. Like, I want to see more of this team. I want to be able to know more about how they run scrims. I want to be able to, you know, just follow these guys on social media, even ask tips on how to main disciple. So I love how IVC is bringing out stars in all these players.
And I mean, like, just to put the cherry on top of that, how can you not like a penguin? I mean, honestly. Straight up. But yeah, the reason why we talk about these is not only for us, but we also want to especially in South Asia, not only support the game, but also support our players, I guess. All these teams that continue to work hard to make it in the competitive scene, and hopefully with that support, it motivates them even further to do better, not on just the Southeast Asian stage, but also the international stage, where the
ก็ขอบคุณทุกคนที่เชียร์ GK นะครับแล้วก็ขอบคุณทุกคนที่ติดตามโปรแกรม Identity TV ด้วยนะครับก็อยากให้สนับสนุนข้อมูลดีๆแบบนี้ไปเรื่อยๆนะครับอยู่กันนานๆก็เป็นกำลังใจให้ทีมแข่งทุกทีมนะครับ
This just proves that saying, right? Steel sharpens steel, and that the teams will only get better as they move on in this tournament. And we just saw just a little bit of 72S and MP. I don't think they placed all their cards on the table just yet. We did see just a preview of how the potential of MP. We did just see a preview of what GK is capable of, and that's why you guys have to tune in during these tournaments and during these scrims, because this is where you guys can get to know them more as they play in this very prestigious tournament that is the IVC. So I'm just this first match really set the stage for how to what to expect and how these players are going to play as we move along.
Absolutely. And there's just still so much to look forward to. We get to watch these teams. There's a bit of discussion that we've had, Poch, on picks that we're not just kind of hoping to see, but also kind of wondering as to whether or not they will see the light of day here at the IVC. Because at one point, you can kind of look for the meta, but at the same time, teams do like to lean towards comfort picks. We did get a glimpse of this at the COA Southeast Asian qualifiers. Whether or not it's something that'll continue to be a trend at IVC, who knows? But enough talk. You know what? We're going to take a quick breather. That was 3 crazy rounds that we did for game 1. When we come back, it'll be game number 2. It is both NR versus IVS taking the stage right here at the IVC. We have been your casters. I'm Rick Kudo. With me is Poch Spice, and this is again the Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia 2020, the big stage, the spotlight for Southeast Asia. I'll catch you guys in a bit for game number 2. See ya.
幻想是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。雕像被刻刀塑造成像，它却被刻刀一次次地划伤。当无畏试探时，却发现自己普通的不能再普通。当你展现出才华，却又深秋隆重。只能放弃交流，沉浸于虚无之中。直到那冰冷的杰作变得炙热。
从我成为守墓人的那一天起，便知道，拉兹这座圣殿，我没有资格在此长眠。善者葬于圣殿，恶魔葬于殿外。谎言，但这是个让人兴奋的谎言。这肮脏的金钱，竟成了我通往圣殿的阶梯。但为了拉兹，这一切都值得。这该死的光，我察觉到了这些肮脏灵魂的恐惧。怪物，是我，还是他们？可笑！我只知道，我的信仰。
说来可笑，我曾相信过那些愚蠢的幻影，但那一切却随着这些世俗的喧嚣支离破碎。放弃浮华的表象，我选择重生，去探索那些真正帮助过我的小生命们。
And welcome back, guys, to the Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia 2020. We're going to be your MCs. I'm Mark Takuno, and once again is my boy Potch joining me over on the... I hope I pointed in the right direction. There we go.
Yes, you are pointing in the right direction. Yeah, there you are. Yeah, and we witnessed an amazing match between GK versus MP, and the fun doesn't stop there, ladies and gentlemen. We have another match, and it's going to be a huge barn burner. We have NR versus IVS, and if you know what they set the stage, I'm pretty sure NR and IVS are going to, you know, just play around as well, and maybe even raise the bar. Who knows? This is still the first day of the group stages, and I know all these teams came here to play.
Yes, sirree. And oh man, this is where it's gonna get interesting, Potch, because this is a matchup where, based on the stats, you have a team that has the name and the experience, so to speak, versus a team that statistically has superior numbers, I would say.
So that's an interesting way of putting it, actually. Yeah.
This is probably when we were asked predictions earlier. This was a scenario where I am honestly not sure which way it can go, because you're looking at two different advantages here, and each of which can play out in a different way. You can't really say much except for what can possibly eventually happen going into this second game of the day, the evening.
Yeah, that's true, because the the characters in this play of sorts is IVS, a known team. They have seen qualifiers, the qualifying stage in KOA. They unfortunately, I think VX was in their same pool, and VX was able to advance. But IVS still very formidable with how they play the game. And you have the team NR, very impressive on paper, to be honest. So I'm very interested to see who will come out on top. And I'm sure both these teams aren't taking each other lightly at all, because it's so important. And I think GK can attest to this, getting off to a very good start.
Okay, so you know what? Just so that we can give our audience some more information on who we have taken the stage, let's go and introduce our teams here. Starting off with NR, rep by Sky Zero, Aurora, Judas, Dylan, and Daddy.
As you can see, there's a plethora of top tier picks, as well as they can rock a prospector here and there. But Sky Zero, a Dream Witch. We've said it time and time again. This hunter is so powerful in the right hands. And look at that win rate, Arteguno. We said that 50% is impressive. This is 84%, ladies and gentlemen. So, you know what? Sky Zero is a menace in this team.
That's what I can say. That win rate, because that is just straight up putting the bar up there with wonder as to whether or not this 84.5% is going to manifest once we see Sky Zero take the stage, take the map. But you know what? Let's go ahead and get a peek at his other teammates with Aurora as well. 54.4% is lovely. Based on his performance as a steer, everything seems to be where it needs to be at its just to justify his entry as a survivor member of this team.
Yeah, and we've seen how Seers can be such a menace, especially if they're chased early on. Even though there isn't, it's 0.88% owl block. Sometimes the owl just buys you enough time, and that was a testament we saw in the first match. Now moving on to Judas over here, a prospector, win rate 47.1%, pallet hits 14.3, decoding progress, none to be matched with, and those magnets do their work. Now moving on to Dylan, a perfumer. Now win rate 39%, pallet hit rate 5.1%, decoding progress 141%, and containment duration. This is average, Articuno, 53 seconds. That's a lot.
Yes. 53 indeed. That's a fairly respectable average to have. Meanwhile, going over to Daddy, 40.8%. Decoding progress is fairly sizable. But of course, when you're working with a mercenary, the thing you want to look at is the average rocket chair rescues being at 1.04. Anything above a 1, I'd say, is worth the note, because that just means that you're able to accomplish what you need to do as a mercenary.
Especially in such a high level where these hunters are so good at stuffing rescues, having an average above 1% is a testament to its own. And looking at the lineup, they do have a mix of, their preferred characters. They have the prospector there just to keep things a little. Just a little spicy in their mix, but they do have the perfumer. They have the perfumer, they have the seer, they have the mercenary. So those are very formidable picks. I'm interested to see how IVS is going to answer those. And I'm also very interested to see Sky Zero do his work. 84%, Articuno. I can't even count that. That's a lot.
That is something that you cannot discount. But you know what? Let's go ahead and look at the opposition here of familiar name, IVS.
We have a long, excuse me, or correct me if I'm wrong, Articuno, long depth try with the Ripper, a very solid pick through and through. If you have been following Identity 5, a very solid base hunter with a 65% win rate. That's nothing to be slouched about, even though Ripper has been been moved around in terms of tier list because of the queens and the witches. 65% is still very, it's a number to be alarmed with this Ripper. Now moving on to Cray Donna with that Seer. 61% win rate, pallet hit rate 5.3%, decoding progress 138.3, average owl block 80.89. So it's just a little higher. So you can see that they play the same game plan here. But if we actually look at the Seer matchup, it is 61% versus 54% win rate. So that's something to note when the Seers do come out. Going over to Wolfie with that Mercenary, if we look at the stats between the two, they're virtually unidentical. And now Zhao Khan, another formidable foe. He has seen the international stage, and he has been with this prospector. So again, the numbers tell a tale of their own. So I'm really interested to see these prospectors come out and play.
Yes, sir. And so far in terms of win rate, we're seeing survivors being off a little bit better, but at the same time, this is the point of when I talk about point of power. Meanwhile, let's look at Mar here. 58.7% of a win rate on a mechanic, respectable. And you also want to look at the average decoding progress here in particular, because that's one of the innate advantages you have when you're able to fill a mechanic on your field. Just how much of progress can you get within that jiffy that you can maximize pretty much.
Yeah, and bring it back to the Mercenary. If we're going to compare survivor preferences to survivor preference from both teams, the matchup between Wolfie and Daddy. Wolfie having a 48.2% win rate, while Daddy with that 40% win rate. But you have to look at also the average rescues, and they're all above 1. So that's something to note, that they have pretty strong mercenaries in the roster, and that could play a factor in terms of how this game is going to play out and how the saves are going to be done.
For sure. One thing I'd also like to highlight, especially for our audience, is when you look at the stats, those high percentages are it's like a prequel to keep an eye on these players, but you don't want to rely too much on it. And it's not just because of the point I made during game 1 where it could translate differently in competitive. You also have to account for the fact that these stats are but a representation of their preferred character. It's still yet to be seen how they would perform on other characters, because there are players, for example, where they're kept on a team, but they're only used during a particular, like there's certain subs, for example, where they are so darn good at a particular character, but they're kept as a sub particularly only for when they're needed to play to utilize that character. Because when it comes right down to it, when it comes to other hunters, let's say, that they might want to bring to the table, they might not be as reliable. So that's something that you might want to put into account as well. But of course, by predictions, once again, Poch and I are playing it safe based on reputation as well as a hint of the stats, especially towards survivors. It is IVS that both of us have voted. I don't know. I'm not sure if you share the same sentiments as well, Poch, with your choice.
I do. I was reviewing the tape of KOA 3, the qualifiers that you casted, and they were very impressive in that. And shout outs to the people that made that awesome graphic. I feel like our faces are emotes now. And forever engraved in IVC history. Just going very conservative right off the bat. As you were mentioning in terms of the numbers, yes, it's easy to just look at these numbers and dismiss it as, okay, this is the favored team. But then, ladies and gentlemen, what you have to understand here is that we're writing this book as we go along, and that's why it's very important for you guys to tune in and watch your favorite teams, because the stats will change as time comes along and as matchups happen. So yes, that is our conservative pick, but who's to say NR though can just trump that with their amazing stats, with their Dream Witch, their mercenaries. So again, it's really up in the air. We're just playing it safe because that's the kind of people we are.
Yes, sir. I mean, it's hard to make bold choices, to be honest, since this is only day 1. I think we could be a little bit more bolder with our predictions going into the later dates, but
yes,
classic, just so classic, I guess, of us to go the safer route.
Dodge.
Like dodge.
Dodge the question.
But straight up, I am all about being proven wrong when faced with something that goes beyond like the base calculations we can only so much rely on.
Yes. Same here. You know what? We went by the numbers, and we also went by history. But you know what? These formidable teams that are emerging now, and some that we've never heard of, but I'm pretty sure they're pretty active in their own community and scene as well, can prove us wrong. And this is the stage to do it because they are making a mark in IVC history being here. So I'm really excited to see all these teams and what they got. And you know what? We'll make some bold predictions, but again, ladies and gentlemen, we were not 100% correct. We are human, in fact. We do make those errors. And in a game like Identity 5, you know what? Where the tides can turn. Ooh, see that pun there? The tides will turn any which way. So again, I'm just really excited. I just feel like we're very professional fans at this point.
Agreed. But that said, heading into this game one, again, it's the speculation game that we're going to be playing, Clutch. Just basing it off what IVS and NR likes to bring to the table. NR, no problem. Sky Zero, Dream Witch, done.
Easy.
Like, Dream Witch has been a heavily expected go-to for...
Even though, even though in Leo's memory you saw that they didn't shy away from the Dream Witch, but it did hamper the chase, for MP. So another option would be they go for a big map so that they don't see Sky Zero's Dream Witch. That's just the possibility I'm throwing out there, just so that they won't say, oh, we're not digging ourselves a hole here, Articuno. So that's just one of the million possibilities that could happen in a game like Identity 5, ladies and gentlemen.
On the flip side, though, as far as speculation, the Ripper. This is why I emphasized our stats, particularly towards preferred characters, because the Ripper is one of those hunters that he's like good old trusty, because it's not that he's never really fallen off. It's just that hunters with better kits have come to emerge.
Exactly. That's a good way to put it. And now we're going to see Leo's, it's Leo's memory once again. So a big map. So the question is, will we see the Dream Witch out to play? Mercenary is banned, but we're going to see 2 rescuers, a forward and a gravekeeper, a seer and a perfumer. Who's coming out?
Oh, yes.
On Bond.
Finally, some Bonbon that we're seeing here. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's make sense of it. Leo's memory with Bonbon. I mean, you have such a large map to work with, but at the same time, the thing you're working with Bonbon is, while long spans of terrain are not necessarily your best friend, you at least have AoEs to make up for it. Where you don't necessarily have to be in those close quarters positions, so long as you could constantly land those AoE bombs.
Yep, and there we go. Kraydana is going to see the Bonbon first as Aris goes out to hunt, and we're heading over to Factory. Wolfie, though, getting spotted in the Cypher. The Perfumer will use the Perfume. Not going to be utilized, but then he's able to get out of that sticky situation. Trying to move. Again, you know what? He really needs to rely on his chase and camping for him to really make a dent in the plan of these survivors.
Yes, sirree! And oh my god, great work trying to maximize just the Factory terrain here. Really working with the, oh my gosh, the inner parts. And okay, we're seeing a tentative position towards the window. Looks like we'll just be playing with this outside instead. Wolfie look for a transition. Still looks like a reliable spot to be in, to be honest. This Factory.
Wolfie receiving an owl, though, so this is going to extend her chase just a little more, even though she did receive 1/2 damage. Drops down, going to eat that hit, but the owl was there, so Wolfie's still in pretty good shape. Oh, but no, I spoke too soon. Aris was able to drop the hammer, literally, and now the Perfume. Now he's trying to look for a rocket chair.
Yes, sir. I mean, in all fairness to Wolfie, though, that was a respectable amount of time
It
bought.
was.
And that's definitely the end goal that IVS wants at the end of the day. But now the time has come. Perfumer's stuck to a rocket share. Who will commit to save Judy? Because they have quite a number of options that can go for the safety. And it looks like it will be Gravekeeper.
Wow, okay, Gravekeeper eats the hit. Like you said, a lot of options that they have. Now Wolfie trying to make magic happen twice with how long he was able to buy time for his teammates. Blink was used, but then Wolfie was nowhere to be found. And now we're going back to the second floor of Factory. And now this Bonbon able to just really cut corners here and move Wolfie in just strategic ways, just for him to be able to get a better chase out of him. And now we will get that hit.
Yes, sir. It will be Wolfie once again. Round 2 on that rocket share. Inside the factory, not to mention. But nonetheless, IVS, it's all good. Look at the amount of progress that they made on this cipher. It's only Perfumer's second time in rocket share, but only 2 ciphers remaining. Still a bit of a way to go, based on what we're seeing here at the lower left portion. Only just getting started, but you know what? That's totally fine. A lot of leeway to work with in this round 1.
Ooh, that was the tackle that Zalcon was looking for. Excellent rescue, but Aris was able to snipe him out. That forward is at half health, and now he's still pestering Aris and really buying his attention. Able to get that done. And now 2 ciphers still remain. Lower left side sees the Gravekeeper working on that cipher at that corner. Still at halfway though, so we still have a lot of time to chase.
Yeah, it does look like IVS has decided to bolster their numbers in the midst of trying to keep Aris preoccupied. And it's not just necessarily confusing, but it does look like utility is starting to be used as well, just to buy that extra time. Luckily, Gravekeeper, with the time that he had left unturned, but did have to go for the dig though. Aris didn't even... You know what? He decided... Let's try to seek out this other cipher in work, because with 2 ciphers remaining, you want to do everything in your power to deter them. And yeah, it looks like that was the call that Aris made was good.
Yeah, look at the bombs that Aris is trying to get out of the Gravekeeper. The Gravekeeper really able to buy so much time for his teammates. Aris is on the back foot now trying to make something happen, and he is still focusing on this Gravekeeper, and he's very focused on downing him. Gets another hit, and now just one more would do it, and now we have a down Gravekeeper. Needs to pick him up so that it won't be able to pop it. And you can see the lower left part of the screen, ladies and gentlemen, they are going for heals more than they are prioritizing ciphers, so this could be the tide that Aris needs to turn the momentum into his favor.
Yes, sir. And there you go, rocket chair for the Gravekeeper. But I think this is still good for IVS. The fact that it wasn't a 3rd round of rocket chair for Perfumer, I think is a win, because this just means that IVS constantly still gets to work with their full 4 numbers.
Ooh. And there is the pop you were talking about, because Gravekeeper, that was his first chair. And now Aris needs to find a target, because IVS is trying to open the exit gates.
Excellent. But, okay, with the target being the Seer, though, constantly throwing out those bombs now, already closing in, though, looks for the Whack-a-roni, and yes, manages to land it.
And now teleport is going to be used, but my goodness, the Perfumer and the forward are already far outside in the vicinity of the exit. Aris still trying to look for another target. Throws the bombs just to try to get a hit in one of them. Mar is still worse for wear here, as he's trying to find an exit in this Leo's memory.
Yes, sir. Aris, though, looks like is on the right track as he sniffs out the trail that'll lead himself towards the Seer. But you know what? It's only round 1. For IVS's case, it's fine if they can't make it out with the perfect number. But you know what? I'm going to hold out for now, because there's still a lot of possibility going on here.
There is, but then they're just waiting at the exit gate, because I think they want to get their attention so that the other teammates can make the exit. Now Aris, again, having the great build there of having the teleport, but again, he was really... It's really tough for him to make it out that all the exit gates are open, and now the dungeon is a factor. Will this be a 4 or 3 man out?
Oh man, Aris though managing to catch up with this Seer, and looks like IVS will have to take a sigh of relief as they get 3 points towards the end of the first half of round 1.
3-1. That is actually pretty good because considering how well they were in terms of really kiting the bomb and the bombs, having 3-1 is still a sign of life. Even though like the stage was pretty big for the bombs to really
Right.
like corner the survivors, and the bonbon is so reliant on camping that it's his especially the late game. I don't think he correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think he had detention prioritized, so that actually made it favor the survivors more, and that's how they were able to wait at the exit gate. But still, the Bonbon did a lot of work and got one survivor back to the manor.
Yes, sir. I mean, it's only round 1, so
Mhm.
they'll definitely get a pass once again. I
Yes.
always call it where round 1 is the um like sizing up your opponent, I
Oh, for
guess,
sure.
and you still have leeway going into round 2. And it's not like the positive in all of this, at least it's not like a perfect giveaway of 5 points. 3-1, I'll take that any day in a round 1, if knowing that I could easily make up for lost ground in later rounds. It's a
Yeah,
possibility. It's happened so
that
many
was a
times.
victory. That was a victory on its own because 3-1 isn't as bad as a 5-0, especially with this mechanic that if 4 people are out, you get an extra point, so it makes the lead even further. So the Bon Bomb did his job, able to really to secure a point in, and kudos to IVS because they played their plan to perfection. As we go to the match data here, look at that perfumer time, 119 seconds spent kiting that Bonbon. Even though the Bonbon had 20 attacks, 5 knockdowns, very aggressive stuff coming out of Ares here. IVS just shows that, you know what, they are the vets in terms of a big stage, and they showcased that in the first round.
I think the biggest thing here for IVS is that there were instances where they could have dropped the ball earlier on. I would owe a lot to number one Wolfie for buying the time that he did during the initial start, and not to mention how smart it was that IVS was able to do what I would call changing of the guard, not particularly referring to guard 26, obviously, but changing of
Yeah.
the guard in the sense where because of Wolfie's trail getting lost in the transition towards the mid part of the game, Aris had no choice but to commit to the newer target that was already sniffed out, which was, if
Yes.
I'm not mistaken, at the time the I think it
I believe it's
was the
the
Gravekeeper that was working on
Yes.
that one cipher that he sniffed out moving that was left unchecked for the longest time. So, yeah, I think it's those small things that IVS was able to do that you have to take into account of that I personally really appreciate as a spectator.
Yeah, and just to recount that shift that forward was able to really tackle and pester the hunter because
Actually, yeah.
Aris had a really great strategy focusing on the perfumer because that's how much time he spent, and he was going to, I think, down it at the second floor already because he was cornering her with the bombs. But then, you know what, that pesky forward, that's why you saw in the early matches that forward can be a priority ban and can shift away from the triumphant the M and yeah, the mechanic, seer, and mercenary. So that just shows that forward can, you know, just be put a wrench in the gears of this bonbon and just stop the gears from turning. So that was great stuff. And then shifting the targets, as you mentioned, to the Gravekeeper. Gravekeeper was really able to utilize those shovels well. You saw how much bombs that Bonbon was dropping. He really played Bonbon to perfection in terms of how to kite the given survivor. So excellent stuff on both sides of these teams.
Absolutely. And we're only just getting started, guys, for game number 2. That was only the first half. Second half will come up in just a bit where sides will be switched. I mean, it's pretty much the same thing over. Side switch, obviously. But at the end of the day, what I do want to highlight in this moment is how we'll finally get to see IV IVS's IVS's Hunter on the flip side. That's another thing I've been looking forward to going into this tournament. I'm wondering how much IVS has grown as a team. And I remember the Hunter being one of the key points in their team that I highlighted at the time we last saw them. So hopefully we see the improvement that I'm looking for, I guess. I think, yeah, that's the best way to put it.
Yeah, just to
I'll stick
highlight
to
the last time we saw them was the qualifiers, and it was Kraydonna and Zalcon that were still in Team IVS. So I'm really interested to see the Ripper make his presence felt in this competition, and see how, or if he will pick the Ripper. Who knows? Again, these are just preferences. They do give us that hint of what we're about to see, but then again, we can't really rely on it as much, because we did see a Bonbon now by Eris. I believe on paper that we were given, we didn't expect to see a Bonbon coming out of NR. So just surprise picks all around. And I think that's also something that these teams have to take into consideration if they can bring that anomaly or that surprise to the table that the other team has to think about. That that their strategy, you can't really prepare for just one type of hunter or these type of survivors, that they have a lot in their back pocket to present.
Yes, sir. And uh, yeah, all said. We're just gonna have to wait for how that second half will come out. Again, this is both the tricky and interesting thing about heading into a day one of a tournament. As furthermore, especially because there's a lot of fresh names here, I would say, with the mix of known ones. There's only so much you can predict, I would say, because you don't really have enough groundwork to work with in the first place. In our case as MCs, the luckiest that we were able to get out of some of these guys was the statistics that our team at Identify was gracious enough to give us, just so that we do have something to refer off of. But other than that, a lot of the build up that we're going to see moving forward really comes down to the results that we're going to be seeing over the next few days. That's when the narratives come in. That's when we have an inkling of where these teams stand amongst their opposition. And finally, this is more interesting than something to look forward to in future tournaments as well, because so we will see how that'll go down. But you know what? We will have to just have a bit more patience as the players are getting ready. But don't worry. It's the last game of the day, but a number of halves still await us. So hope you guys still have your your energy to
For sure.
keep up
Sure.
with what we have today.
I could feel the energy resonating from the people that are watching, supporting their regions.
Oh, yeah.
And they're very excited to see some Leo's Memory action. Let's talk about the potentials of what we're about to witness. All hunters are on the table, but the playground is Leo's Memory. Are we going to see a Ripper? Because I have a feeling that maybe we're going to see a different character. Because, again, it's a huge map. So a part of me, an inkling is telling me, even though that the Ripper is there and that's his preference, we're going to see probably one hunter with more map control.
Yes, sir. But, oh, man, at this point in time, you know what? I am raring to see how these how it's gonna go.
I hear a bloody queen. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're just gonna jump straight into that match. We just heard word that the picking down was already done. So we're seeing a bloody queen, a gravekeeper, a seer, and a priestess, and a mechanic. So interesting stuff.
Yeah. Just a quick try over the comps. Survivors looks like we'll be sticking to expectation here. Bloody Queen, I love as the alternative, in which case, at least by having the Bloody Queen on Leo's Memory, it kind of saves you the trouble of needing to traverse these long spans of terrain. either through switching with the mirror image or just letting the mirror image do its work itself, just so that you don't have to necessarily be in close quarters to land these shots. Speaking of which, gonna go straight in to close the gap and land the wackaroo on Aurora.
Excellent stuff on the Bloody Queen side. Just able to find the mechanic early on, the doll, to give an inkling of where the mechanic is going to be at. So able to stuff the mechanic and really stop Cypher Rush from happening. And a Bloody Queen on Leo's memory with those mirrors can really cut corners and really be able to make the real estate work in her advantage in terms of how far everything is spread out.
Absolutely. Now, question here is, they have, I think, the optimal option of a rescue here. Well, nobody's really going for it yet. Okay, now we do. But I mean, there's still quite a bit of time that they can work with. Mechanic, though, already halfway. Let's go ahead and see how this will pan out as Seer slowly closes in on the internal workings of this factory.
Yep, Dylan going for that save, gets the rescue, but no tide turner, so it's going to be very interesting how he's going to deal with this situation. Aurora trying to buy as much time as possible, but Owl is going to be a factor. Excellent Owl placement on the side of NR. And now the mirror image to really cut the corners here and really be able to give the mechanic a run for our money, and excellently played swipe there just last minute on the side of IVS.
Oh my gosh. Here we go straight into the factory once again. Aurora, I mean, as a mechanic especially, not really as much you can do to really prolong the kite, since you don't necessarily have the kit to do so. But I mean, and are definitely trying to make the most of the situation. 3 ciphers
Very
remaining,
true.
though. 3 healthy survivors. That's still fair play for them.
Ooh, wow. Well placed hit on the Bloody Queen there. Able to stop the Priestess from bolting, really respecting that terror shock. Raindrop now dropping the Palantir. Able to move away and just create some distance from that Bloody Queen, but that Bloody Queen is still on the hunt, waiting for that mirror cooldown to just go away for him to really sandwich that survivor. And mind you, ladies and gentlemen, she is carrying Blink.
Oh man, that is gonna be fun because it really, I feel, gives a lot more advantage to Bloody Queen when you have that combination. But you know what? You already have the second survivor off to the rocket chair, and it will be the Priestess. A little bit of a way
excellent.
to go.
Well, excellent blink, well placed on the Bloody Queen side, and now switching skills. Now I'm going to chair this survivor, but the Gravekeeper did start to dig, so that is something to worry about on the side of IVS. Excellent rescue, and Gravekeeper gets a hit. Oh wow, our last cycle was stopped. We are at the end game.
Oh my gosh, this is great for NR. I mean, a lot to work with in terms of getting the 3 survivors out. I mean, there is, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm looking at this correct. Okay, it is going to be Dylan that will have to be on distraction duty, whilst the rest of NR prepping those gates. 62% already, so that's very much workable.
Distraction duty indeed. He had to really buy so much time, and now he's really kiting for his life because the survivors are out of there, so that's immediate 2 points. He's trying to look for something big here to work with, but no, the Bloody Queen gets a tie, 2-2. Excellent stuff on the side of NR.
And at the end of it, well played, in which case, for both sides in this first round. Second round will be coming up in a bit. But you know what? Let's go ahead and talk about that game. The kiting that I believe you have the mechanic had towards the start. That was a lot of time bought. Again, played around the factory, which has been a constant from what we've been seeing from Leo's memory. And I also have to give kudos to the Hunter, because I just love the combination of the utility and then being able to use a skill as a gap closer. That's just textbook, to be honest. Textbook
Yeah.
ways to just make efficient use of a Bloody Queen whilst closing the gap.
True, and not to mention also that well-timed blink for for him to really snipe out the priestess. Just to recall of how the match transpired, the mechanic did try to buy as much time as possible. Did a pretty good job in doing so, actually. Really evening things out. The priestess was chaired, but then again, you saw that the gravekeeper was there for that rescue. And now, once he ate that hit, the seer was ready to pop that last cipher, and then seer, as Articuno said, had to be on distraction duty for him to be able to secure those survivors to get out of there. And it just shows that they can hang with a very terrifying Bloody Queen of IVS in a big map like Leo's Memory. So again, NR came to play.
Absolutely. And this time, let's go ahead and talk about what the playing field is now that we have round one concluded. By the points, to be fair, it is close. However, based on the format of this tournament, one team comes off a little bit better just because of being able to win a half, which was the first half, and that is going to be IVS. IVS going in with a round win. Win condition doesn't matter how close the points are. If they could win the second round, that is auto match victory for them. But on the flip side, this is great for NR as well, because with the points in place, all they have to do is make sure that they win the second round. Doesn't matter how the points pan out. And we're guaranteed a round 3 where it's like a mini reset, albeit take into account if any of either side ends up with higher points.
True. Just comparing it to the first round, it's really neck and neck. And let's check out the match data. You see here the containment times. The mechanic was able to buy as much times, but she was the first to go to the manor. Kudos to her for buying enough time for the teammates for them to really push the objectives from happening. The priestess and the seer were really able to do a lot of just distraction duty, and really even things out. If you look at the hunter side here, very aggressive with 10 attack hits, 2 pallet destructions, and 6 knockdowns. And it's really funny because the Gravekeeper actually did the most decoding in this game.
Actually. So there you have it. Ah, man, I'm actually very curious about with the data now. I'm kind of on the fence as to who we're going to see as MVP, but just a strong hunch would be NR's Hunter. Oh, sorry. Now that I realize, I flipped out. I mixed up the teams when I was explaining win conditions. So it is actually NR that's at an advantage because of the first half win. I was saying IVS earlier, but you know what? Challenge accepted for. Or actually, I'm.
IVS was the one. Yes. So as Articuno was mentioning, those win conditions, I think what you first stated was right. And as you were talking about the MVP, it was actually the hunter of IVS, the Bloody Queen of Long Depth Tray. I'm so sorry. Can you pronounce this for me?
Long Depth Tray.
Long Depth Tray. There you go. I will
Sure
get
if I'm
that
pronouncing it correctly. We'll confirm with the team after this.
Yeah,
I want to make sure that we give justice to these guys. But yeah,
congratulations to you, Long Depth Try, or congratulations to the hunter of IVS was being the MVP. I actually thought it was going to be the forward of IVS because that was pretty impressive of how he was able to distract that Bonbon early on. But you know what? Even though even though the hunter did go for that tie, he did a lot of work for them to secure the first round victory. And now, as we head to the second round, it's still neck and neck. The total is still 5-3, so not much of a skill gap, not much of a point gap there, just 2 points. And you know what? NR could turn things around for us to extend it to a third match.
Oh, definitely. And I don't know, man. Like my note, I'm starting to load up on notes here. That's why I'm getting so confused at this point. But it's a good thing, though. It's a good thing. The fact that we have so much data that we're getting just off of these first 2 games. This is where we're able to start to build expectation and narrative. But yeah, going into this game number 2, let's talk about circumstance. That extra ban for both sides. Not to mention, we already have an inkling of what these hunters might want to prioritize based on their first pick. Again, we're guard 26 as well as a Bloody Queen was brought to the table, so definitely worth taking note of. If
For
whether
sure.
or not these are banned.
And I just want to talk to myself back in COA and say like, hey, Seer actually sees the light of day now, because we've been seeing a lot of Seers. Your owl over there is pretty happy right now. I can see that he's jumping out of its seat right now. Check that out, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. Off to go like defend against survivors. So it's just very interesting to see how the meta is shifting, and we're seeing a lot of characters like the Seer being put into the mix. But now it seems like they don't want to deal with any mercenaries or mechanics. So yeah, I'm just happy to see the owl be put into play and really extend, because a lot of instant owls get me all hyped. If owl is able to swoop in and block for the survivor, chef kisses.
Indeed. So I think the big question now here is, based on the performance that we saw, will these hunters chosen merit a potential ban? Guard 26, circumstantially, as it was Leo's memory, I'm kind of on the fence. If I were in the opposition shoes, for now, maybe not, unless you end up with a super close quarters map going into the second round. Bloody Queen, it's worth the thought, unless again you end up in a map where consequentially you just want to ban a hunter that would be expected to perform better on whatever map they're playing in the second round.
Right.
Circumstance again.
It comes down to the map. If we go, let's say, if we do shades of the first match we witnessed, Arms Factory, for sure they will respect the Bloody Queen pick, or maybe Dream. Oh, that's tough. I just confused myself, because I think that they will for sure ban the Bonbon. As you mentioned, if you don't have that much real estate to move around, Bonbon would make those ruins actually work against you with how much bombs he's gonna drop. If we go with something, that's tough, because Ripper is so viable too in those small stages, and maybe IVS's long-term goal is for them to take their eyes away off the Ripper and go for meta bans, and then when push comes to shove, the Ripper is there to do the work.
That is a fair point. I mean, we have seen that happen in the past where, especially for teams, let's say, during the Dream Witch Bloody Queen
season
rise. Still slightly seeing that, but even when it was more dominant, when push comes to shove, when those are off the table, we did see some teams revert to old reliable Ripper. But there's such an assortment at the same time. Again, it's always been circumstantial at the end of the day when you veer away from those two hunters back at their prime. But you know what? We're going to go ahead and let the pick and ban speak for itself. Predictions are finally going to come to, what's the word I'm looking for?
Fruition.
Whether or not they'll be proven true or false. There we go.
All right. So Sacred Heart Hospital, excellent bans on the side of both Survivor and Hunter. We're seeing a Bloody Queen ban and a Merkin Priestess, because that Priestess can get very scary for Hunters when she gets to the hospital. We're going to see a Seer, a Perfumer, a Forward, and All Reliable Mechanic being in the top tier picks. And we're going to see another Bonbon effort. All right, Eris going at the Bonbon once again, now in a more compact map. So I do agree with this now, since it's a smaller stage we're going to settle this tango in. So we'll see if it'll pay off. If first you don't succeed, try again.
Yeah, and to be fair, based on the survivor spread out here, with the exception of the mechanic, it should be fair play with dealing with what guard 26 brings to the table. Execution will be key here, in which case for IVS, and we'll see if they're capable of that. And on to Sacred Heart Hospital we go. Aris is on the hunt.
Eris trying to patrol the outside perimeter of the hospital, shifting his attention to the pallets here, going to the statue. Kraydonna is there, that is the Seer. Will he try to commit to the Seer as he patrols the Cypher? Only time will tell. Now Kraydonna trying to move, I believe this is 2 pallets, or just moving to just more real estate and try to buy as much time as possible. There is an owl that could be used early on, but how will Aris try to snuff it out of him? Wow, big play there from Aris, getting the owl out and getting that hit. Perfect execution there, as Articuno mentioned, if Aris wants his team to stay alive in this competition.
Yes, sir. Oh man, those bombs are coming in left and right, and the fact that this deer is playing around walls. Normally, this would be your asset, but because of the limited range you can run, becomes your detriment when you're facing those bombs.
You saw that the Seer was trying to work with those ruins, trying to work in those real estate for him to get away from the bonbon. And again, the bombs, the projectiles is another story, ladies and gentlemen. He really is able to corner you and really able to put the pressure on the chase. And now he is really just still patrolling the vicinity of that chair while still trying to throw some bombs. Now, who is going to make the rescue? I believe Zhao Khan is making a move. How will he be able to make the approach?
Oh man, look at this coming in from Aris, just constantly throwing out those bombs from a distance. This is pretty good because Aris pretty much has one side covered, not to mention by just relying on the fact that those bombs can go the distance, has a pseudo defense on site itself. So, not a bad way to go. Not a bad defense that Aris is ramping up.
Excellent use of the teleport. He knew that, at the Seer was on his last legs there on the chair, and now shifting eyes on the Perfumer. He did have the wanted order on the forward and was just patrolling him even though he's just waiting. Perfumer gets sniped out though. Excellent hit there. Just able to, the Perfumer tried to last as long as possible with that perfume. Then again, this overwhelming offense coming out of Aris really means business here. Wow. I like the idea of the Perfumer, really trying to make sure that she gets the attention away. But Aris was able to just shift last minute, throwing that bomb and just waiting for her to come back to that Perfume. Now the Perfumer is in the chair.
Aris is great at getting a hell lot done.
Yes.
Over these past few minutes, there was never a dull moment. Not to mention the fact that IVS is a bit pressed here. Luckily, there are only 2 ciphers remaining. I'm not quite sure where the progress stands here right now, though. I think the positive here, though, is that the mechanic was still up. That does help boost up the time that they spent. But, oh my god, this is so hard. Perfumer is still strapped to the chair, not to mention a forward down. Mechanic has no choice. Has to try to go for saves here.
What a scramble! And Aris came out on the winning side of that exchange, downing the forward. The forward was playing his strategy there, trying to go for a rescue, but the overwhelming bombs was just too much. And now Zhao Khan just getting moved away just in case, because the Perfumer, I believe, is getting out. And now the mechanic is the sole survivor that is standing. The forward still has time to recover, and then it takes a while for him to just get back up, and doesn't want to get back up just yet, ladies and gentlemen.
This is a completely different story that we're seeing here. NOIR has all the cards in his hand. That is proving to be IVS's detriment here. And the cards that he has is the constant pressure that will be putting on this mechanic as well as the forward. Forward once again down, unfortunately. Mechanic is pressed for not just time here, but has very limited options with how he can potentially try to reverse things.
Yes, and mind you, Articuno, that once the mechanic sees a lot of violence, the decoding speed drops. So it's going to be tough for her to pop any of these ciphers while the forward is down. So still, Aris is just, like you mentioned, has all the cards on the table, and now is slowly but surely, methodically trying to chase after this soul mechanic while the forward is slowly but surely getting knocked out here.
Oh my goodness, Aris just trying to roam about here. Dungeon is spotted out though, but even if Dungeon is up as a possibility, it's still a long way to go. Mechanic, it really does come down to a Dungeon. It has a lot of time that needs to be bought. Forward is far from, being forward in expiration.
Exactly. So how again, Aris is the one playing the patience game here, not wanting to overextend himself, not wanting to give him too much room, still trying to just patrol anywhere which the mechanic can be. I believe Zalcon's still down, and now finds Mar. And now Mar trying to just put as much distance as possible because I think her heart is palpitating. Now Aris noticing that, just make sure to throw a bomb just for good measure to make his presence felt. Aris now on the last survivor that is up and running.
Oh man, this is gonna be the last stretch. Can this mechanic put it on? But you know, Aris throwing those bombs left and right. Looks like the first one already finding a landing with a chunk of mechanic already seeing the light. Oh my goodness, though. With
They
the mechanic
switch
going
though.
down.
Yeah, they switch. Mechanic just had to touch the forward, and now it's the mechanic that's down. Mechanic can recover, but I believe, yeah, now Khan still used up all his football for him to just create some space. And now, like we've said, it's not over till it's over. And Aris now is on the chase.
Oh my goodness. This interesting transition that IVS made here. Now the big question is, can Mechanic in Mars salvage himself in this scenario? While forward is on the side where he might be able to buy time. I am still trying to see the angles of which IVS can make something of the scenario to at least get, I don't know, maybe just one survivor out.
Wow. Okay, teleports out of there because Zalcon was putting a clinic on why the hospital is such a great place for the survivors to stay at. Really buying enough time for the mechanic to get back up, forcing Aerith to shift targets and now transfer it to the side of the mechanic. Now the mechanic is being spotted out here, and this is what's so scary about the Bonbon. He can just fight you from like meters away by throwing those bombs and timing them really well. And forward makes it top of a cipher, one cipher remaining, Article.
Okay, this is the silver lining for IVS right now. They haven't dropped the ball just yet. Working with two survivors, it'll just ultimately come down to making sure that Mar does not succumb to the barrage of bombs that just keep on coming from this guard 26.
Just look at the resources. Just mechanic does have perfume, so that is something that might be put into question here. As he moves, no drops the pallet, and now Barrett's breaking that pallet, really trying to snipe out this really slippery mechanic. And Aris is still remaining focused. The mechanic is down, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh man, okay, with the mechanic down, this will pretty much guarantee RS the laser, like the condition of just, you know what, other conditions have been only for IVF. There's only just one thing that I can focus on, and that's just to laser on, and sorry, not laser on, but rather just pretty much devote all its energy toward Falcon.
Yes, because that mechanic is staying down. I think you use all her heals. Now Falcon just trying to buy us time. The mechanic does just get out of the game a little more faster than, let's say, a mercenary. But then Falcon still has a long time to kite, and I believe the dungeon is pretty far from where he's at.
Agreed. And oh man, it's another scenario where if you're going to try to wait out mechanics expiration, then that might be tricky. But you know what? It's no longer needed. RS's patience has finally come to fruition for him. All four survivors out. That's one great exhibition and showing of bouncing back pretty much. Trust NR to do that.
That just shows that Aris doesn't run a race; it's a marathon. He wasn't going for the quick returns to the manor because he knew that IVS's survivors are very wily and they're very formidable. So he made sure to secure that four-man down and four-man back to the manor. And now Aris showing everyone that the Bonbon is nothing to be messed with. 5 points for NR.
Ooh, 5 points. You know what this means, Potch? Regardless of what happens in the second half, we are guaranteed a round 3. Another.
Yeah.
This is looking a bit closer, would I dare say. The only reason I hesitate is the fact that he got 5 points. Aras got 5 points.
Mm-hmm. And that just shows that I think now IVS is going back to the drawing board and saying they have to respect the Bonbon, because in Sacred Heart they did opt for the Bloody Queen ban, and which was formidable, but and they, based on how the Bonbon performed in Leo's memory, I guess it really was the map that was the one that was favoring the survivors more with how spread out they were, because looking at the match analysis, that was a lot of bombs he dropped. Look at that. 22 attack hits, 6 pallets destroyed, 8 knockdowns. The destruction on this Bonbon is crazy, Articuno. And now we look at
Absolutely.
the containment times. Look at Zhao Khan really playing, helming the forward, really able to buy a lot of time for his team, 83 seconds. And you know what, Mechanic, I know she's a decoder, but look how much time she was able to buy for her team. 62 seconds. Excellent stuff. Not to discount Kraydana and Wolfie as well. Wolfie pushing the ciphers a lot, and Kraydana just having that ever elusive owl always ready and at anyone's call.
Right. Absolutely. And at the end of the day, I think what just proved to be one of the complications that IVS encountered, which I think has been a recurring theme, is once these teams lose out on a survivor a bit earlier than they would have hoped, that's kind of been a showcase of how complicated it is to not really bounce back, but at least try to continue to roll with the punches from there, just because of how complicated it is to work with less survivors so earlier on when there's still so much work that you need to do on those ciphers.
True. And also, just to bring it back to that moment that really, I don't know, that kind of got me. Like the match isn't over yet. Just when we were thinking that it was a forward and a mechanic, and the forward was able to revive I think the mechanic was able to revive the forward, and the match went on, and it looked like, and then the forward was able to pop a cipher. So you really, there's always a never say die attitude in this game, ladies and gentlemen. Even though the numbers don't look well, even though the survivors aren't in your count, even though the ciphers aren't in your count if you're playing the hunter, never give up. That's something that these teams are actually proving to everyone that wants to be good at this game.
For sure, Poch, for sure. And I don't know, man. Hopefully, with what you've said, we continue to see these teams hold on to just that. There's a lot of fortitude that's needed to push through. And for IVS, I mean, that's a lot to stomach. Like 5 points coming out of the blue for NR. For NR's case, that is a huge morale boost moving forward. All they have to do is make sure that they win this coming second half of round 2. And that just automatically catapults them in not only an upward trajectory of confidence, but just having the superior amount of points gives them much more breathing room to work with going into round 3. So long as they don't succumb to, assuming that's the case, so long as they don't succumb to falling short on any one of those halves, then it could be a good done deal for them and are just ready to potentially make their mark. This is just foretelling the future, but it really also comes down to how IVS responds moving forward.
Mm-hmm. And also to just add to the win conditions of NR, let's say it goes to the third, it will go to the third match for sure. We still haven't seen Sky Zero. We still haven't seen that Dream Witch, and with the Bonbon being in play as well as the Bloody Queen, I don't know if the hunters are thinking of a Dream Witch. We haven't seen Arms Factory yet, so I'm just teasing that, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see if that happens. This is IVS. They were able to see the qualifying stage in Koa, and you know what? This could still mean that they're in this, because it is IVS's turn to start hunting in Sacred Heart, and we've seen how crazy the Bloody Queen could be. The hunter of IVS was really able to. Apologies again for me not being able to pronounce that. Was able to utilize that Bloody Queen. So I would predict that NR would go for a respect ban of that Bloody Queen here in Sacred Heart.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, Bloody Queen would not a bad idea if ever it were allowed to thrive as yet another pick available to them. So we'll just really have to see. I mean, it's funny how earlier I was mentioning how maybe Guard 26 can be left up in the open still, but when it was left open, oh my god, Aris just went full throttle. All like Ghost
Yeah.
plus Ultra, I think is the best way to put it on that Bonbon with those bombs just going left, right, up, down, boom, boom, pow. So
Yeah,
man.
he was lighting up the floor. It became pretty much a disco when he just kept dropping those bombs. Now pressure is on long depth tries part here in terms of them to not really. Did I pronounce it right? Sorry, thank you.
Yeah,
Apologies.
I think it's a fair, it's a respectable pronunciation, I think.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. Long depth try. If pressure's on his side because for sure that the best they can do now in this half is to tie, and they don't want to give that much of a lead. So he really has to perform very well as he is hunting the survivors of NR and Sacred Heart. I have a feeling the survivors, as I mentioned, would go for the ban of the Bloody Queen, just because how effective he was on the map of Leo's memory. Um, in terms of expectations with a hunter, you think Dreamwood should come out?
Oh man, Dream. I mean, why
It's
not? I guess.
yeah, it's hard to not. It's hard to remove her from the conversation with how powerful she
Definitely.
is, even though that maybe some hunters wouldn't, some players wouldn't like their it's not their preference to go for them, but she's always looming there. Like I always feel like when we're having this conversation, I'm being leeched, and she's just there. She's like, "You're not talking about me." I'm like, "We're the LFS tier hunters out there." Yeah. So that's one. We could, I don't know, another hunter up in the air could be also a violinist.
Actually, there's just, especially since we're running with Sacred Heart Hospital, I think what really comes to play here is um size really matters here in terms of map, particularly, just to
Yes.
emphasize. Like the less terrain you work with, I mean, that just means that it's less of a worry that you need to field a hunter that has utility to traverse terrain to make up
Yes.
for its size. But when you're working with smaller quarters, I mean, at least that's not a concern. So you could instead focus on you just straight up getting the meta hunters that would guarantee the thrill of the kill on these survivors.
For sure. As you mentioned, yeah, map always has to come into question when we talk about picks and bans. With the real estate that Sacred Heart represents, you know what, there are a lot of viable hunters out there, and the meta picks are always going to be there. Hell, even an Axe Boy might be in this mix because of how crazy he can once he drops those peaceful pines and really control the area around the map because we've seen him move up in tier lists of these players in the community, and we did see an Axe Boy in the first match. So it's really hard. I know that we're supposed to set up this match, and I think the way we set this up, ladies and gentlemen, is that IVS has a bunch of characters to pick from, like in terms of hunters.
Oh, just way too much. Like now that, like, as we go on into conversation, I'm realizing just the numerous possibilities that we could look up here. And at the end of the day, we can only just wait and see until we hit that pick and ban screen. And by the way, guys, we thank you again for your patience as the players are still making sure that things are ironed out on their end. I was slightly expecting that you were going to end up with a dab, but okay.
I'm scared because I'm kind of wired in, so I feel like my whole setup might fall apart because it's wired. So,
but you know what? Your patience will be rewarded, guys, as we head into the pick and ban finally. It will no longer be a situation of speculation because we're seeing those. Wow.
Okay.
The ban. That's what I instantly noticed. The ban.
The ban with Joseph, very interesting. Joseph has been banned twice in this entire day, but now we're going to see the Bloody Queen, and you're going to see how dangerous she is here at Sacred Heart. Now on NR side, Daddy with the Gravekeeper, Aurora with the Mechanic, Joan with the Perfumer, and Raindrop with the Priestess. IVS here, along Trey here. In the Ruin side, excellent use of the Perfume. Okay, sniping out that first hit, but the hunt is still on, so he can't rest just yet because this Bloody Queen came to, just want to drop some survivors.
Right. And, oh man. Here we go. Chase around area. Courtesy of Long Depth Try. I mean, not the most optimal so far, but good chase here so far. Really committing.
Yeah, I believe that that's the Mechanic doll. Because
Right.
once he gets that hit, he's going to be able to see what the Mechanic is at. And also, it's one less body to worry about. So Long Depth Try sniping out that Mechanic doll. And look at the health of that Mechanic doll. It's not that formidable as of the start. And he's able to just get one less body to worry about. Now over at the statue area, Raindrop is going to have to move away from that Cypher he was working on. Long Depth Try shifting his attention now, laser focused here, moving her entire body with that link, going after Raindrop.
Oh man, this is really good. In which case, Long Depth Try finally committing to actual living survivor. In which case, and Priestess though, I mean, I'm really wondering to see if Priestess will live long enough to at least utilize those portals. Speaking of which, here we go. Unfortunately, the second whack will seal the deal, as Priestess will be the first survivor down and straight to the rocket chute. Question is, four ciphers still up in the air, and based on the progress that I was kind of peeking at, a lot of which has reached a respectable prime state. So I think NR definitely has their ground set.
Oh, for sure. Speaking of NR survivors, Gravekeeper's daddy here is on the burrow here, trying to make his way to rescue the Priestess for the halfway mark. And now Long Depth Try practicing some patience here, gets the hit, but wow, survivor it now. Clean save on the side of the Gravekeeper, and Raindrop back on the run.
Oh man, that was quite the jiffy of a rescue that we saw there coming, and our great job. In which case, looks like the mirror image will be popped up as the Priestess makes her way inside the hospital itself, but unfortunately, Long Depth Try being able to close out that gap, lands that rocket back to the rocket chair. You go, my friend.
Excellent stuff. I love the strategy on Raindrop side going to the hospital, because that's one of the safe havens of these survivors. But then Long Depth Try was really able to utilize the skill well, really able to just stop the Priestess from gaining momentum in terms of hiding this Bloody Queen, and he gets another hit out of this Perfumer. Long Depth Try here, really able to just make her presence felt, even though she's guarding the shared Priestess.
Righto. And here we go. It's like Long Depth Try. This is really tricky, by the way, for NR. I mean, they have a good foundation with the work that they've gotten on these ciphers, but I mean, damage across the board. I guess what they would really want to work with at this point, I guess, even with the injuries that they have on 3 survivors, okay, with the Priestess down as well, is they ideally would have wanted to poise themselves for a Cypher pop, but with 2 Cyphers remaining, I mean, I guess they're just gonna have to do without one less member being this
True.
for
They gotta cut the losses while they have it. Priestess is already back to the manor. Daddy over there inside the window of hospital, shifting his attention away, going upstairs just to make sure that, you know what, the Bloody Queen doesn't get a swipe at him for a terror shock. Looking at the resources they have, Gravekeeper is at full health. Mechanic has a slight doll left, but then half health. And you got a perfumer that's half health, two perfumes left. So it's really anyone's game since you mentioned two ciphers remaining are
Right, exactly. And oh man, this is interesting. Long Up trying to sniff out a next potential victim here. Whilst the rest of NR just ever so casually making sure that they get their health bars up first,
Yeah.
just so that they can fight another day, and by fight another day, take more hits from Long Up once the pursuits commence once again.
True, and now they're all at full health. So this is very interesting to see how, look, that cipher is so close to popping, and they popped one inside the hospital window, one cipher left, and now Dylan makes a run for it while Long Try is hot on his tail. Still trying to go for that swipe, gets one right away on that second hit. Dylan, though, using the perfume to just heal back up. Excellent usage of the perfumer's toolkit.
Oh man, Dylan definitely trying to do what he can. We got to peep on the cipher progress here for NR. So I think with 3 healthy bodies for NR, there's still a lot of things can happen here, but 3 survivors out of the game, a potential possibility that remains.
Excellent. Yeah, true. It is still 3 able bodies. That was an excellent perfume by Dylan's side. Now at the shack area, Dylan having no more resources to work with. He's gonna have to eat the hit if he's going to. If the hunter will be able to, just get a swipe at him. And now Long try changing to the teleport. Gets the stun. It is not close yet, ladies and gentlemen. Lower left side says it is prime, but yes, the stun did happen, and now I think Dylan has to look for another stun while Long tries to advance and change his trait to the teleport just so he can safeguard more bodies and chairs. But no, they go for the pop right away. And now Long changing his attention to Daddy here that's trying to open the gate.
Oh my goodness. But okay. He actually manages to last out a bit more, which has been up for activation by these survivors, but there's still quite a bit of a way to go. This extension is looking scary coming from Long Depth Try. Teleports just to the right spot where Dylan was working to open that gate. Long Depth Try tries to open that swipe and manages to land it on the second time. And oh man, big question is, are they going to let Dylan slide as the sacrifice, or will they go for a potential save here? Let's go ahead and check things out. It does seem that they are working on that other side of the gate. Oh, but it will linger here.
Props to Dylan for being able to do that, and that is the mechanic doll. No more resources for the mechanic. And now lower left side says that the Gravekeeper has already opened the gate. Long Death Guy still has the detention. Mechanic is trying to run her way to that gate while Long Death Guy is, at the foot race, Articuno.
Oh man,
Aurora is so close. Long Death Guy still doesn't have to pull down on the mirror, and this could be it. 2-2. What a match.
IVS will take it in which case. A 2 for 2. But you know what? What's really going to be interesting is once we start adding up those points once again. But I don't want to get ahead of myself. Let's go ahead and talk about what went down in that second half of the second round. Because
Can I just say, one of the highlights for me was the perfumers insta perfumes, really eating all those hits, buying so much time. And even though she fell in the end, I believe she was sent back because it was the mechanic and the gravekeeper. She really did her job with just getting the attention of the hunter away from the objectives that were being pushed. And kudos to Long Dep Trai, he really being able to utilize, knowing when to change the skill when he needed to. Those final seconds were very crucial in his game plan, for him to get the 2-2. So it's still anyone's game, and both teams here are now like neck and neck in this as we move to the third round.
Yeah, it's great that you highlighted that, in which case, because if not for the time bought by that excellent perfumer place, that we saw,
Mm-hmm.
I feel like a completely different story could have unraveled for NR there. It really came down to the heroics that we saw from that perfumer. I just have to agree with you with that being the highlight. But yeah, just moving forward, talking about the points. I mean, I straight up learned my lesson from the past tournaments I've casted. My math is just gonna add up sometimes, so we're just gonna
I
have to
got
straight
you.
up
Don't
wait
worry.
for
I'll help
those
you
points.
out. We'll get
Okay,
this all
okay,
together. Okay,
okay,
so I got you. Don't worry. So it is now 10 to, I believe, 7.
okay,
No,
yeah,
sorry.
okay.
Yes. Okay, cool. Thank you for j- having my back on that. So it's still, you know what, 3 points. It's not a steal. It's still, even though that NR does have slight of a lead, it's still anyone's game. And Articuno, our predictions could be wrong. Oh my gosh! And this is what we're talking. As much as we want to be surprised, yeah, actually we do want to be surprised. So I'm ready to eat my words in that prediction, and I'm ready to come at it with more information as we move along. So NR though is showing up.
Yes, sirree. And I'm really happy to see this sudden change of, like, the winds of war have.
Oh,
I
beautiful.
can't believe I
Okay.
went there, but yeah, like the winds of war have changed, and it. I smell some NR leading up to a potential victory if they could keep up this trajectory.
Mhm.
But round, it's really up to what happens with round 3. But you know what? With the music coming up, let's check out the match data to see how that all went down.
The long depth try doing a lot of work with this Bloody Queen, even though it was a tie. 13 attack hits, 4 pallets destroyed, 6 knockdowns. The destruction on this Bloody Queen is insane. But here we go. This is the tale of how the survivors were able to manage a 2-person out. We have a 65-second kite by Dylan. Not too far behind was Raindrop with 58 seconds, and Daddy and Aurora with respectively 43 to 25 seconds. Now, it was utilized well. The doll and the mechanic did have a lot of decoding, but then looking at Daddy as well, he did most of the decoding, 266. And when he had to kite or when he had to save, he just dropped the ciphers and went for it. 2 pallet strikes as well, one on Dylan's side and one on Daddy's side. Oh, one
Yeah,
heal,
and
my bad. One heal.
all good. All good. And another thing is that for a long dip try, if you look at especially attack hits, like these attack hits, if you're not looking at the survivor stats, you'd think that more would have come out of it. But a lot of it, at the end of the day, attributes to what you brought up earlier, Butch, which was the perfumer. So many perfect timing on
Yes.
those perfumes that merited um, so much space for um, an art in that case. But yeah, looking at the scores, you got your math all good, Poch. It is going to be a 7-10 now in favor of NR, and hugely attributed to the fact that they landed the 05 in their favor in that first half of round 2.
Articuno, it's our math. It's a duo effort here. So yes, it is a very interesting time here in round number 3, with a 3-point deficit. IVS being the one to see the Koa stage. Now, will NR put them in rough waters in the third round, or will IVS be able to, just turn the tides as it back into their favor like they did in round number 1? And here we go. Best performance comes from Eris, and I do not disagree with this at all, because he had he gained 5 points, a 4 survivor down, 1 remaining cipher, 22 survivor hits. The destruction is 6 pallets destroyed, average eliminations 2.5, and 1 terror shock for good measure. That's the cherry on top, Articuno.
straight up, if this guard 26 did not come up as MVP, I would be extremely baffled. Obviously not the case though. You have to give recognition to RS, who just went above and beyond in that first half of the second round. But this is a point that you brought up earlier, Putch, towards the end of that first half. Now that we've seen RS at plus ultra with what he can do with guard 26, it will definitely be a strong point from here on that IVS will have to respect that. And
Yes.
I think there's a high percentage that they will, unless maybe they end up in a map where they can afford to let it slide one more time. But especially in this round 3, who knows what can happen? I mean, the round 3 earlier was played on Moon River Park.
Yes.
So whether or not we'll see something as wide as that again for a round 3 selection and how that'll affect picks, that's another discussion in itself that we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I would. Having a third round in Moonlit isn't that far from reality if they want to prioritize banning other characters, or if they want to. IVS's side, maybe they want to pick a map that will benefit their hunter and just go for the respect ban of banning out the guard 26. Because
Agreed.
again, like I think most, aside from being MVP in this matchup, most improved as well, because compared to his first performance, it was a 3-1 and he turned that 1 point into a 5. So Aris really, I mean, commanded that respect to that bonbon. And I believe that IVS now is back in the drawing board, really trying to find ways for Aris not to pick that character anymore.
Agreed. Absolutely. So that said, oh man, round 3, guys. Round 3 is gonna make it or break it for one of these teams. And in case you guys have just caught up this evening on what is happening, we're currently still live for the Identity 5 Southeast Asia, or wait, sorry, Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia 2020. And really, really exciting time to be an Identity 5 player here in Southeast Asia. Finally, more platforms for our region to build up on our esports for Identity 5. And you're seeing it right here as we start with 8 teams here in the group stage. Only one towards the end will get a huge chunk of that 1 million Bot prize pool and a direct in to the upcoming Call of the Abyss for next year, 2021, guys.
That golden ticket. I'm so excited for whoever's going to win this. We're only in day 1, and I'm so excited for all these players and the opportunity they have in terms of their exposure to the community and this platform that is set up for competitive Identity 5 to really make the best out of the best. Steel sharpens steel, and we're putting the best of the region together so that we'll find out who can represent this region and get a fast pass ticket all the way to Call of the Abyss 4, ladies and gentlemen. So Botch Spice, Articuno, professional fans here, as well as MCs for today, calling the action and also making bold, calculated predictions in as we go along in this match. And as we're enjoying this, ladies and gentlemen, we're also building that narrative. So do show your support and send it out to all the teams that you know and love, because they really need it, and they will go like Aris. They will go plus ultra and go beyond expectations if they receive that kind of love from you guys.
And don't forget, also, in case you guys want to catch it in Thai, we currently have dual language broadcasts going on. Of course, obviously tuned into the English if you guys want to check it out. The Thai broadcast, courtesy of our friends Catcaster and Ring Care. Be sure to head on to the Thai channels for Identity 5. We're currently broadcasting on both Facebook and YouTube. Facebook, by default, gives you access to the stream in your more dominant language, either English or Thai. If you want to be a bit more specific, YouTube will be your best bet so that you have a selection at your language specifics.
And just it warms my heart to see the support that Identity 5 is getting, especially in the competitive scene. And it just we want to come up with the best of the best, right? And you mentioned also that they're up and coming players, they're prodigies that are coming out as this esport, as this this competitive scene is growing. So it is a great time to pick up the game and play with your friends. Heck, even try competing and representing your region because Call of the Abyss 4 is coming out, ladies and gentlemen. But right now, we are finding things out at the IVC Southeast Asia 2020. So I'm getting a little ahead of myself. We still have this third match, Arctaguno.
Yes, we do, Poch. This third match, players are once again getting ready. We apologize for a little bit of a wait, but hope you guys understand. These players, not only do they have to settle in the lobby, but it also gives them time to recuperate, take a breather, and regroup with how they want to approach each round. This, in which case, a little bit more crucial since it is the last round in this best of three. This is going to be like either you win it or not.
And as you mentioned, the first round is over. That's the feeling out stage. And now, third round, no room for errors for any of these teams, ladies and gentlemen. They really need to lay it all on the line for them to really set up the pace and for them to get as much points as possible, for them to be able to get the advantage in this group stages before the playoffs.
Absolutely, Poch. And I don't know, man. It'll, again, we could speculate this time around, but pick and ban will manifest the destiny of these players, so to speak. And for more of the Identity 5 action you'll be catching here at IVC, be sure to continue to check out the social media channels for Identity 5 on the upcoming schedule for what matches will be playing out at the IVC, especially for the teams you might be rooting for. The top 8 of the biggest and baddest in Southeast Asia that have made it right here to show off what they can. It's a great time for Identity 5, especially for these teams that are finally getting their break to show what they can do on a live broadcast. And just a great way to highlight these new talents. But I'm really excited for a lot of the fresh talent that we had coming in Identity 5 because it's call it bias for Southeast Asia, obviously, because we're from this region. But I am really looking forward to seeing the next team that could potentially go super far in the future COAs to come.
Yep. And we're seeing it now in terms of the matches that we're witnessing. We've had a barn burner with GK versus MP, and now a nail biter with IVS versus NR as we go to the third round. Now, we can't have this conversation without talking about maps. The maps that were already done is Leo's Memory, which is honestly, that surprised me with how much Leo's Memory showed up because usually you see that in third or further picks, but now Leo's Memory is always the first, probably to counter some of the hunters that were of preference. Now Leo's Memory is out. We're taking out Sacred Hospital, so that leaves 5 maps left.
Right.
I have a feeling, just a feeling, we might see Arms. Just a feeling.
Arms Factory, I mean, not a bad proposition, I guess, since it is the more, I mean, tighter space, sure, but it's fair play for both sides almost. So, and Arms Factory, of course, has been a constant favorite, I guess, throughout the seasons.
Wait. Let me correct myself because if we put Arms into the equation, I'm talking to myself. I can't believe it. We put Arms into the equation, and then we ban the Bonbon, and then we have one more hunter to ban, which is probably Dream Witch or Bloody Queen. You're giving the other team that hunter. So tough call here. If Arms would be where we settle this dance, or
but you know what, Poch? I don't want you to have to rack your brain in order to speculate. We'll just let the pick and ban speak for itself. First half of round number 3, guys. It is NR versus IVS taking the stage. I'll let you go ahead and get your feeling of what.
Oh, I'm just eating my words right now. We're going to Moonlit, my bad, ladies and gentlemen. And now a Bloody Queen. You saw that which hunters were banned, the Joseph and the Wu Shang. Okay, and now a long dip try here. Back with the Bloody Queen. I have a feeling that NR was able to be consistent with their 2 boosts, so maybe they want to face the Bloody Queen once again. Raindrop with the Priestess, Aurora with the Coordinator, and Gravekeeper with by Daddy, Perfumer with Dylan. So let's see how long Dylan will be able to last against this Bloody Queen, because the Bloody Queen is on the hunt here at first stop.
Yeah, and you got to take note that Dylan on this Perfumer has already shown a lot. Dylan is pretty darn good. So whether or not this will prove to be the second time, there you go. Was able to get the perfect timing on that Perfume for the Swapperoo. Looks like Long Try won't be playing any games anymore. Goes for the mirror image, gets the pincer, gets the first hit on that Perfumer, and the chase ensues.
Yep, Long Try. Oh wow! Excellent use of that blink. Dylan already in half life. You tried to go for the instant Perfume at the start and was sandwiched by the skill of the Bloody Queen. And now, reaping the reward is Long Try. The Perfumer is shared, and now just taking some real estate here, making sure that there's no pallets to really block her. Long Try now still trying to find another target while she still has her sights set at the back of her head as the Perfumer is still shared. Gravekeeper is going to dig and does have a head in terms of going for the rocket chair.
Yes, sir. The rescue comes in, but at the cost of a whack on that Gravekeeper. Mirror image will be popped up once again. Lovely pincer in coming in from Dylan, tries to dodge that, but with the direction that he went, only found himself in between the mirror and an actual hunter. So this is tricky. In which case, Portal will be taken down right away, and Long Try just raring to sniff out getting back on track towards his target. Nobody in the vicinity though. So this is pretty good, except for this thing.
I love the idea on the Priestess trying to give an out for the Gravekeeper and the Perfumer. Long Try though, just the defense mode was on, even though that everyone did scatter. The Tide Turners were just giving some distance. Long Try was able to clean up the real estate in favor of how he's going to camp out this Perfume.
Yes, really. Checking out the broken carousel area. Mirror image will be popped just to deal with the potential wiggling in the area, whether or not it'll actually reach landing. Not quite the case. Long Try really paying the. Okay, 3 ciphers remaining, so that's something that we need to take note of.
Now Raindrop moving away from the tent and going to the other side of the map, and Long Try. I mean, the Perfumer is already long gone, and now Long Try just patrolling these ciphers, making sure that no survivor is trying to pop any of them. The one on the bridge was very close to popping. Long Try now has the mirror image on the ready, trying to search for something, still moving around. And mind you, ladies and gentlemen, she is wearing blink, so that is something that survivors have to worry about. Playing real estate once again, getting rid of those holy keys from the Priestess, and now sets his sight on this cipher. Aurora wisely moving away, but now Long Try setting his sights locked on Aurora.
Oh man. The survivors, in all fairness, still have their work cut out for them. I mean, there was already a divine sacrifice in doing over the time he fought, but there's still a bit of work to be done as far as these ciphers. Luckily, we're more than halfway through from what used to be, and there's definitely a cipher that's near its prime, so I think there are still a lot of cards that NR can work with here. Long Try the on the flip side, okay, crossover with the mirror, tries to sniff out the go for next, but takes down the portal for good measure in case, and looks like it will be Priestess here that Long Try will continue to commit to.
That was a good. Actually, that shot by the Coordinator was something to highlight, because after that she just stopped chasing the Coordinator, and now changing her sights to Raindrop as she chases her in transitions towards the carousel. Raindrop rotating away to make sure that he is not going to be stopping any of the ciphers that are wiggling. There is one cipher left for the table. The Coordinator and the Gravekeeper are trying to stay away while the Priest tries to buy as much time as possible. Raindrop trying to juke and dive away from the tent now, going for the slide. Not quite just yet. It's a mind game from here. He's going to get sandwiched. Gonna eat that hit, goes for the slide. They're hoping that the ciphers remain with Long Diptide does have teleport ready.
Yes, sir. Oh man, there you go. The switch comes in, goes straight over the wall. Oh man, was banking on Priestess kind of veering towards that right, but decided to go the opposite end. Long Dep tried to just gonna cut walls here and head straight towards spotting out. Okay. Utilizing the working carousel here. Great job. A lot of time being bought by this priestess as well, really succeeding to legacy that was left for Dylan. By Dylan.
Ooh, now paying attention to what's happening on the left side of the screen. The Gravekeeper moved away because that was halfway of finishing. Now Daddy goes for the burrow, trying to now buy time as the rest of the survivors rotate the ciphers, trying to find one that's ready to pop. Excellent use of the teleport for Long Dep trying to shift his attention for the survivors to keep on their toes. Now Daddy creating some distance away from the survivors of the teammates. Priestess is healed up, and Daddy over the God guiding. And moves a little bit outside of two stories, so he is going to try to buy as much time as possible.
Oh man, you guys go for the swipe once again. And yes, sir, with the pallet drop though, Long Dip try just roaming around here. Daddy's a great use of this area to buy the time. This is gonna be enduring problem for Long Dip try unless he can get a gap closer.
Look at the lower left. Coordinator is priming that cipher. Long Dip try now trying to zone in on this great keeper. But then this is such a great area for survivors to actually hide in. As mentioned with our friends at NAEU, the pallets there, a lot of stuff, real estate to work with. Daddy shifting away and moving towards the slide area outside of two-story. Still moving, shifting to first stop, but then he's going to get hit, and the last cipher is going to be top.
Yes, sir, and mirror image though will be what Long Dip tries to go around in the advent of it. And luckily, it wasn't going to be a prolonged chase towards the top of that cipher as he instantly manages to land Daddy, brings him to a rocket share, but then again, instantly makes the teleport though, so it does look like NR's troubles aren't done just yet.
Oh, that was just in time. Once he shared the teleport was ready, shifting his head to Aurora. So trying to play clean up here, going to try to save Gravekeeper, but then that's why it's so scary in this stage. You can actually shift our attention by putting a well-placed mirror. Now the Gravekeeper is saved, and they still have to open and climb that exit while the coordinator stays in that chair.
Oh man, and interesting enough, Long Dep Try will just conveniently take the portal that he found to establish more ground coverage here. Long Dep Try though, what's going to be the call? Was already veering towards the other side of the map, but smells a rat in the midst as he decides, you know what, want to turn back to potentially block off a save that NR might try to pull off, and looks like that will be the case. Instead, abort mission comes in as the call for NR as they back away.
Very risky play for a raindrop, and my goodness, he was saving that, saving the chair. Didn't want to use it right away, and now Priestess is going to see that chair. The Gravekeeper is heading out, and that is GG for IVS's Long Dip Try.
Oh my goodness, that was such a stretch that NR pushed for. Got a little bit greedy towards the end, but you know what? I can't blame them. You know, at points like this, when you want to try to establish the better ground, towards these last moments where you can get points, you want to propel yourself in a position where you know maybe that one extra point might count. But in this case, unfortunately, didn't pay off. But again, I can't emphasize enough. Good try coming in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just extended himself a little too much, and I love the mentality because if they were able to get that 3-person out and it was 3-1, it was put so much pressure on IVS's side, knowing that NR has that 3-point lead, and now it looks like that they were able to catch up just a little bit, and if my math does correct me, it's 10-11 now. So it's still so it's neck and neck, Articuno. I commend Dylan, the priestess, going for that save, and I respect that. And I would probably, you know what, that was the right decision because he wanted to seal the deal there and try to get the 3-man out. It's just that long depth try was he was able to practice some patience. You saw that he didn't use the mirror right away and chose to go through the portal, was saving it for that right moment to know that, like, all right, I can walk it. Let's see if I'll need this mirror to stuff some kiting. And that's what he did. And it is 3-1 for IVS.
Yes, sirree. Well played. And we still have a second half to be played out. Now, with the math that you have there, Poch, let's go ahead and talk about circumstances that we're playing around as far as win condition for these teams.
So 10 to 11. 10 to 11. So we just need to see. Actually, before we're doing that math, let's go to the match data first while I do some computations. Articuno, would you do me the honor?
I mean, my eyes instantly dart for the containment time, courtesy of Daddy here. 116 seconds. That is, and it really shows because Long Depth Try was just constantly preoccupied with a chase here. But in Long Depth Try's case, it led to so much fruition for him towards the end because of the risk that NR played out and a well-respected risk that it was. Unfortunately, sometimes risks just these kind of risks that you take don't end up the way that you wanted to. But in Long Depth Try's case, with all stats considered here, the data, we'll take it. We'll gladly take it. IVS will gladly take it. It's a good catch-up for them.
Excellent stuff. And I just did the math. Are you ready to hear it?
Bring it on. Bring it on.
NR's win condition is for them just to tie. If they tie, it'll be in their favor because they will go up 13 to 12. Now IVS needs to go 3-1 for them to go 13 to 12 against them. So pressure is still on for IVS. So it's really coming down to the wire, Articuno.
It really is, Poch. I honestly wish I can get a bit of a breather myself because the action has been intense today. But you know what? We're on the job. We got to bring that action to our audience, and I'm glad we are. At least we get the front seat to all this action happening right here at the Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia 2020. We're currently on our last half of not only this series, but the day in general, because, correct me if I'm wrong, Poch, there's no outcome where this could end in a playoff extra round. Yeah.
No, because even if they tie it, there's a 1 point difference. So
yes,
there's always that just that one increment. So that's why it's really a battle of inches, ladies and gentlemen. Every point here counts. So now it's really coming down to the wire. As mentioned, the win condition for NR is for them just to tie. That's all they need to do. For IVS, they need at least a 3-person out for them to get away in this series, and just advance, just get more points in this group stage. So interesting stuff. We did the math there. Now that we know that the playground or the stage is set for Moonlit River, Aris is the hunter for NR side. Are we going to see a bonbon?
Oh my gosh. I love that you reminded me. That is the huge question here, isn't it? Because with bonbon off the table, it's time to bring an I really think we're going to see a guard 26 man. It would be ridiculous at this point to not respect that, even though you're on Moon River. I don't know though, because then again, it can be argued that you go back to game one when the map was a little bit more wider. It was a complication. It did end in a, if I'm not mistaken, a 2-2 equal for both sides during that round one bonbon.
The round one bonbon was 3-1. The round one bloody queen, the round one bloody queen was 2-2.
Okay,
so
there we go.
Actually, if we look at it, yeah. So the bloody queen does have had improved in terms of, because it was all 2-2s and now it is 3-1. So really interesting to see how they're going to be able to shift it around and be able to find a way here in this next match. Again, as you mentioned, yes, with a big map like Moonlit, would you gamble not to ban Bonbon? with how destructive he was. Like, then again, you can say I love the argument you mentioned because it's a big map. Then again, though, yeah, he performed really well. Like my brain.
Yeah, and I guess another thing that comes to question here is when you think of the game where the Bonbon thrived into a 5-0, there was just so much structure that normally is an asset to the survivors. But when you're against a Bonbon, those walls become a detriment because it limits the routes that you can take to kind of duck and weave around the bombs that Bonbon will constantly throw. Um, Moon River Park, on the other hand, I mean, there is space to work with depending on where exactly which part of the map you're at. um it's a tough call here. It's a tough call. But then again, the first thing that will ultimately be the question is whether or not it'll be considered a worth enough ban, circumstances considered.
Yes,
That's the big
that's
question.
yeah, that's the big question. Because once we answer that, we can actually get into the mind of Eris. Because I have a feeling that Eris, like after using 2 bonbons in high level, his bonbons warmed up. Thing is, though, it's such a big map. Does he really want to gamble, like just having such just relying heavily on the chase early on? Because mid to late game with a bonbon, it's tough to turn the tides once the survivors have primed ciphers, and we saw how it was in Leo's memory. So
Yes.
it's going to be very interesting. And I love how we're shifting the conversation now to just hunters and not really talking about survivors, because the hunters have been really doing their work in these
Yes.
matches. Hmm.
Like Hunter play in parallel to what map they end up playing on has been quite a hot topic with how these games
Hmm.
have been playing out. And again, I sound like a broken record as I say this. All we can do is speculate. It really like we're able to actually manifest how things can roll out once we hit that pick and ban. And we already have our base questions that we're looking for, and for our audience to look out for as well.
Yes.
Um, so at least that kind of gives us something to look forward to as we play up our patience and wait for our players to settle into the lobby so that we can get things started.
Yeah. For those of you watching out there, do sound off. Like, who do you think that Eris will go for? And let's also shift the conversation. Let's talk about survivors. The perfumer of NR's was really great, but then judging on their performance before, I believe it was the mechanic and the forward that were the last ones to feel the wrath of the bonbon. They were the longest to contain the bonbon, and they were the most formidable in terms of really stifling the game plan. So we could see the triangular picks in terms of the bands, but then again, we're gonna just jump straight into it. We see
Oh,
a bonbon respect band and a bloody queen, and wow, we're gonna see a violinist.
oh,
Excellent stuff. All right, Aris rocking the violinist. Well, we're gonna see a mercenary, a mechanic, a coordinator. Wow, rescue heavy lineup on the side of IVS, and we're gonna see those rescuers try to keep the life of the mechanic alive. Aris here transitioning away from the tent, trying to find his first target as he rocks this violinist.
oh my goodness! I am so excited for this. There you go. Looks like the music shall be played, and with that melody comes the first hit onto that mechanic. Chase him too. So Zelkan was kind of thinking, okay, do I kind of juke around only because our gap is closing a little bit more, working around these structures. So tries to throw out a note. Let's go ahead and see if we'll find a connect. And yes, he will with a second whack with that. I wonder what you actually call that violin stick that you. Anyway, I'll have to Google that later.
Yeah,
The important thing is that Zelkan is going to a rocket ship.
yeah, we'll search that, ladies and gentlemen. But well placed whack there with the note just to get the mechanic to pick up. Look at this. Again, the map pressure is coming out. Notes will definitely slow down the speed of the survivors. Falcon, I believe he was able to drop his wall, so he is still trying to push some of those snipers. We're going to see a rescue happen on the side of IVS as Mark tries to make his entrance with this. Oh my gosh, well placed air shock for Eric.
Oh my gosh. Aris is not playing. Well, I mean, technically he is playing, but you guys get what I mean.
Not playing around.
Not playing around in this game whatsoever. 2 survivors, Potch! 2 survivors this early in the game. Well played. Will we bring in Mar to the chair? IVS has no choice but to respond to this.
Yeah, and now looking at the mechanics, like, it's almost about to be sensible matter. The way Wolf can respond to this is try to go after that coordinator and try their best to survive. 3 ciphers remain, and looking at how the lineup of rescuers, they don't have that much in terms of decoding, like speed. And Wolfie using out there, but my goodness, the camping of the violinist is really great. We're gonna see if he put it to full effect. Gets the hit, and my goodness, another well-placed terror shock.
Oh my god, terror shock indeed, Potch. But you know what? RS, he's straight to business. He knows what his priorities are. Knowing that the terror shock has already landed on the ladder, just go straight for landing the last blow. Speaking of last blow, there pops the last effort as well. Good job coming in from RS. He is on a roll this last time.
Yeah, he is on fire. Who knew that he was plus ultra with the bonbon, but he's just on another level with this violinist. Excellent stuff. Let's see how IVS is going to pick up the pieces in terms of getting back in this matchup. Again, ladies and gentlemen, 2 survivors. They just need 2 to tie, 2 to win, actually, to move on.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so we have a little bit of a hold up there, but don't worry. Um, oh gosh, that
Let's talk
is
about what's happening, because this is the only time we're actually going to get our time to breathe.
okay. Fair point right there. I just want to say straight up that this is such a different. Oh my god, the puns. It's such a different melody that we're seeing here. In this second half, because I feel like the first half was a bit more steady, I would say. This second half is just like the climax, the chorus, the oh my god, the crescendo exactly of the whole thing. And
Yeah, as you were saying, like the first match it was a feeling out process, and this one just seemed like coming into full form. There were some technical difficulties, ladies and gentlemen. We're just waiting to get updated on that. But so far, with what we've seen, Aris was just very well timed, and that's the pressure that the violinist brings to the table. Those well timed hits with the bow. That's what it's called. I think it's a bow. Or was it I
yeah,
think.
correct. I actually Googled it the minute I questioned myself, and
Oh, it's a
surprisingly,
bow.
it is called as simple as a
Nice.
bow. Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. He was very well timed. Just to recall, he was able to find the mechanic. That's one of the snowball effect he has.
Oh man, but
Mhm.
you know what? As you saw earlier, we had um, a little bit of a
Situation.
yeah, just a little bit of a situation. But don't worry, guys. We'll get back into the action shortly as our team sorts it out. All good.
Mhm.
All good.
Yeah.
You know,
Again, we want to have the most optimal conditions for these type of tournaments. So just do bear with us as we just recall what kind of action we witnessed. And this could be
oh man,
also for us to catch our breath there, because I was almost losing my voice with how much 2 terror shocks. That's insane in
right.
a rescue heavy lineup. That's Aris, you are a beast.
I I don't even know what to say. Like, I was really thinking that the tempo might have switched up with the guard 26 off the board. Is but you know what? Regardless of what circumstance he was working at, violinist this time, it's really a combination of things. But yeah, a lot of which I would attribute to how heavily proactive RS was right from the get go. Like there was just no slowing down for him. The music just really. Oh my! I really have to stop with those puns.
You had
The
3. I'm counting, but then they're still on a roll. I support it. Let's go. You said
like
tempo, melody, music. Let's go.
yeah, like the music really picked up for him. I mean, and I I really don't know what to say. To be honest, my mind is just straight in the clouds as to hoping that we get back into that game right away, because it feels like you're watching. Um, it feels like you're watching the climax of a performance, and you suddenly get held off from that epic conclusion. And
Yeah, and to see how, because again, never say die in this game because they could turn it. Three survivors remain. One is shared. So again, the win conditions for IVS for our predictions, to be correct, by the way, is three person to get out of the compound, get out of Moonlit. So I'm just so excited to see what the turnout is and see how in the split seconds how IVS would turn the tides, or how Aris will be able to just run away with that type of momentum he built once he just started chasing that mechanic down.
I just want to say straight up, we were kind of highlighting Sky Zero earlier during the, because he had a noticeably high percentage, right,
He
in
did.
his hunter stats. But um Aris, oh man, a madman on NR. And if um I don't even know how to put this into words. Like, from what I'm looking at right now, if I'm going to combine what we're witnessing on stream plus the on hand stats that we have, NR is boosting some very impressive hunter play, whether it's Sky Zero based on stats or RS stats plus what we're seeing on these broadcasts right now. Just my mind is blown by how impressed I
Yes.
am.
And going back to the stats we have on hand and not the ones that were showcased, Aris actually, his hunter preference of choice is Bloody Queen. And we've seen him use the Bonbon. So that's just insane work on the side of Aris. Yes, and just to give you guys a bit of fun facts as well, Aris, there are two hunters on each team. Aris being one and Sky Zero on NR side, and Long Deprai and Yuki on the other side. So it's really just Aris was called up to the stands on a very timely manner in terms of how he's rising to the occasion based on what we've seen so far. We still have to see reports on when the match will resume, but as of the moment, as what we witnessed, he was on fire with the violinist. Like fire lit.
Yes.
Just explode.
Oh gosh, but again, we apologize for the holdup, guys. We're continuing to sort things out. We want to give you the best experience possible. But I hear action.
The strings of fate.
Yes,
And
we're
now
back,
here
guys.
we go. Aris, okay, I think Brave Communicator still 3 survivors up and 2 snipers remaining Articuno. Back to the match.
Yes, sir. And here see the double, both coordinator and mercenary. Just one more hit down for them. Coordinator is the focus of ours, in which case, great choice of target, because coordinator really doesn't have utility to work with anymore. Once that utility is down, coordinator pretty much just like any other survivor. And that was third time a charm on the rocket ship, but not really much of a charm, but a detriment. Set back to the manor, and oh man, Aris is not slowing down, is he? Let's go straight for the next target.
And his skill was just amazing how he was able to use those strings to quick effect in terms of predicting where the mercenary would be. And now we have a shared mercenary while the Gravekeeper is still trying to find his way to end this match. And Harris is not stopping Articuno.
Aris, straight up no chill. But I mean that in such a great way. This is the ideal scenario you want to have as a hunter, where you're able to be constantly proactive and just that last takedown, ladies and gents, and
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
I lost for words, but this is actually one of the most hype I've felt being proved wrong. And our ladies and gentlemen making a statement here with just Aris being able to show that he has a violinist in his back pocket that people have to worry about. So we did predict that they needed a 2-2, but Aris went ahead and just got 4-person down.
Oh my gosh. And oh, what do I say? I love that just with how that match 2 progressed. It was a trajectory that went upward for NR. They really reaped the peaks of this matchup and oh man, to be honest, I am not even the least bit disappointed that our predictions went wrong for this match too because NR such an impressive performance. You can't be mad about that when you have such an incredible showing. Okay, we highlight ours, but kudos to the survivors as well because I think it definitely went both ways here. Adding up the points, you still have to put into consideration that what the survivors were able to reap up were of contribution to have made sure
Yes.
that NR making their mark strong at IVC with their first win of the group stage.
Yeah, and also to highlight IVS, they really had the right strategy in terms of tripling up on rescues. You had a coordinator, gravekeeper, and a mercenary, just so that they could last as long as possible. And you know what? Just looking at the stats also of the survivor side of IVS, they really also were able to really push Aris to the limit in terms of how to handle his bonbon and now his violinist. But you know, Aris was just firing on all cylinders, and he was able to get that W for his team. And also kudos to Long Dep Try with his very insane Bloody Queen. It was going back and forth as the matches progressed. It was, the original Bloody Queen was in Leo's memory. Then we moved to, I believe it was Sacred Heart, and now the 3-1 in Moonlit. But then Aris just MVP. We have to. I believe he's going to be a 2-time MVP up there with 72S.
Oh my gosh. Uh, um, Final thoughts on that last half for me. I think such a shame. I think IVC had all the right ideas. It just so happened that because of how proactive and on point Aris was, like that first part of a rescue, that is pretty much textbook of what you want to do. Obviously, like survivor chair, you go for the rescue. It just so happened Aris played so aggressively on this violinist that his offense proved to be a good defense as well when they did go for that first rescue, and it did unfortunately lead to a 2 survivor down, not even down, like one strapped to the rocking chair, and then this rescuer that was supposed to go for the rescue going down. And from there on, because of the tempo, I swear that was not a pun, the tempo that Aris kept during that game, it became so tricky for IVS to get their footing back because it was just constant proactivity that we're seeing from that violinist. There was no room to breathe for IVS throughout most of the game. And again, all said, well deserved by NR. I have my eye on them now in the best way possible because I can't wait to see how much they can show moving forward in the group stage. Same goes for IVS. Of course, they have a name that they're bringing to this tournament. They're definitely a team that you don't want to discount either because with the experience that they bring, recuperation is definitely going to be a feat that for sure they'll bounce back stronger.
Yeah, it just shows that I really want to echo what you said in terms of the aggression and the offense that Aris was showing. I think it actually took them by surprise. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Winner is NR in this tournament, and we were proven wrong, but in a good way because we've definitely become NR fans, and as well as MP fans as well. So that's the beauty of knowing these teams. For us, it's a treat because we're entering into the unknown of how they perform in these type of scenarios because IVC actually granted us a stage for these guys to perform.
Yes, sir. Man.
Mm-hmm.
And there you have it. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Yes.
I am not gonna forsake NR moving forward. Like again, me and Poch base it off the stats. But this time around, predictions are gonna be hard, I think, moving forward. Because
Yeah.
now that we have a foundation to work with.
I'm actually interested. I'm actually kind of scared to like if we have different predictions and we're gonna be debating coming moving forward.
Oh, that's
That's gonna
good
be
though.
fun.
That's a good thing.
It is. It is. So we'll be playing lawyers for the team. So now, match data over here. Aris. Oh my gosh, the destruction on this man. If you could just count how much terror shocks he landed was insane. 11 attack hits, 7 knockdowns, made quick work out of IVS's survivors here, but not to discredit them. Coordinator was able to buy a lot of time, and then the Gravekeeper was able to push as much as he can, as well as the Merc in terms of the Cypher Rush, because Zhaokan, the mechanic, was really chased out in the early seconds of that match.
Yes, sirree. Oh man, I don't even know what to say anymore. That was quite the load that we had for that. Actually, like not even just that second half, but the entire day. But you know what? That's what you would hope to see in a tournament like IVC. It's the time where Southeast Asia steps up, and these 4 teams did us proud today. That's for sure.
They did. NR coming right off the bat. And also, like, we are highlighting Aris, but I also want to highlight, I believe it was Dylan who was the perfumer, and then we still have a lot of the hunters that were able to survive. These are the match results, ladies and gentlemen. It was a neck and neck battle from a pillar to post, 5-3, 2-7, and then all of a sudden 3-6, bringing NR our winner for this match.
Okay, this is gonna be great. I'm so happy with the results today. Not just necessarily talking about the who won, but just the caliber of games that we saw in general for IVC. It just leaves so much to look forward to. Imagine how crazy things are gonna get. But you know what? Let's give it up for our MVP, Daddy with the Gravekeeper.
Yeah, if you look at the containment time, I know we talked a lot about Eris, but we also have to highlight the survivors in this game. Look at that containment time, 116 seconds, as well as the decoding progress of 206. How much priority does this guy have? He's like split into two. He's rescuing, he's containing and decoding. That's insane. So shout outs to you and our daddy.
Oh my gosh. You know what? Yeah, I feel bad actually. Keep on highlighting Ares. There were also some spectacular performance, like we saw from Daddy. Again, that containment time is not one you want to take for granted. Take note across the board, we saw a lot of 2 digits on the containment time, but the fact that it went that far in, and we saw how much significance that led to for NR during that third round first half. Just
Yes.
well-rounded, and I'm so excited for them, all the other teams. But biggest surprise and biggest joy for me today was the performance that we saw from NR. Just a round of applause. Hope you guys
I would
enjoyed
agree
it.
with you there.
Chat.
Yeah, that was a great performance by NR. Again, we kind of came into this with just the numbers, and it just shows that as you built this match up, it's really veterans versus numbers, and they seem to have even raised their numbers that we were given in terms of the notes we got for us to compare NR and IVS. Not to discount IVS, I believe that they're going to come back stronger in this. It is not the end of the road to them just yet, ladies and gentlemen, because this still is the group stages, and we still want to find out the best of the best here in this Southeast Asia with this IVC tournament 2020. I'm so excited as these days progress and as we build each narrative of each team.
Yes, sirree. And don't forget, this is only day 1. We have a total of oh man,
I
math,
need to count
work with me. 9 days.
9. There you
9
go.
days total, including this one. So 8 days of Identity 5 ahead of us, and that is gonna be so much fun. I am so excited to cast all these games, and not just cast, by the way, guys, but what's really gonna be crazy is once we hit that top 4, the biggest and the baddest, that's gonna be those are gonna be more neck and neck for sure. So there's just so much I want to say, but I feel like I'm gonna just go on verbal diarrhea mode if I do, because there's just so much. But for real, thank you all for tuning in, and I hope you guys continue to support not only the broadcast but our teams within the region who are working hard to hopefully bring glory to us come those big international tournaments for Identity 5.
For sure. This is just the first day, and we started off with a bang with such amazing matches by GK versus MP, and now this was IVS versus NR, and they came to deliver and they brought their A game. So I can't wait for the next coming days. I believe you said that there may be there are 8 days left, and once we reach that top 4, it's going to be a nail biter because a lot is on the line. Aside from the prize pool, you have that golden ticket to punch your way to KOA 4. So a lot of these teams are duking it out to see who's the best of the best for them to represent the Southeast Asia region in the granddaddy of them all, in the the Call of the Abyss 4.
Yes, sirree. It's gonna be quite the spectacle that we have. And don't forget, by the way, to also check out the Identity 5 social media channels for more updates on IVC as well as the game itself. There is a lot in store. You could also get more information on which teams will be playing over the next few days. We constantly make sure to post before the broadcast so that you guys can anticipate what the schedule looks like during this group stage, especially if you guys are rooting for a particular team that managed to make it to the top 8. Make sure to go plus ultra with your support just as much as we've seen these players go plus ultra on these maps. Holy cow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's insane. So please do send out your support, your love, everything out to your respective teams, and also please do, stay posted with everything because it could happen that you might miss out on your favorite team's match, and it's just as we're building this narrative, we'd love it if you guys would stay with us on this journey and help us build it as well by just lending your voice, lending your support out to the players themselves because I mean I'm pretty sure that they'd appreciate all that, especially with such pressure that's put on them to perform at their best and always take every match into heart in terms of learnings and experiences. So again, I've said it once and I've said it again. It's an amazing time to be an Identity 5 fan.
Absolutely. And I mean, there's not really much else to say. The action spoke for itself over the past few hours. By the way, we keep on giving kudos to the team. We'd also like to give kudos to you guys in the audience, especially to those that were here from beginning to end. We realized this was a long broadcast today. We've been live for a total of, well, not including the countdown timers, but like 5 hours
Wow.
broadcast time for. I think this is the longest RDV broadcast I've done in terms of 2 best of 3s in one day. Because like a lot of the best of 3s I've casted, 2 best of 3s within one day was like 3 hours max, I guess. So yeah, this was a pretty fast day. I mean, no, sorry, the opposite. This was a long day. So not mad though because each game is worth it.
Yeah, it felt fast though. How we were enjoying the matches. I think the fan in me was kind of hoping like let's get to like a tiebreaker or something. But you know what? They're probably saving those strats for the end. And yeah, you're right. I mean, we just started off the day, and then this whole IVC tournament. And they're really pushing each other to the limit. The patience in these players, it just shows that they have so much skill, and they have still a lot. I mean, this is still a long road ahead. So rest assured that they're going to improve as the day goes along. And I don't know if we would predict, like, I have a feeling that we're going to see a lot of violinists moving forward.
I hope so.
We were talking about what hunters to expect, and I wanted to keep this to ourselves in terms of like not being too putting ourselves out there, but we were talking about seeing a lot of violinists now that the changes to Bloody Queen were made. So man, it just seems like violinist is such a top pick now, and you saw it with 72S, you saw it with Aris. So I'm really excited to see more violinists play, and who knows, we might even see more Bonbon.
Oh yeah, actually, thank God, by the way, because I was so disappointed when we didn't get that as much during COA. So finally, time to shine. What else is there to say?
And also, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm kind of missing the Dream Witch. Like, we only saw one Dream Witch today, right? What a turn of events.
Actually, like went into this fully expecting that, okay, like game one Dream Witches, probably game two Max, and then just probably like 70% ban rate. But
Mm-hmm.
I
And
mean,
let's just talk about the Joseph bans. Whoa.
thrice today.
Respecting the Joseph ban. It's insane. I understand the Wu Chang in Moonlit because of the
Yeah.
umbrella and teleporting, but it seems like, and I'm surprised at this as well, that we got some Joseph hunters here in the South, or Joseph respect bans at least. So it's kind of making me piece two and two together. That, you know what, Joseph seems like a viable pick for. We might expect some Joseph, and I'm really excited to see that.
Yes, sirree. I feel like it's like a foreshadowing of what can come if left open. Like it's so hard to tell. I am definitely looking forward to consulting with our senpais once this
Yes.
stream is done to figure out the sudden picks, like the sudden what's the word I'm looking for? The sudden hints of Joseph that we see in the banning phase. So that's
Yeah.
something to look into for sure.
Yeah, because right off the bat, I could be honest with you guys that I wasn't really expecting Joseph unless it's a very known Joseph, like we saw in Yang back in Koa 3, because he's very scary as a Joseph, but very interesting. In terms of survivors, I was surprised with the barmaid. That was something that caught me by surprise today. I was like, wow,
Right.
okay, barmaid. All right, off the bat, that was a pretty early barmaid at the start.
I am just like a quick heads up because um, since we're doing two broadcasts today, like I am so jealous right now of the Thai broadcast because they get to do the interviews and they're actually interviewing Aris right now. I have it on my second monitor, so
Nice.
I can't listen to it right now because my focus is right with you guys. But
Yeah.
yeah, I can't wait to try to decipher what this interview is. My Thai is still quite rusty, but this should be interesting.
What we can do is, if you guys tune in tomorrow, we can give you a sneak peek, and during our downtime, we could tell you what Aris said, because I actually would love it if we could ask some of these hunters and really pick their brains, or even the survivors, on the type of meta that they're playing now. Because again, we try to do as much research as we can, and IVC really, I think, is going to be the go-to in terms of looking at what the Southeast Asia region has to bring to the table in terms of how we play our Identity 5 competitively. So I'm already slipping in words because I'm so excited for the next days, but I'm still trying to predict uh, what else we can predict in terms of these picks. Do
Mhm.
you have any more like survivors that you think might show their head in this competition, or hunters? Because Vio's gonna be there. Bon Bon, maybe. Some A little birdie did tell me that some people who pick Bon Bon really main Bon Bon. So there are some people that, like, they're specialists. That's why they're so good with Bon Bon.
Makes a
So
lot of sense.
yeah, we might see more Vio than Bon Bon, but don't quote me on that. That's just the speculation. I think word of the day, ladies and gentlemen, speculation.
I wouldn't be surprised by the Bonbon emerging just because, like, straight up, what you guys see on stream, like how much, like, number one, the precision, number two, the bombardment, the consistency of those bombs. It's so fun to watch on stream, but the actual
I
work you
actually
put
thought
into
that was another
being
pun.
able to do that, that's hard. That is
Yeah, it's
actually
true.
so hard.
I actually thought that was another pun you did there. Bombardment. I was like, oh,
Oh my
Antipode's
goodness.
on fire
Actually,
today, dude.
oh gosh.
I'm a big fan of puns, dude. But yeah, as you mentioned, it's just it's hard. It's definitely hard for you to really master that. And also, as seen at the start, it can be countered with larger maps, just so that Bon Bon can't really trap the survivors. So is the season of the witch and the queen done, and we're seeing a lot of musicians and mechanical penguins. What is, yeah, like a bomb dropping, yeah, hunter. So I'm just very interested to see how that's going to play out. And also, in terms of survivors, we still haven't seen the newest survivor, which is the entomologist. So I'm really excited to see if any of the players will bring that out on the table as we move along in these days.
Absolutely. And man, one thing I'd also like to, I guess, encourage our audience to do is hopefully we get the opportunity to find out more about these teams, not only through the tournament, but if there's any social medias available where you guys can check out the players, I highly encourage you to check it out. I know players like Skyfall stream, among
72S.
others. So, yeah. So, I mean, aside from the known teams, I'm really hoping that there's ways we can check out these other fresh faces to IVC, because I'm seriously gonna look for an Iris like way to watch Iris content if there is any out there after this. I need that in my life, straight up.
True. I would second you there. There is a language barrier, but if you guys on chat would know anything about these players that are emerging, please do let us know. Reach us and put it in the chat. Let us. These players do deserve the spotlight, and I think it's high time that we realize that the Southeast Asia scene for Identity Five is one to be reckoned with, and one step in that direction is exposing and highlighting the talent that is present here in the Southeast Asia region.
Exactly. And other than that, I guess we might as well maximize the time as well to do some quick plugs. Like, where can we catch more updates on you, Poch?
Well, you can follow me. It's Potch Spice on social media _Potch Spice. I usually post my failed Identify videos there, so don't judge me. But yeah, also yeah, just I would also like to just plug the Identify Facebook page. You just got there's a lot of announcements there, and they're very up to date with the latest and greatest news for Identity 5. And yeah, just I would also advise you guys to look in your local communities. I'm pretty sure that there's a local scene there. And just message. And I have to say, in my time as a caster or MC in various esports, like Identity 5 community is like one of the best and most welcoming. So if you guys are watching, welcome to the community. If it's your first time, if you've been watching for the whole time, thank you so much for tuning in. How about you,
Yes,
Articuno?
sir. You guys can check me out on, I guess, for Identity 5 particularly. I know that a lot of the Filipino fans follow me through Facebook. A lot of the other Southeast Asian followers follow me on Twitter, and then NAEU usually catches me at Instagram. So it's very
Yeah, it's
interesting
very
how
dedicated. Okay,
I'm
nice.
reached in different ways through different social media platforms. So yeah, Articuno GG for Facebook and just Articuno for Twitter and Instagram. And
Yes.
I try to make it a point to reply to people, just probably not concerns about your account or anything, because I can't help you with that, guys. I'm but a simple man and a
We
commentator
are
at the end
just
of the day.
but professional fans here. We just like
Yes,
talking over
exactly.
the games and giving
I
you
wish
the
we
high
could help.
action. But yeah, also, yeah,
Okay, let's
go
go ahead
for it.
and recap the results, Potch, just so that one last time we can give our audience a preview of what happened today, especially if you weren't able to catch some of the earlier rounds. Don't worry though, guys. Of course, the replay will be available once the stream goes down if you want to revisit some of the epic moments that we've had right here at the Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia 2020. And also, what? Let us know what some of your favorite plays were, because actually, don't ask me that right now because I'm still trying to figure out what my favorite plays were. There was just so many.
Just let us know. Maybe you guys will help us know what highlight some of those plays, because calling the action and recalling it is pretty tough because you're just in that moment. Also, if you guys want to reach out to just let us know if you know any of these players' socials or any videos, we'd love to see them. So please do reach out with that. And as mentioned, yeah, we're gonna check out the match results of the day just so we can wrap this day up in a nice little bow for you guys, just so we can summarize everything. Here we go. The first match, GK getting the best of MP, but it's not the end of the road for these guys just yet. Decisive first round, tied things up in the second round, and in round number 3, it was 5-3.
Yes, sir. And once again, looking at the match that happened between NR versus IVS, starting off with a 5-3. There were questions as to whether or not NR can bounce back, but you know what? They rose up to the challenge with a 2-7 and a 6-3 comeback, which eventually led to their favor as a victory. And again, lots to look forward. Lots to look forward to from them as well as these other teams. And we've only seen the first 4 teams, guys. Take note,
Yes.
we have 4 more teams that we have to scout out going into the next few days to come.
And so far, if anyone's keeping track with our prediction rate, we have been 50-50, me and Articuno. So here are the team groupings. We have GK sitting up on top there with 1 win, as well as NR with 1 win. Again, it's so important for you guys to actually watch these Group A and Group B standings, because they will change every time there's a match. So it's really important for you guys to tune in and support your favorite teams. Wow, Group A looks like a killer. They got GK and VX. That is insane. But not to mention also Group B, you have OSM and DT. So again, it's just it's going to be intense. It's going to be just amazing matches through and through with IVC Southeast Asia 2020.
Absolutely agree with you there, Poch, all the way. And with that said, I am so hyped to see more of these teams. Let's go ahead and do a quick roundup of how these team points of Group A, just the deeper specifics that we have here. I mean, we don't have much data right now, and it probably won't make as much sense to y'all just yet. But, once we fill up the stats a bit more, I think it'll be much, much more clearer. I think at this point, if you really want to go into the deeper workings of this point system, you'll really, really have to tune in to the next few days of Identity 5, just so that with context on how these games play out and their respective points, you kind of get a better feel of how these team points are going on. Same out for Group B, as you can see, still a bit vacant here, as we're yet to see some games to be played out by both OSM and DT. NR and IVS having played their first game of the day for day 1, and much to look forward to once that starts to fill up. That's when we'll really get a feel and get a better weight of how the competition goes for these 8 teams.
Right. And this is the narrative we're talking about. These standings are going to change, and there's going to be, I think that'll be better footing for us to make predictions in terms of how they were playing in this high level. And it's very important for you guys to just stay up to date with the socials of Identity 5, especially for IVC, because tomorrow's match, we're going to see VX versus 7H to start things out. After that, we're going to see DT Destiny versus OSM. And if it's any indication of how today performed, I'm pretty sure tomorrow they're going to bring the hype, Articuno.
Absolutely. And with that said, I'm excited for tomorrow, Poch. And it'll be both Poch and myself, once again, that'll bring y'all the action for IVC, along with a newer caster that'll join our ranks. We're not going to spoil who he is. We'll be introducing him to you when that day comes, and who he'll be partnering with. Will it be Articuno? Will it be Poch Spice first? Again, a more mystery happening here at IVC. Now I'm making it sound like a Nancy Drew mystery. Jeez. Anyway.
Well, they're detectives. That's this whole game, right? See? Yeah, so
fair
just keeping
point.
things a little mystery here and there, just something for them to look forward to and for them to keep tuning in to watch.
So, you know what? A lot has been said. I think we will be saying our final farewell so that not only can our teams rest up, we can also let everyone continue the discussion on your respective social medias. Don't forget to continue to voice out your thoughts. Hopefully, you guys can share what's your insights as well. Any final message, Poch, before we sign off?
Thank you guys for tuning in, and do support the Identity 5 community and support your locals as well. It means so much. Love you guys.
Thank you guys so much. And with that said, this has been day number 1 of the group stage for the Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia 2020. We have been your MCs. I'm Mark DeCuno. With me was Poch Spice, and we'll catch you again tomorrow for more intense Identity 5 action. Southeast Asia, it's your time to step up right here at the IVC. See you all tomorrow.
Like a time machine, you were bringing me back to the start again. To the first time ever when we fly straight to heaven and then back again. With every minute I feel we're getting closer. I'm wishing it would not ever